The four of them revealed an expression of disbelief when they heard Aunt Qing's confirmation. Are you sure it was Huang Xiaolong who did it? Isn't he a second resurrection primal ancestor? Yi Beihang questioned again. He couldn't believe what he heard. Are you sure it's him and not the immemorial Qilins? Aunt Qing knew that the truth was hard for them to take in, as she found it hard to believe even though she had personally witnessed the fight. She gathered her thoughts and said firmly, Huang Xiaolong of Xianxia's sacred land did it alone. The Qilins didn't appear even after the fight started. Since the Qilins weren't there, how could they have assisted him? However, Ancestor Wang Jin was still reluctant to accept the fact, and he asked once again. Wasn't Su Jian's grand Dao physique destroyed by the power of absolute frost and flame? How can Huang Xiaolong use their power? Also, how is he able to use both energies? Even if Huang Xiaolong possessed only one of the two powers, the divine Tua holy world would tremble from shock. Therefore, it was not surprising that no one could believe that he could use both, the absolute flame and frost. No one in the divine Tua holy world could wield both powers at once. Yi Xiaotang and Aunt Qing looked at each other in silence. We have no idea how he managed to control both energies. However, he actually did it, Yi Xiaotang muttered. When Huang Xiaolong blasted a hole through Su Jian's chest, her mind had stopped functioning. When she realized that they didn't believe what she had just said, she repeated everything that had happened in detail. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. Yi Beihang and the others felt a trace of suspicion rising in their hearts when they heard the story for the second time. Of course, they still didn't believe her. That was because everything she said was too abstract. As a second resurrection primal ancestor, Huang Xiaolong had managed to shatter Su Jian's grand Dao physique without the use of any external help. That in itself was unbelievable, but the presence of the absolute flame and frost made everything even more confusing. Even if she repeated her story to everyone in the divine Tua holy world, including the peak experts at the 9th esteemed Dao venerable realm, no one would believe her. Turning to the other experts of the Saint Devil sacred land, the four of them continued their questioning. When they were finally done, they stared at each other in disbelief. Their stories were exactly the same as Yi Xiaotang and Aunt Qing. From what they were hearing, Huang Xiaolong, a second resurrection primal ancestor, had dealt with Su Jian using several punches. With the power of absolute frost and flame, Huang Xiaolong had ended the battle and shattered the other party's grand Dao physique with 2 punches. The four of them couldn't locate their thoughts for quite some time. Xiaotang, did you say that there might be a formations master backing Xianxia's sacred land? Yi Beihang asked. When Yi Xiaotang spoke of it, every single one of them laughed it off. Right now, he couldn't help but second-guess himself. Staring at her father in shock, Yi Xiaotang felt that they were thinking of something completely off-topic. During the entire battle, she hadn't taken her eyes off Huang Xiaolong. There was no way for anyone to assist him, nor had he received help from a mysterious source. Aunt Qing replied in her stead, Big brother, I know what you mean. You might be thinking that a formations master helped Huang Xiaolong to crush Su Jian's grand Dao physique, but all of us watched the battle earlier. It didn't look like he received help from anyone. Yi Beihang shook his head. There is no way for a second resurrection primal ancestor to destroy Su Jian's grand Dao physique. Not even the geniuses with 10 high-order Saint Fates will be able to do something like that, much less Huang Xiaolong with only 8 high-order Saint Fates. Even if a formations master was really present, he couldn't have possibly used both the absolute frost and absolute flame. Wang Jin shook his head slowly and explained. Nothing of this sort had happened in the past, and they believed that no one would be able to wield both powers. What if there are 2 formations masters? He Yugui muttered. Turning to stare at him, Yi Beihang was the first to shake his head. Impossible. There is no way that's possible. In the past, he had believed that Xianxia's sacred land had a formations master backing them. However, the events that had just played out made him rethink his assumption. However, the presence of 2 formations masters would never be possible. In the divine Tua holy world, the number of formations masters could be counted on one's fingers. Then, how could a tiny sacred land possess 2 of them? Bullshit. Sangqiong Sacred Land will never be able to bring out a formations master. Yen San sneered. We'll learn how he managed to destroy Su Jian's Grand Dao physique after we capture him. There's no need for further guesses. After snatching away the immemorial Immortal Cave from our Blue Heaven Creed, he has challenged our authority time and time again. I don't care if he's a genius with 8 high-level Saint Fates. He has to pay the price. Killing intent surged out from Yen San's body. As soon as he left, Huang Xiaolong thought about Sangqiong Old Man and the others, quickly sending them an update of his current status. He requested for them to return to the immemorial Immortal Cave, heading to one of the uninhabited regions around the Silver Dragon River. Huang Xiaolong decided to refine the dragon scale before he did anything else. It wouldn't make sense for him to return to the immemorial Immortal Cave, as refining the dragon scale was something that could be done in a couple of hours. After all, he had fully awakened his Huang Long bloodline. After he entered seclusion, he took one entire day to refine the dragon scale. As soon as he was done, a location appeared in his mind. Dragon Fish Creed. Huang Xiaolong didn't expect that the Huang Long armor would be hidden in the Dragon Fish Creed. It was in a sealed space somewhere within their territory. When he thought about it, Huang Xiaolong realized that it made sense. After all, the Dragonfish Dao Venerable was one of his father's greatest aides. Where else would his father hide the armor? Looking at the dragon scale in his hand, Huang Xiaolong also learned that the dragon scale was the key to opening the sealed space. With a feeling of joy blooming in his heart, he was surprised yet again when he realized that there was a drop of his father's blood essence contained in the scale. That was a drop of blood that contained the cosmos energy left behind by his father, a god of creation. It contained the cosmos laws. If he could refine the drop of blood containing cosmos laws, I can probably enter the third resurrection primal ancestor realm, right? Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. A ninth esteemed Dao Venerable's blood essence might be of limited use to him, but the blood essence of a god of creation was a whole new story. The moment he entered the third resurrection primal ancestor realm, the 4 Dao Venerables of the Blue Heaven Creed wouldn't be able to do a thing to him even if they worked together. Moreover, since his father had hidden a drop of blood essence in the key to the Huang Long armor, wouldn't that mean that there would be much more waiting for him after he obtained it? As a part of the set of creation, the Huang Long armor would most probably contain his father's blood essence. A bold thought flashed through his mind. There might be more than a single drop. Huang Xiaolong couldn't contain his excitement when he thought about it. He managed to calm himself down after several moments, and he quickly transitioned to refining the drop of blood essence. In order to prevent any mishaps from happening, he laid down a myriad of formations around the uninhabited region. In fact, he went to the regions surrounding the island and laid down formations there too. By retrieving the Sangqiong Dao Palace, he started to refine the blood essence with the help of the holy formation inside it. As for all the Dao souls he had suppressed in Sangqiong Dao Palace previously, he planned to devour them all after refining the blood essence from his father. His plan was to collect more Dao souls before refining all of them at the same time. After his massacre in the immemorial Immortal Cave, he had managed to add nearly 2,000 Dao souls into the Sangqiong Dao Palace. There were more than 3,000 Dao souls trapped in Sangqiong Dao Palace. More than 3,000 of them. That was more than sufficient for Huang Xiaolong to increase his strength to the next level. After activating the Huang Long bloodline in his body, a ball of golden light emerged from the dragon scale. It was something he had never seen before, and he was immediately captured by its beauty. If there was any perfect-looking object in the world, Huang Xiaolong felt like the ball of golden light was it. The drop of Huang Long blood essence hovered before him, and there were no words Huang Xiaolong could use to describe its beauty. It resembled blood, but at the same time it didn't. It seemed to be a liquid, but the way it hovered made it look like something solid-like. Instead of describing it as a drop of blood, it was more appropriate to say that it was the creation from the most perfect form of energy. Even the energies of the absolute frost and flame couldn't come close. The moment the drop of blood appeared, his Huang Long bloodline started rushing through his veins. It was like it had met its long-lost kin. The phantom of a golden dragon behind Huang Xiaolong appeared, and it emitted a blinding golden light. Huang Xiaolong didn't need to do a thing as the drop of blood drifted over and entered his body without the slightest bit of resistance. Waves after waves of energy pulsed from the drop of blood. The quality of the energy originating from the drop of blood was something Huang Xiaolong had never seen before. Moreover, the amount of energy contained in the drop of blood was something he couldn't fathom. Cosmos energy poured into his body, and it wasn't any ordinary cosmos energy that came from the small world of a Tao Venerable. It was the cosmos energy that originated from the greatest of holy worlds, and the origin laws that were contained within were of a higher level than grand Tao laws. Despite the shockingly large amount of energy, Huang Xiaolong didn't feel any sense of discomfort when it filled his body. Instead, he felt like he was floating on clouds. Ever since he had entered the primal ancestor realm, his body had undergone the baptism from the light of nirvana twice. The power contained in him had already broken through the limits of common sense, and his defenses were terrifying to the extreme. However, with the tempering of the cosmos energy from the drop of blood, Huang Xiaolong felt the strength of his grand Tao physique increasing yet again. It seemed to turn stronger every few seconds, and it was evolving at a frightening pace. Feeling the grand Tao laws in his body reaching a whole new level, Huang Xiaolong felt that the connection between himself and the divine Tua holy world had strengthened. Moreover, the three small worlds in him experienced a remarkable transformation. The first world he created started to expand indefinitely. The cosmos energy produced by the world gushed out from the world's origin as intricate origin laws filled the mini-world. The second and third worlds started to solidify, and they started to mature to become like the first. As the energy required by the second and third worlds was much more than the first, the speed at which they grew slowed down. Huang Xiaolong had estimated that he needed to enter the high-level primal ancestor realm, or even the Tao Venerable realm before the two worlds would start producing cosmos energy. But with the appearance of Huang Long's blood essence, that was no longer the case. The worlds would mature much quicker, and they would be able to produce cosmos energy much sooner. When Huang Xiaolong was refining his father's blood essence, the entire Silver Dragon River, no, the entire Blue Heaven Creed quaked. What? Huang Xiaolong shattered the Saint Devil Prince's grand Tao physique. How can this be possible? Isn't he just a second resurrection primal ancestor? How can he do something like that with no outside assistance? The rumors might not be true. It's true that the Saint Devil Prince's grand Tao physique was shattered. The disciples of the Blue Heaven Creed were the ones who started to spread the news. Of course, we cannot be sure that Huang Xiaolong was the one who did it. There might be several experts who saw Huang Xiaolong personally moving against Su Jian, but they might be deluded. According to them, Huang Xiaolong used the power of absolute frost and flame to annihilate Su Jian's grand Tao physique. Is that even possible? The Blue Heaven Creed has increased the bounty on Huang Xiaolong's head by 3 times. Lord Yen San is furious, and he personally made a move against Talisman Dao's sacred land, Zhouhong's sacred land, Chanhu's sacred land, and Linhong's sacred land. He killed those he had to kill and imprisoned the rest. From what Lord Yen San says, he will kill 100 disciples of the various sacred lands every day if Huang Xiaolong and Fu Daoxing refuse to appear. 100 a day. That would mean several tens of thousands of lives in a year. Several 100,000 lives in 10 years. That's not all. Every single power that came into contact with Zhangxiong's sacred land was exterminated by Su Dong. After his son's grand Tao physique was shattered, he went on a killing spree. Very quickly, 1 year passed. It has been a year and Huang Xiaolong hasn't shown himself. Ha ha ha. It seems like he's afraid of showing his face. No shit. Unless he's an idiot, why would he appear before the Blue Heaven Creed? If he really doesn't appear, the disciples of the various sacred lands won't be able to escape. 2 years later, in one of the uninhabited sacred lands around the Blue Heaven Creed, terrifying tribulation clouds with the resurrection purple gold lightning, black lotus flames, and light of nirvana gathered. Yet another year passed. In the depths of the uninhabited sacred land, a figure tore through the skies. His aura swept across the lands as rays of light alternating a myriad of colors pierced through the heavens. With the aid of Huang Long's blood essence and more than 3,000 Dao souls, Huang Xiaolong had managed to shatter the barrier of the third resurrection primal ancestor realm. Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth to release an earth-shattering roar, and the regions around trembled. The experts who were in the regions closest to Huang Xiaolong revealed a fearful expression when they felt the ground beneath them trembling. Is there another Dao Venerable other than the four from the Blue Heaven Creed? Did the Dao Venerables of other creeds appear in our Blue Heaven territory? Guesses flew about. With question marks popping up in their minds, the various experts decided to investigate the matter carefully. They approached the regions around Huang Xiaolong cautiously, but they were all sent flying after they slammed into the restrictions. Ignoring all those who approached, Huang Xiaolong tore a hole through the space above them and left. When he reappeared a moment later, he arrived at the boundless chaotic void filled with spatial cracks and chaos streams. By tearing apart the streams of chaotic streams before him, Huang Xiaolong took a step forward. The space under his feet shrunk, and every time he took a step, he would travel thousands of miles. That was right. He could shrink the space before him. The confines of space were no longer able to stop Huang Xiaolong. Without exaggeration, he could appear anywhere he wanted within a certain distance around him. It was an ability one could only obtain after a cultivator fused with the space in the divine Tuo holy world. With the ability to shrink the space around him, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the immemorial Immortal cave in a matter of moments. Sangqiong Old Man and the others were extremely excited when they noticed his safe return, and Fu Daosheng and the other half-step Dao Venerables nearly cried tears of joy. If he had taken any longer, the disciples of their various factions would have ceased to exist. After asking about the current situation in the Blue Heaven Creed in the years he was away, Huang Xiaolong quickly gained an understanding of what went down. When he heard that Yen San had carried out a massacre against those who had come into contact with Sangqiong's sacred land, his eyes gleamed. With a frosty look in his eyes, Huang Xiaolong growled, "Killing 100 of them a day?" He had destroyed the grand Dao physique of Su Jian, so he could understand the rage Yen San felt. However, Yen San crossed the line when he took his anger out on the members of the various sacred lands. "Are your disciples currently imprisoned in the headquarters of the Blue Heaven Creed?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "Yes, young lord," Fu Daosheng replied with an anguished expression on his face. "Yen San will sentence 100 of them to death every day at noon. Execution at noon." The first rays of dawn had barely risen, and Huang Xiaolong estimated that he could arrive by noon if he rushed over. "Xiaolong, are you planning on heading over?" Sangqiong Old Man guessed the moment he saw the look in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He couldn't help but panic. "Your combat abilities might be shocking, but it will be extremely difficult for you to sneak into the prison with brute force. Yen San will definitely discover you." Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement. "Master, I didn't say I was going to sneak in." Sangqiong Old Man, Fei Yanzi, and the others stared at him with question marks clouding their minds. How else is he planning to save them? Long Jianfei's expression changed all of a sudden when a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. "Young lord, you're not planning to kill your way in, are you?" "What the fuck?" Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong like they had discovered a madman. "That's right." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and snickered. "I'm killing my way in." After refining the Huang Long blood essence, he had arrived at the third resurrection primal ancestor realm. Not to mention the fact that his body and mini-worlds were tempered by the cosmos energy left behind in the drop of blood, and his current abilities were more than enough to beat the 4 Dao Venerables into the ground. Cosmos energy pumped out from the 3 small worlds in him, and his Dao souls and 12 high-orderal Saint Fates were overflowing with energy. One could say that Huang Xiaolong had risen to another level after absorbing the drop of blood. Of course, the third baptism from the light of Nirvana also helped a whole bunch. His Huang Long bloodline was strengthened even further, and his grand Dao physique had improved by leaps and bounds. One didn't even need to talk about first estate Dao Venerables like Yen San. Even second esteem Dao Venerables like Wang Jin couldn't leave a scratch on his grand Dao physique. Whatever the case, that was something Sangqiong Old Man and the others had no way of knowing. They were terrified when they heard his idea. "Xiaolong, Although Wang Jin plans on making you his disciple, he might be baiting you out with that information. It's too dangerous for you to head over alone. We can think of another way to save the disciples. Anything but this. Fei Yanzi shook her head and tried to dissuade him. Fu Daoxing and the others expressed the same concern. They knew that Huang Xiaolong was strong, and they knew that he was able to shatter the Saint Devil Prince's Grand Dao physique with a single punch. However, those were Dao venerables they were talking about. They felt that Huang Xiaolong would be dead beyond a doubt if Wang Jin decided not to protect him against Yen San. A faint smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face when he heard their words of concern. It doesn't matter if Wang Jin wants to accept me as a disciple. Enough blabbering. All of you can wait for the good news here. I'll be back soon. The moment the words left his lips, his figure started to blur, and he disappeared. Tearing through the chaos streams, he charged towards the headquarters of the Blue Heaven Creed. Half a day later, by the time he emerged from the chaotic void, he was standing in the air above the headquarters. Staring at the giant ball of flame in the skies, he estimated that there was only half an hour to noon. Even though there was still half an hour, the disciples of the Blue Heaven Creed were leading people into the plaza. There were exactly 100 prisoners led into the plaza, and Huang Xiaolong quickly recognized them as disciples of Talisman Dao Sacred Land. The execution plaza was where the Blue Heaven Creed executed those who went against their will. It went without saying that dying wasn't the only thing that happened to the disciples who were punished. There were various formations laid down by the 4 Dao venerables, and those who were destined to be punished would experience endless torture before they died. The souls and energies contained in the bodies of the prisoners would be trapped and used to nourish the strength of the Blue Heaven Creed, and disciples of the Creed could benefit from the leftover energies. Very quickly, the disciples were led through the entrance. With a lightning whip in his hand, a disciple of the Blue Heaven Creed forced the disciples of the Talisman Sacred Land into the arena. Looking at the 100 disciples, Huang Xiaolong saw wounds lining their bodies. It was clear that they had received inhumane torture when they were trapped in the Blue Heaven Creed. Heh! They're still glaring at us when they're about to die. One of the disciples of the Blue Heaven Creed sneered. Once the formations open at noon, they will know what living hell is. Someone else snorted. No one knows what Fu Daoxing and the others are thinking. They allowed millions of their disciples to die because of a coward like Huang Xiaolong. Heh! All of them seemed to have been kicked in the head by a donkey. The disciples who were in charge of escorting the prisoners roared with laughter. When they were laughing and joking around, a massive explosion rang through the skies. The blast could be heard clearly through the Blue Heaven Creed. To everyone's surprise, they saw a man blowing a hole through the protective formation around the Blue Heaven Creed with a single punch before drifting down to the ground. The disciples of the enforcement hall weren't the only ones who were shocked. The 100 disciples who were about to be sentenced to death also felt their jaws dropping to the ground. The protective formation was actually broken by someone with a single punch. Who are you? A 4th Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm expert of the Enforcement Hall asked when he noticed Huang Xiaolong flying towards them. When he noticed the cultivation level of the young man before him, he was stunned. 3rd Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm. A 3rd Resurrection Primal Ancestor shattered the formation protecting the Blue Heaven Creed's headquarters. How is it possible? I'm Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. The disciples of the Enforcement Hall stammered when saying his name. As for the disciples of the Talisman Sacred Land, they were equally as shocked. Even though Fu Daoxing had submitted to Huang Xiaolong and turned into his subordinate, Huang Xiaolong had never shown his face around the Talisman Sacred Land. This was the first time they were seeing him. It's you. The 4th Resurrection Primal Ancestor sneered when he realized that the number 1 target of the Blue Heaven Creed was standing right before him. Who would have thought that you would give yourself up by wandering straight into the headquarters of our creed? Ha ha ha. All the bounty out there is useless. You don't have to think about leaving today. A smirk formed on Huang Xiaolong's face when he heard what he said. Since I'm here today, I don't plan on leaving. He started walking towards the members of the enforcement hall as he spoke. While everything was going down, Yi Beihang, Yen San, Wang Jin, Yi Xiaotang, and several others were chatting happily with a pair of youngsters in the main hall of the headquarters. The young man and young lady were the young patriarch and the personal disciple of the Purity Creed, respectively. Compared to the Blue Heaven Creed, the Purity Creed's foundations were much deeper. The Purity Tao Venerable was a third esteemed Tao Venerable, one entire realm stronger than Wang Jin. When they felt the trembling around them, they couldn't help but pause their conversation as all the laughter stopped. A casual smile soon formed on the young man's face. It seems like someone else came to visit your Blue Heaven Creed other than us. A frown formed on the faces of the four Tao Venerables instantly. Who was gutsy enough to barge into their Blue Heaven Creed? Moreover, that person had to do it when the members of the Purity Creed were there for a visit. Were they planning to embarrass the Blue Heaven Creed in front of another superpower? Patriarch, I'll go take a look. Yen San got to his feet and spoke to Yi Beihang. All right. Since the other party was daring enough to charge straight into their headquarters, there was no way he was a weakling. It would be for the best if the Grand Hall Master personally went out to deal with the situation. Before Yen San could leave the main hall, a Grand Elder rushed into the hall in panic and screamed, Lord Patriarch, Huang Xiaolong is here. Huang Xiaolong. Those from the Blue Heaven Creed stared at each other in shock. As for the duo from the Purity Creed, they felt a trace of suspicion crawling into their minds when they saw the expression on the faces of Yi Beihang and the others. Who in the world is Huang Xiaolong? How could his appearance cause so much shock to the Tao Venerables of the Blue Heaven Creed? Could it be a newly promoted half-step Tao Venerable? Even so, why would the fully fledged Tao Venerables care so much about him? Patriarch, why don't I head over with Yen San? Wang Jin spoke up all of a sudden. He had been looking for a disciple for a long time, and this was the only person he had set his eyes on. He couldn't allow Yen San to cripple the other party no matter what. Yi Beihang hesitated for a moment. He wanted to head over with the two of them, but he couldn't possibly leave the young patriarch of the Purity Creed alone in the hall as the leader of the Blue Heaven Creed. Patriarch Yi Beihang, since we're here, let's go over and take a look. We're curious too, the young patriarch of the Purity Creed suggested. A look of shock appeared on the faces of everyone from the Blue Heaven Creed. Yi Beihang felt a headache coming. There was the immemorial treasury on Huang Xiaolong, and if the young patriarch of the Purity Creed followed them over, he could discover the secret. If he requested for a part of their loot, things might get troublesome. Is the Blue Heaven Tao Venerable unwilling? Yushang, the young patriarch of the Purity Creed, stared at Yi Beihang with a deep look. Of course not. Since you're planning to go take a look, let's go together. Yi Beihang sighed. A smile formed on his face. Since this is something regarding my creed, I hope you will not get involved. A frown formed on Yushang's face, but he eventually nodded his head. But of course, under the lead of the Blue Heaven Creed, everyone made their way to the plaza. Yushang was followed by several experts of the Purity Creed, and he casually walked behind the rest. By the time they arrived, Huang Xiaolong had snapped the neck of the last disciple of the enforcement hall. In the plaza, the 100 disciples destined to be executed stared at the corpses of those from the Blue Heaven Creed. Every single corpse lying on the ground had their heads twisted off and thrown to the side. That wasn't all. Their Tao souls were taken away by Huang Xiaolong, and their Tao hearts were incinerated with a single punch from the man. Huang Xiaolong had not only barged into the headquarters of the Blue Heaven Creed, but he had also dared to kill their enforcers. Turning around after he snapped the neck of the last person, Huang Xiaolong waved his arm to shatter the restrictions in the bodies of those from the Talisman Sacred Land. Go! Instead of leaving, the members of the Talisman Sacred Land stared at Huang Xiaolong with their jaws agape. Hurry up and leave this place. A cold gaze flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Without waiting for them to react, he rose to the skies and flew towards the Tao Venerables of the Blue Heaven Creed. Frosty light flashed in his eyes as he had discovered their presence a long time ago. Huang Xiaolong! Yen San yelled when he caught sight of the man himself, and killing intent filled his heart. A weird light flashed in his eyes as he thought about how he should kill Huang Xiaolong during the battle that would break out later. When Yusheng saw that the person they were so shocked to discover was a third resurrection primal ancestor, he couldn't hide the shock in his heart. Very quickly, the group approached the third resurrection primal ancestor. When Xiaotang looked at him, complicated emotions flashed in her eyes. Third resurrection primal ancestor? Yi Beihang and the others cried out in shock when they discovered that Huang Xiaolong had advanced in such a short amount of time. In the past, Huang Xiaolong had entered the second resurrection primal ancestor realm in several tens of years from the peak of the late ninth heaven true saint realm. His speed was something they couldn't comprehend, but he had managed to push his cultivation realm into the third resurrection primal ancestor realm in several short years since his reappearance. This, Yi Beihang and the others were shocked down to their bones when they realized Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed. No one knew how Huang Xiaolong had managed to raise his cultivation realm so quickly. If they thought that it was because he had received the immemorial Tao Venerable's inheritance and obtained his immemorial Grand Tao energy, they were wrong. He might have entered the second resurrection primal ancestor realm if he had absorbed the immemorial Grand Tao energy, but that didn't explain his advancement to the third resurrection primal ancestor realm. Could it be that he received the inheritance of another Tao Venerable? Was the inheritance he received from a high-level Tao Venerable? It is impossible for him to advance so quickly unless he obtained the inheritance of a ninth esteemed Tao Venerable. Yi Beihang and the others stared at each other as they hid their guesses in their hearts. A vice hall master following behind Yi Beihang spoke with an ugly expression. Lord Tao Venerable Huang Xiaolong killed more than 60 disciples of the enforcement hall, and he obtained all their Tao souls. Their Tao hearts were destroyed by him. What? Everyone screamed in unison. Even Yusheng and those from the Purity Creed yelled in shock. They were shocked that, as a third resurrection primal ancestor, Huang Xiaolong had the guts to kill enforcers of the Blue Heaven Creed. Also, no one understood how someone like him had shattered the protective formation around the Blue Heaven Creed. Huang Xiaolong, you worked with the immemorial Qilins in the past and shattered my disciple's Grand Tao physique. How dare you barge into my Blue Heaven Creed to kill more than 60 enforcers? A chilly light flashed through Yen San's eyes as he growled in anger. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you because of your 8 high-order Saint Fates? Do you think that no one will dare to touch you because of Ancestor Wang Jin? Killing intent poured out from Yen San's body. What? 8 high-order Saint Fates. Yusheng and those from the Purity Creed stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. The youngster before them actually had 8 high-order Saint Fates. One had to know that even someone hailed as the talent of a generation like Yusheng only had 7 high-order Saint Fates. Staring at Yen San with a placid expression, Huang Xiaolong muttered, I already told you that I wasn't interested in being Wang Jin's disciple. Anyway, your Blue Heaven Creed isn't qualified to accept me as a disciple. He wasn't lying. With his current strength, he could beat every single Tao Venerable into the ground even if they worked together. There was no point in him accepting the teachings of those who were weaker than himself. Moreover, only experts at the peak of the 9th creation Tao Venerable had the qualifications to take in someone of Huang Xiaolong's status as a disciple. Ordinary 9th esteemed Tao Venerable could stand at the side. How were they qualified to take the son of the God of creation as their disciple? As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of those standing against him changed. It was especially so for Wang Jin. His expression turned darker than thunderclouds. As the oldest and strongest Tao Venerable in the Blue Heaven Creed, he was the number 1 person in the regions controlled by the Blue Heaven Creed. However, a mere third resurrection primal ancestor publicly admitted that he wasn't qualified to be his teacher. He couldn't have been more humiliated in his life. Great! I, Wang Jin, am not qualified to be the master of a third resurrection primal ancestor. Chuckling in rage, his beard trembled as his entire body shook. As the blood rushed up to his face, he turned to Yi Beihang and snapped, Patriarch, you can deal with him as you please. He was planning to accept Huang Xiaolong as his disciple if the youngster had an acceptable bloodline and Tao souls in ranking in the top 10 ranks. After being mocked, he was no longer planning to do anything for the kid. He felt that there was no need to stick his warm face to Huang Xiaolong's cold buttocks for the entire world to make a mockery of him. As a second esteemed Tao Venerable, there were no absolutes in the world for him. Even if the other party had 8 high-order Saint Fates, another one would appear in due time. He wanted Huang Xiaolong to see the miserable end he would face without the protection of the strongest Tao Venerable present. After Yan Sen heard what Wang Jin said, he couldn't help but feel endless joy blooming in his heart. As long as Wang Jin didn't interfere, his words were basically of equal weight to Yi Beihang. He could do everything he wanted. Glaring at Huang Xiaolong with a sinister gaze, he was basically telling Huang Xiaolong that he would suffer a life worse than death. He couldn't hide the trace of mockery in his eyes. Angering Wang Jin when he was the only person who could save his life was something only a dumbass would do. Turning to stare at Wang Jin blankly, Yi Beihang nodded slowly. By turning around, he looked at Huang Xiaolong. "Are you going to kill yourself? Or are you going to force us to make a move?" He didn't wish to reveal the existence of the immemorial treasury, as the members of the Purity Creed were present. They could do whatever they wanted to Huang Xiaolong after they imprisoned his Tao soul, and there was no need to leak the secret to the whole world. "You can do it." Huang Xiaolong's expression remained as casual as ever, and he continued, "Yi Beihang, let me give you a word of advice. All 4 of you should come at me together in case you regret your choice." An explosion rang out in everyone's mind. Together? He wants all 4 Tao Venerables to attack him in unison? Or regret your choice? Does he know what he is talking about? Yi Xiaotang, Yu Shang, and the others felt as though they had heard wrong. "Say that again?" Yi Beihang chuckled. "You want all 4 of us to move against you?" From the start, Yi Beihang had never intended to dirty his hands by attacking a brat at the primal ancestor realm. As the Blue Heaven Tao Venerable, there was no way he could lower himself to attack a primal venerable. Why in the world would all 4 Tao Venerables attack him together? If word of what happened reached the outside world, they would turn into the laughingstock of the divine Tuo holy world. That's right. Huang Xiaolong nodded when he looked at the Tao Venerables, who were about to explode from anger. Seeing the serious look on his face, the anger in their hearts rose a notch. A look of amusement appeared on Yu Shang's face when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. He felt that the 3rd resurrection primal ancestor before him was extremely interesting. As a 3rd resurrection primal ancestor, he wanted to fight all 4 Tao Venerables of the Blue Heaven Creed at once. As the young patriarch of a superpower in the divine Tuo holy world, he had seen all sorts of geniuses in his time. Not a single person would dare to challenge 4 Tao Venerables at once. The absolute beauty standing beside Yu Shang looked at Huang Xiaolong with an indescribable expression. She was Fang Jing's direct disciple, and she was Yu Shang's junior sister. Her talent was no less than Yi Xiaotang. A look of disdain flashed through her eyes, and she stared condescendingly at Huang Xiaolong. She had seen a lot of disciples like him. How dare an early 3rd resurrection primal ancestor challenge 4 Tao Venerables? It isn't possible for him to win. She had 8 high-order Saint Fates, but even so, she wasn't able to challenge a single Tao Venerable. Even if Huang Xiaolong had 10 high-order Saint Fates, it wouldn't be possible for him to beat a single one. In fact, there wasn't a need to mention Tao Venerables. If he could defeat high-level primal ancestors, it would be more than enough to shock countless creeds. Xianxia, who had been standing behind her all this while, started to walk towards Yi Beihang and the others. He greeted them, "Master, this disciple is willing to take Huang Xiaolong down. I shall capture him immediately." Even though Xiangyi's talent was inferior to the Saint Devil Prince, he was still the direct disciple of Yan San. He was the leader of the disciples, and he was no weakling. As a half-step Tao Venerable Realm expert, Xiangyi's comprehension of the Grand Tao laws had already reached a terrifying stage. There were almost 30 Tao Venerables in the Blue Heaven Creed, and he was ranked in the top 3. Not even Fu Daoxing, an expert standing at the top of an entire region, was stronger than him. When compared to Su Jian and Xiangyi, he was like a weak little child. Receiving Xiangyi's request to take action, Yi Beihang nodded as he knew the hidden meaning behind his words. Not only did he wish to take revenge for Su Jian, but he also wished to vent Yen San's anger. End it quickly, Yi Beihang snorted. Even though his daughter had mentioned that Huang Xiaolong had exterminated the Saint Devil Prince's Grand Dao physique, he was still confident in Xiang Yi's strength. He refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong could fight above his cultivation realm as a third resurrection primal ancestor. Moreover, he didn't want to believe that Huang Xiaolong had destroyed Su Jian's Grand Dao physique. There was no way someone could control the power of absolute flame and frost at the same time. Yen San added, "Use everything you have. It's fine as long as he lives." He wouldn't care if Huang Xiaolong was crippled. When Xiang Yi heard Yen San, he bowed respectfully. "You can rest assured that I'll deal with him." After that, he walked towards Huang Xiaolong. Xiang Yi glared at Huang Xiaolong coldly as a vertical eye opened between his eyebrows. It was the blue heavenly eye, and he could examine Huang Xiaolong from inside out. That wasn't all the blue heavenly eye could do. Could also attack the soul. "Huang Xiaolong, how dare you challenge my master and teacher? What a joke!" Xiang Yi sneered. "Junior sister Xiaotang said that you control the power of absolute flame and frost. Let's see if that's true." There was a trace of ridicule in his voice. In the divine Tua holy world, there is no one with the ability to control both the power of absolute frost and flame. He refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong would be the one to break the precedent. Yushang and Fang Jing were stunned. What? Yushang and Fang Jing looked at Yi Xiaotang. They wanted to know if Huang Xiaolong really possessed the ability to wield both the power of absolute flame and frost. According to them, she was lying. However, Huang Xiaolong wasn't one to give them time to think. As his body flickered, he appeared right in front of them. A fist flew out as terrifying rays of blue emerged. Their faces changed instantly. Could it be? Bang! A muffled cry sounded in the air as Xiang Yi was sent flying. Before anyone could react, Huang Xiaolong followed up with another punch. This time, a crimson-red glow covered his fist as blinding red light threatened to blind everyone watching. Bang! Xiang Yi was once again sent flying. By the time he fell to the ground, his entire body was encased in ice. He turned into a human-shaped ice sculpture. Absolute frost! Several people cried out in unison. Red flames emerged from Xiang Yi's body, and an unusually beautiful flower of flames bloomed from within the sculpture. Absolute flame! Their screams sounded in the air once again, but Fang Jing joined them. It was as though she had seen a miracle, and her eyes widened in shock. The experts of the Blue Heaven Creed were dumbfounded by what they saw. Huang Xiaolong looked indifferently at the body that was melting and said, "I'll grant your wish to see the power of absolute frost and flame." His voice echoed in the skies and struck the minds of everyone present. Yen Sen snapped back to reality when he heard Huang Xiaolong's voice, and he couldn't hide the shock in his heart. Huang Xiaolong possessed both the power of absolute flame and frost. A primal ancestor was powerful enough to wield both of them. There was also the matter of Xiang Yi, a head disciple of a creed, a half-step Dao venerable, was beaten down by Huang Xiaolong in a single move. No one could believe what they were seeing. Do you really only have 8 high-order Saint Fates?" Yushang asked in horror. Yi Beihang, Wang Jin, Yi Xiaotang, Aunt Qing, and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong as they finally understood what Yushang meant. With the power he showed, he definitely had more than 8 high-order Saint Fates. More than 8. The possibility had flashed in their minds previously, but they had forced themselves to deny it. 8 high-order Saint Fates would make someone a freak in the divine Tua holy world. No one would ever guess that a mere disciple of Zhangxiong sacred land would possess more than 8. Now that Yushang brought this up, everyone couldn't help but doubt themselves. Ignoring Yushang, Huang Xiaolong walked towards Yi Beihang and the others. "All of you better do it yourself. The disciples of the Blue Heaven Creed will be sending themselves to die if they try anything." Their expressions sank instantly. They didn't think that a mere third resurrection primal ancestor would dare to challenge them. Moreover, he issued the challenge to all 4 of them at once. Whatever the case, they knew that Xiang Yi wasn't Huang Xiaolong's match, and no one else they sent would be able to change a thing. The one thing they couldn't understand was how a third resurrection primal ancestor could control the power of absolute flame and frost. That was simply inconceivable. According to the laws of the world, one shouldn't be able to control two opposing powers. Huang Xiaolong proved their knowledge of the laws wrong, and he was a freak of nature. They didn't know if they should continue their assault. Yi Beihang and Yen San's faces were cloudy. Huang Xiaolong, if you are willing to become my disciple, I will promise you that I will spare no efforts in teaching you. As soon as you enter, I will give you the same authority as us. Not only will we pardon your crimes, we will also allow you to choose any treasure you desire in the treasury. Wang Jin spoke all of a sudden. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Huang Xiaolong had mocked Wang Jin. He had destroyed Xiangyi's Grand Dao physique, and he challenged the authority of the Blue Heaven Creed. Now, Wang Jin was willing to accept him as a disciple. Snapping back to reality, Yi Beihang continued, "That's right, Huang Xiaolong. We will forgive everything you did in the past. As long as you choose to join us, I will make you the young patriarch of our faction. We will spare no efforts in nurturing you, and the moment you enter the ninth resurrection primal ancestor realm, we will promote you to the position of the patriarch." Everyone was struck speechless. Yi Beihang added another term, and he allowed Huang Xiaolong to be the young patriarch the moment he entered. He would even be able to take on the role of the patriarch once he entered the ninth resurrection primal ancestor realm. This, everyone was stunned. The patriarch of every single creed had to be a Dao venerable, but they were making an exception for Huang Xiaolong. That was unheard of in the divine Tua holy world. There was no way anyone would reject such great conditions. Of course, it wasn't anything special when they thought about how Huang Xiaolong could control the power of absolute flame and frost. Based on that fact alone, it was more than enough for the Blue Heaven Creed to place down their grudges to recruit Huang Xiaolong. When everyone thought that Huang Xiaolong would accept the offer, a snort left his lips. "Wang Jin, didn't you hear what I said? You're not qualified to be my master. Not to mention the fact that I have no desire to become the patriarch of your Blue Heaven Creed." If Huang Xiaolong revealed his identity as the son of creation, the strongest creeds would be fighting to bring him in as their patriarch. The Dragon Fish Creed was one of them. The Blue Heaven Creed was too tiny to enter his sights. Moreover, he had no intention of compromising today. Those standing around were shocked when they heard Huang Xiaolong's rejection. The faces of Wang Jin and the others turned unsightly. As the number one expert in the Blue Heaven Creed, Wang Jin had been embarrassed time and time again by Huang Xiaolong. Roaring with laughter, Yi Beihang snorted. "Since you have no interest in being the patriarch of the Blue Heaven Creed," killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since his offer was rejected, he wouldn't mind getting rid of Huang Xiaolong. There was no way they could allow a threat like Huang Xiaolong to live on. "Huang Xiaolong, you're such a fool. My father wanted to make you the young patriarch of the Blue Heaven Creed, and there are many people who would kill to be in your place. Why would you reject him?" Yi Shouting urged. "Hurry up and agree. Otherwise, my father will really kill you." Even though Yi Xiaodang wanted her father to exact revenge for her, a feeling of despair filled her heart all of a sudden when she realized that her father was actually going to do as he said. A flash of surprise crossed Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he didn't think that she would be worried for him. Shaking his head slightly, he sighed. "I said this before, and I shall say it again. I have no interest in being the patriarch of your Blue Heaven Creed. Not to mention the fact that your father wouldn't be able to kill me." Everyone was stunned. Yi Xiaotang screamed in anger. "You! Do you really think that you're comparable to a Dao Venerable because of the power of absolute frost and flame? My father is a late first esteemed Dao Venerable. You can't even imagine how strong he is. He can kill you in a single hit. No matter how talented you are, you're not his match. Quickly agree with my father and ancestor Wang Jin." Anger surged through Yi Xiaotang's heart when she heard how arrogant Huang Xiaolong was acting. She couldn't understand why he would reject such great terms. Remaining silent, Huang Xiaolong turned to look at Wang Jin. There was absolutely no point in saying any more. Killing intent leaked out from Yi Beihang's eyes, and he sneered. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to live a second longer. The might of a Tao Venerable was released and the space around him shook. The moment Yi Beihang released his aura, everyone yelled in shock. Their expressions changed drastically as they took several steps back. As a late first esteemed Tao Venerable, even the tiny bit of his aura was something that could crush a half-step Tao Venerable. Not to mention the fact that he was going all out now. The might of a Tao Venerable was so powerful that everyone had to retreat. Not even Yushang and Fang Jing could stand their ground. Even though Yushang was already a peak half-step Tao Venerable with 7 high-level Saint Fates, he felt his legs going soft. One could imagine how terrifying an expert in the Tao Venerable realm was. Other than Wang Jin, He Yugui, and Yen San, everyone retreated while summoning their grand Tao artifacts to protect themselves. Of course, there was someone else who didn't budge. That was right, Huang Xiaolong wasn't affected. Facing the aura from Yi Beihang that seemed to wipe out everything, Huang Xiaolong stayed rooted on the spot. Not even his robes showed any signs of movement. When Yi Beihang's aura arrived in front of Huang Xiaolong, it disappeared. It was as if it entered a bottomless abyss as it was completely devoured. Huang Xiaolong was completely unfazed by Yi Beihang's aura. Yi Beihang, Wang Jin, He Yugui, and the others were shocked. After waking up from his shock, Yi Beihang sneered. Not bad indeed. If you can't even resist my aura, there's no fun in killing you. Soon, he pushed himself to the limit in an attempt to pressure Huang Xiaolong. It had been many years since he had personally acted, and he had been comprehending the Grand Tao with everything he had. Since it was finally time for him to make his move, he would go all out. As his aura continued to rise, everyone backed away once again. In Yi Beihang's body, a mysterious power was emitted. It was something that didn't belong within heaven and earth, and it didn't belong to the divine Tuo holy world. No, it didn't even belong to the Huanglong world. Cosmos energy. Yushang and Fang Jing yelled in fright. The mysterious power that came from Yi Beihang was cosmos energy. That was a power he had accumulated himself. It was exactly what separated experts in the Tao Venerable realm and the others. Cosmos energy was stronger than Grand Tao energy, and Huang Xiaolong was finally pushed back by the sudden revelation of cosmos energy. Discovering how he gained the upper hand, Yi Beihang released even more cosmos energy from inside his body. Huang Xiaolong was pushed even further away as he retreated thousands of miles. Aunt Qing, should we beg my father again? Seeing this, Yi Xiaotang urged Aunt Qing. He usually listens to what you say. Aunt Qing shook her head. Even though she could sway Yi Beihang, Huang Xiaolong had gone too far. He had challenged their authority time and time again, and he had even rejected their offer. Even if she were to plead on his behalf, they would kill him all the same. He can only blame himself for missing his opportunity. Aunt Qing lamented. Even if Huang Xiaolong begs for mercy now, they wouldn't allow him to live. By the time they were done speaking, Huang Xiaolong had already been pushed countless miles away. Not too far behind him was an abyss that spewed terrifying sword qi. Yi Xiaotang's expression changed as she knew how terrifying the sword qi coming from the abyss was. If Huang Xiaolong was pushed into the abyss, the sword qi from within would shred his physical body to pieces. She knew that only Tao Venerables would be able to resist the sword qi coming from the grand array contained in the abyss. Those who hadn't reached the Tao Venerable realm would be killed without a doubt. In fact, it was possible that Huang Xiaolong's Tao soul would be crushed the moment he was assaulted by the sword qi. A trace of coldness flashed in Yi Beihang's eyes when he saw that Huang Xiaolong was approaching the entrance of the abyss. He released all the cosmos energy he had and roared, "Huang Xiaolong, die!" Huang Xiaolong was finally pushed to the edge of the abyss. Huang Xiaolong, to tell you the truth, the abyss contains a grand array set up by my Blue Heaven Creed. You won't be able to escape death the moment you fall in. Are you regretting your actions now? It's too late even if you wish to beg for mercy. I have already given you a chance. Bang! Huang Xiaolong was sent into the abyss. The sword qi swallowed him instantly. The expression on Yi Xiaotang and Aunt Qing's face changed. Yusheng shook his head silently when he saw what happened. What a pity! He had heard of the grand array contained in the abyss in the Blue Heaven Creed, and he knew that those under the Tao Venerable Realm would be killed. Fang Jing sneered coldly. No matter how talented he is, he's an idiot. A third resurrection primal ancestor dares to challenge the prestige of a Tao Venerable, and he wouldn't be able to make up for his mistakes even in death. He even wanted to challenge all four of them at once. Haha. He can't even withstand Yi Beihang's aura. What a joke. Even though Huang Xiaolong's appalling talent shocked her, she disdained people who didn't know their place. Yen San sneered inwardly when he saw Huang Xiaolong enter the abyss. The experts of the Blue Heaven Creed cheered happily. When the sword chi that was swarming Huang Xiaolong started to retreat, everyone widened their eyes in shock. What? When the sword chi was gone, Huang Xiaolong's figure appeared in front of all of them again. They could see that he didn't suffer even a single scratch from the sword chi. Not even his robes were damaged. How is this possible? Yi Beihang, Yen San, Wang Jin, and the others stared at him in shock. There was a look of confusion on their faces. Huang Xiaolong remained unscathed after standing against the sword chi. Was his body actually comparable to a Tao Venerable's? Huang Xiaolong looked at Yi Beihang coldly. This is nothing. Huang Xiaolong's Tao souls started to tremble, and a power more terrifying than what Yi Beihang had released earlier surged forth. The skies dimmed as the earth trembled. The power coming from Huang Xiaolong's body was even more terrifying than Yi Beihang. The expression of those standing around changed drastically. In fact, they turned deathly pale. They stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. It was as though they had seen something that shouldn't exist. Is this cosmos energy? How is this possible? Yi Beihang's voice trembled as he cried out in shock. They were looking at a third resurrection primal ancestor who could release cosmos energy. Moreover, the cosmos energy he released was even stronger, purer, and richer than what Yi Beihang possessed. It was as though a bolt of lightning struck them dead in the head as everyone stopped moving and looked at Huang Xiaolong with a horrified expression. Fang Jing opened her tiny little lips, but her pretty face was filled with complex emotions. Shock, fear, doubt. A multitude of emotions flashed through her eyes. Is this a miracle? That was a miracle that only happened once since the creation of the divine Tuo holy world. She couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. Since the start of time, no one had ever heard of a cultivator below the Tao Venerable Realm able to wield cosmos energy. The impossible was playing out in front of them right now. Huang Xiaolong, a third resurrection primal ancestor, was releasing stronger cosmos energy than Yi Beihang. It was frightening that a third resurrection primal ancestor could wield cosmos energy, but the strength he possessed was even stronger than a first esteemed Tao Venerable. That was simply inconceivable. Impossible. This has to be fake. Yen Sen screamed. This isn't cosmos energy. This has to be something else. It's something similar to cosmos energy. His shout shocked everyone. Fake. That's right, it has to be fake. How can a third resurrection primal ancestor wield cosmos energy? Only Tao Venerables are able to refine cosmos energy, and it's the law of the world. No matter how talented someone is, they can't go against the laws of the world. It has to be fake. Yi Beihang followed up. Naturally, he didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong was using cosmos energy. It might have been something similar, but there was no way it was cosmos energy. There were many different types of energy, and it wouldn't be strange for there to be something similar to cosmos energy. Fang Jing snapped back to reality as she patted her chest. Finally calming down, she sighed. That's right. It's impossible for a third resurrection primal ancestor to possess cosmos energy. I almost got tricked by him. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She was enraged by the fact that Huang Xiaolong had a type of power similar to cosmos energy, and she was tricked into thinking that it was real. Yusheng shook his head. I believed it for a moment, but now that I think about it, it's definitely impossible. It's even more inconceivable to think that the power he wields is stronger than a Tao Venerable. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent when he heard their accusations. Cosmos energy continued to flow out from his body. Preposterous. How dare you try to trick us? Yi Beihang glared at Huang Xiaolong as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Do you really think that you can resist the sword chi in the grand array of my blue heaven creed? I didn't activate it earlier, and you only faced a tiny portion of its strength. I'll let you experience the true might of our grand array. Yi Beihang's body shuddered. Cosmos energy poured into the void above him as it entered the grand array of the blue heaven creed. Streaks of Tao runes appeared from the void, and Yi Beihang's cold voice rang through the air. Die! The abyss started shooting out layers upon layers of sword chi, and they rampaged around the space around Huang Xiaolong. Compared to the sword chi from before, it was 1,000 times stronger. The true might of the grand array emerged. It was as though a slumbering beast in the blue heaven creed was awakened. What terrifying sword chi! Yushang's face changed immediately. This is the true strength of the blue heaven sword chi. Even a half-step Tao venerable would be killed. Fang Jing was equally as shocked. However, she sneered, he was lucky a moment ago to avoid death. Now, he won't be able to luck his way out of this. In front of everyone, the sword chi from the grand array swallowed Huang Xiaolong. Little by little, his figure started to fade. Huang Xiaolong's figure eventually disappeared. Nobody could sense Huang Xiaolong's aura within the sword chi. Fang Jing snorted. Look at that! He can't even put up the slightest bit of resistance. Who cares if he can wield the power of absolute frost and flame? His cosmos energy has to be fake too. If Huang Xiaolong was protected by cosmos energy, he wouldn't be killed so easily even if he was a third resurrection primal ancestor. When the unending stream of sword chi resided, everyone's expression froze as their countenance started to turn ugly. Huang Xiaolong was standing in the same spot, and it was as though he had never left. How is this possible? Fang Jing was speechless. Yi Beihang, Yen San, Wang Jin, He Yugue, Yi Xiaotang, and the others were equally shocked. Huang Xiaolong couldn't care less about their feelings. As he casually touched the scratches on his body caused by the sword chi, a sigh left his lips. As rays of light emerged from his body, and the marks on his body healed, he started to move and he appeared in front of Yi Beihang in the next instant. Bang! A punch landed on his face as the sound of shattering bones rang through the skies. Yi Beihang was sent flying into a mountain range far away. With their jaws dropping in fright, everyone else stared at Huang Xiaolong. One punch. A first esteemed Tao venerable was sent flying with a single punch from a primal ancestor. Fang Jing covered her mouth slightly as Yi Xiaotang's mind went blank. Yen San and the others failed to react in time as none of them had expected Huang Xiaolong to possess enough power to injure a Tao venerable. When everyone was stuck in a state of shock, Huang Xiaolong's figure flashed once again, and it appeared in front of Yen San and the others. When they saw how Huang Xiaolong appeared before them, Yen San and the others snapped back to reality. Their expressions were grim, and 2 sickles appeared in Yen San's hands. The sickles were crimson red, and they were stained with the blood of a holy devil. As soon as they appeared, the cries of devils could be heard in the air around them. The skies turned red as if blood was going to drip from the void. Yushang's expression changed drastically when he saw the sickles. Is this the blood demon sickles? What? Blood demon sickles? Fang Jing screamed in fright. The blood demon sickles was the artifact of the blood demon Tao venerable back then. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the blood demon Tao venerable used to hold the blood demon sickles and summon clouds and rain. Countless experts had witnessed the power of the sickles. But when the blood demon Tao venerable was killed, the sickles were nowhere to be seen. Some said that the Tao venerable's death was faked, and that he was sealed by a certain expert, and others claimed that he had managed to escape to the Thunder Light continent. As for the blood demon sickles, it had disappeared along with the blood demon Tao venerable. No one would have expected it to show up in Yen San's hands after such a long time. Yushang was almost certain that Yen San was holding the blood demon sickles. When the blood demon sickles was summoned, countless holy devils would cry out, and the surroundings would turn blood red. Huang Xiaolong die! Yen San slashed at Huang Xiaolong's waist, and a bloody aura gushed out from the void. The void around Yen San seemed to tear apart, and the world whimpered in fear. It was as though the death god himself was crying. Yushang, Xiaotang, and the others felt their Tao souls trembling. A wave of discomfort filled the hearts of everyone present as the aura of the blood demon sickles suppressed them. Yen San's eyes were bloodshot as he was ready to cut Huang Xiaolong down then and there. He refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong could stop the blood demon sickles with his physical body. After all, the blood demon sickles was a grand Tao artifact, and not even a first esteemed Tao venerable would be able to withstand the strike. There were countless blood demon curses inscribed on the sickles, and they were ancient curses filled with great power. Even Tao venerables would be hard-pressed to get rid of them once they were cut. There was no way in hell a third resurrection primal ancestor like Huang Xiaolong could defend himself against it. When that happened, his grand Tao physique would be exterminated by the blood demon curse. A second before the sickle could slice into Huang Xiaolong, the sound of metal scraping against each other rang through the skies as a long sword appeared to stop him. Yen San was startled, and so was everyone else. "Immemorial sword!" Xiaotang screamed. Everyone looked at the long sword in Huang Xiaolong's hand. The sword was the immemorial sword used by the immemorial Tao Venerable in the past. Back in the immemorial Immortal cave, Huang Xiaolong had managed to injure Su Jian and the others due to the weapon he wielded. Yen San was someone who had been through many battles, and he was able to react quickly. He screamed with rage, and the blood demon sickles started to glow crimson. It turned into a river of blood that wrapped itself around Huang Xiaolong. With another wave of the sword, Huang Xiaolong sliced the river of blood apart. Next, he punched out with his left fist. "Blue Devil Strike!" Yen San shouted out and counterattacked. The blood chi started to move as devils filled the air. These devils could wield cosmos energy, and they had the power of a Tao venerable. They were surrounded with grand Tao laws, and they could wield the blue heaven grand Tao energy. Strong. Yushang and Fang Jing were shocked. They couldn't help but gasp in fright. Yen San was only a mid-first esteemed Tao venerable, but with the help of the blood demon sickles that had the power of the blue heaven grand Tao, his combat abilities were even stronger than Yi Beihang. Bang! Yen San and Huang Xiaolong's attacks slammed into each other. A burst of blue and red light came from Huang Xiaolong's fist. The devils that had appeared in the air shattered in an instant. What? Yushang, Fang Jing, and the rest were shocked. Yen San's strongest strike that had used the power of the blood devil sickles along with the blue heaven grand Tao energy was destroyed by Huang Xiaolong's punch. Even though the power of absolute frost and flame possessed terrifying power, everything depended on the user. Huang Xiaolong was a third resurrection primal ancestor, and he shouldn't be stronger than a Tao venerable. Huang Xiaolong's fist didn't stop there. It continued to fly towards Yen San, and a dark green light emerged from his left hand. Yen San was sent flying from the attack. Dark green flames surrounded his body, and it caused him to wail out in pain. The faces of Yushang, Xiaotang, and the others changed. What power is this? Yushang looked at the dark green light in amazement. To be able to instantly shatter a Tao venerable's defenses, making someone like Yen San wail in pain, one could tell how extremely painful this attack was. One had to know that every Tao venerable possessed extremely strong Tao souls. No matter how much pain their physical body was in, they wouldn't cry out so painfully. To be able to cause Yen San to scream in pain, one could only imagine how strong the strike to his soul was. Everyone looked at Huang Xiaolong in fright. Could it be the power of rebirth? Wang Jin exclaimed. Power of rebirth? Yi Xiaotang muttered. But even if it's the power of rebirth, it's impossible for Master Yen San to scream out like this. The power of rebirth was strong, but it wouldn't cause a Tao venerable like Yen San to suffer in pain. Wang Jin was also surprised. Could it be the power of nirvana that is part of the 13 elements? Hyugue, who had been silent for quite some time, finally spoke. What? Wang Jin's expression changed drastically. As the oldest Tao venerable in the Blue Heavens Creed, he understood the power of nirvana. However, he thought that it was just a myth, There was no way someone could wield such power. Yushang, Fang Jin, Yi Xiaotang, and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong as terror flashed in their eyes. How could he possibly possess the power of nirvana? That was even more frightening than the fact that he could wield the power of absolute frost and flame. 3 peak-level powers. An early third resurrection primal ancestor actually possessed 3 peak-level powers. Senior brother, do you think it's possible that he actually wields cosmos energy? Fang Jing asked all of a sudden. Yushang was dumbfounded. Real? However, he shook his head eventually. That's impossible. It's not possible for a primal ancestor to form his own world. As such, it won't be possible for him to possess cosmos energy. Even if Huang Xiaolong had the power of absolute frost and flame, and the power of nirvana, he couldn't possibly wield cosmos energy. Wang Jin and the others finally recovered from their shock as they stared at Huang Xiaolong. Do you possess the power of nirvana? Wang Jin asked in surprise. How can you comprehend a peak-level power like that? He simply couldn't understand how Huang Xiaolong had managed to comprehend such a powerful ability. There were only several experts who could experience the power of the light of nirvana, and all of them were divine beasts born during the creation of the world. No one had seen the light of nirvana ever since. How in the world did Huang Xiaolong comprehend the power of nirvana? Did he manage to catch a glimpse of the light of nirvana? Moreover, it seems as though he managed to absorb the power of nirvana contained in it. Didn't the legends say that only a beast of creation could obtain the power of the light of nirvana? How in the world did a brat like Huang Xiaolong comprehend it? Wang Jin wasn't the only one confused. No one else understood how Huang Xiaolong did it. Huang Xiaolong looked at Wang Jin and muttered, "You guys are next." Before Wang Jin could react, Huang Xiaolong's figure appeared before them. The immemorial sword in his hand slashed downwards. The immemorial sword qi turned into a giant river that tore the space apart. With a punch from his left hand, the 3 peak-level powers converged as it shot towards Hyugue. Their expressions changed instantly as they tried to defend themselves desperately. Wang Jin used a short black knife that shone with a palpitating black light, while Hyugue wore a pair of golden gloves. Inside the divine Tua holy world, there were very few people who used gloves. However, Hyugue's golden gloves were covered in long black golden thorns that resembled claws. When he sent out a punch of his own, the thorns emitted a chilling dark golden ray that flew towards his target. Bang! Huang Xiaolong's sword qi and fist collided with Wang Jin's short knife and Hyugue's attack. The world trembled around them. Shockwaves tore through the surrounding space as a destructive force swept through the lands. Everything in its way was reduced to nothingness. In the distance, Yi Xiaotang and the others were dumbstruck. They couldn't help but retreat once again. They saw how Wang Jin and Hyugue were forced back repeatedly by the sword river unleashed by Huang Xiaolong, and their jaws dropped in fright. Wang Jin and Hyugue landed on a mountain range far away, smashing through countless palaces there. The palaces were built for the inner disciples of the Blue Heaven Creed. The entire area was filled with strong defensive formations, but it was useless in the face of absolute power as the palaces were reduced to dust. Fortunately, the disciples of the Blue Heaven Creed had escaped a long time ago. Otherwise, they would have been killed beyond a doubt. What? Everyone gasped in fright when they saw 2 Dao Venerables getting pushed back by Huang Xiaolong. Wang Jin was the strongest Dao Venerables in the Blue Heaven Creed, and he was a second esteemed Dao Venerable. Even with Hyugue's assistance, they were forced back by Huang Xiaolong. How terrifying is that kid? An early third heaven primal ancestor can actually possess such terrifying strength. This has to be impossible. Fang Jing muttered in shock. Yushang, Yi Xiaotang, and the others couldn't believe what had happened. Did the god of array behind Sangqiong's sacred land make a move? Yi Xiaotang asked. Everyone stared at each other, but Aunt Kingi shook her head eventually. When they had started the fight, Huang Xiaolong had fought alone. It wasn't possible for anyone to help him. When they thought about how Huang Xiaolong had managed to defeat all the Dao Venerables by himself, Aunt Qing's heart started to pound in shock. She couldn't understand how Huang Xiaolong did something like it. How could there be such an existence in the world? If Huang Xiaolong was a ninth resurrection primal ancestor, she wouldn't be overwhelmed with shock. Even if he defeated Wang Jin, she might be able to force herself to believe what happened. However, he was a third heaven primal ancestor. In reality, Huang Xiaolong was only able to defeat the Tao Venerables because of every miracle that had happened to him. If he had failed to form his small world and failed to comprehend the power of nirvana after experiencing the light of nirvana 3 times, he would never have been strong enough. Not to mention the fact that he had comprehended the power of absolute frost and flame. A loud blast rang through the skies as Yi Beihang charged out from a pile of rocks. Everyone could see that his face was crushed. As soon as he emerged, his anger was replaced with shock when he saw Yen San, Wang Jin, and He Yigui. Everything had happened in less than 10 breaths of time since Yi Beihang was sent flying by Huang Xiaolong. A trace of frost flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes when he saw Yi Beihang once again. His figure flashed and appeared right in front of Yi Beihang. He slashed the immemorial sword towards the man's skull. "Father! Be careful!" Seeing this, Yi Xiaotong's pretty expression sank, and she screamed. Just a moment ago, she was worried for Huang Xiaolong. She wanted to beg for forgiveness on his behalf. But now, she was worried that her father would be slain by the freak of a primal ancestor. As soon as she was done speaking, Yi Beihang was sent flying by Huang Xiaolong's immemorial sword qi. His robes were shredded to pieces by the sword qi, and the robes that signified the authority of the Blue Heaven Creed's patriarch that had been intact for tens of thousands of years turned into countless fragments that drifted in the air. Everyone stared blankly at Yi Beihang's sorry figure. The patriarch's robe was now. Yu Shang and Fang Jing's faces fell, and a terror overwhelmed them when they saw the fragments of Yi Beihang's robe. They knew that the patriarch's robe was a peak-grade Grand Tao artifact, and it was tempered by Yi Beihang's cosmos energy. It was way stronger than ordinary Tao artifacts, but Huang Xiaolong's attack had managed to shred it into countless pieces. If they were to take on his attack, wouldn't that mean? Just as Yi Beihang was struck by Huang Xiaolong's sword, 3 figures charged into the skies. They were Yen San, Wang Jin, and He Yigui, who had been beaten down by Huang Xiaolong. Yen San's armor had long since been destroyed by the flames of nirvana, and the other 2 were covered in dust. Wang Jin stared at Huang Xiaolong as panic and fear flashed in his eyes. Even though he tried to circulate his cosmos energy to suppress his injuries, the look of fear in his eyes betrayed his attempt to put up a brave front. The destructive energy from the power of nirvana ate at him, and he felt as though he was right before the gates of hell. As a Tao Venerable, it was preposterous for him to feel that way. After all, he wasn't supposed to die. At least not at the hands of a primal ancestor. Even so, that was the feeling he was getting. Wang Jin and He Yigui stared into Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and like Yen San, they failed to hide the fear in their hearts. When they joined hands to fight against the kid, it was as though they were running headfirst into a third esteemed Tao Venerable. No, the power Huang Xiaolong possessed was even stronger than an ordinary third esteemed Tao Venerables. His physical body was even stronger than theirs. As for his cosmos energy, it went without saying that it was leagues ahead of them. They couldn't understand how a third resurrection primal ancestor could possess so much power. They stared at Huang Xiaolong with a blank look, and none of them dared to move. A sprout of doubt formed in their hearts. 3 Tao Venerables were cowering before a third resurrection primal ancestor. From afar, the experts from the Blue Heaven Creed had no idea how to react. They stood there quietly as the world seemed to turn silent. A deafening sound broke the silence as Yi Beihang tore through the ground. Compared to earlier, Yi Beihang was much more embarrassed compared to the others. The fear in his heart was several times more than the rest. Huang Xiaolong, what do you actually want from me?" Yi Beihang stammered. Everyone couldn't believe what they were hearing. Breaking out into laughter, Huang Xiaolong sneered. "Weren't you going on about killing me? Yi Beihang, didn't you say that I won't get a chance to beg for mercy even if I wanted to?" Their faces turned red in embarrassment. "Yen San, when you offered a reward to capture me, Did you think that this would be your end? When you exterminated the various powers and killed countless disciples to force me out, did you foresee such an end? Huang Xiaolong glared at Yen San and snorted. Yen San's face turned extremely ugly. He continued indifferently, "Since you're finally asking me what I want, I shall state my conditions. I want the Blue Heaven Creed to gather the patriarchs under you and apologize to me publicly." Their expressions changed in an instant, gathering everyone under them to apologize to a third resurrection primal ancestor. "In addition, I want half your treasury," Huang Xiaolong added. Their expressions sank even further. "Half of the Blue Heaven Dao Creed's treasury. Lastly, I want you guys to hand Yen San over to me. I'll deal with him however I like," Huang Xiaolong exclaimed. Their faces crumpled when he stated his final condition, especially Yen San's, whose face was darker than black. He then laughed maniacally. "You want us to apologize publicly to a mere primal ancestor along with half the treasury? Are you deluded? Do you really think I'll submit to you just because you said so? Ha ha ha. Huang Xiaolong, who do you think you are? No matter what, you're a mere primal ancestor. Do you really think our Blue Heaven Creed is helpless before you?" Killing intent flashed in his eyes. "We have yet to activate the origin of our creed. The moment we do, you'll die even if you're 10 times stronger." That was right. Their Dao origin was the strongest weapon they possessed. Every creed produced a Dao origin of their own, and it was their strongest weapon. A Dao venerable might fall, but their Dao origin was eternal. It was the foundation of their power, and it ensured that a creed would be able to stay in power. The Dao origin would stimulate the grand Dao laws when it was gathered by the disciples during their cultivation process. When it happened for hundreds of thousands of years, the Dao origin would be born. With countless years of accumulation, one could only imagine how strong a Dao creed's Dao origin was. Huang Xiaolong, Yi Beihang's face sank, and he snorted, "Don't push your luck. If you turn around and leave now, we can pretend that nothing happened here today. Otherwise, we wouldn't mind using everything we have to activate the Dao origin. When that happens, you won't be able to live past today." Naturally, it would consume a lot of resources for them to do that. It wouldn't be easy to kill an existence like Huang Xiaolong. As such, the best-case scenario would be for Huang Xiaolong to leave quietly. A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips. "Allow me to leave? Killing me with your Dao origin? All right, since you think so highly of yourself, I want half of your Dao origin." "What?" The faces of everyone in the Blue Heaven Creed changed when they heard what he said. The Dao origin was the root of their creed, and not even the entire treasury could compare to half of the Dao origin. How in the world were they supposed to accept his condition? "Since we have nothing else to discuss, you can go to hell," Yen San snarled. "Patriarch, we have to take him down regardless of the price we have to pay." Yi Beihang nodded his head furiously, and he signaled for Wang Jin and He Yugui to assist him. Rays of light surrounded the four of them as cosmos energy poured into the deepest part of the creed. The entire area started to tremble as a terrifying force descended on the lands. The pressure it brought about was so heavy that everyone found it hard to breathe. The power that was coming from the depths of the creed was like a giant tire that crushed everything in its way. For a moment, everything under the heavens seemed to lose its power. Yushang, Fang Jing, and everyone else present were overwhelmed with shock. The strength of the Dao origin was much stronger than what they had ever imagined. If the strength Huang Xiaolong displayed earlier had caused them to feel smaller than an ant, then the power of the Dao origin made them feel like a speck of dust in the grand world. Indeed, in front of the Dao origin, even Dao venerables like Yi Beihang and Wang Jin felt insignificant. The Blue Heaven Dao origin is too frightening. Fang Jing's pretty face turned into shock, not to mention a first esteemed Dao venerable. Even a third esteemed Dao venerable wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. Yushang then added, "With the 4 Dao venerables and the Dao origin, Huang Xiaolong will have to leave his life behind today. He will die without a complete corpse. Nothing will be left." That was because he believed that no matter how strong Huang Xiaolong was, He wouldn't be able to withstand the combined might of the four of them who had the assistance of the Tao origin. I'm afraid Huang Xiaolong is still hiding some secrets. Fang Jing frowned. He doesn't seem worried at all. Yusheng shook his head. Even if he has some secrets on him, he won't be able to withstand their attacks. After all, no one can go against the Tao origin. Huang Xiaolong was too arrogant. They gave him a way out earlier, and he chose to barge through the gates of hell. It's too late even if he wishes to apologize and leave now. The power of the Tao origin has already filled the Blue Heaven Creed. Traces of Tao law lined the skies, and they blocked off the outside world. Huang Xiaolong couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Fang Jing looked at Huang Xiaolong with a complicated expression. She had to admit that his talent was monstrous, but he had to leave his life behind. If he could have endured his rage and chosen to retreat, he would have been able to return when he was strong enough. After becoming a Tao venerable, the Blue Heaven Creed would have bowed before him no matter how cocky he was. What a pity! What a pity! The four of them continued to call upon the Tao origin. The power of the Tao origin was like an endless ocean, and it managed to surprise Huang Xiaolong. However, his shock soon turned to joy. Even though the strength of the Tao origin was stronger than he had expected, if he managed to refine half of it, he would be able to enter the fourth resurrection primal ancestor realm. The drop of Huang Long blood essence might have been strong, but he only had a single drop. The Tao origin was different. It was something that the creed had accumulated for countless years, and even a tenth of it would possess endless might. Finally, the four of them managed to fully awaken the Tao origin. Huang Xiaolong, go to hell! Yen San laughed in a sinister tone and glared at him. Now that the four of them had completely merged with the power of the Tao origin, Huang Xiaolong needed to suppress the Tao origin if he wanted to defeat them. However, would he actually be able to suppress the Blue Heaven Tao origin? It was absolutely impossible according to Yen San and the others. Not necessarily. Huang Xiaolong's face was extremely calm. Why are you still trying to keep up that act of yours? You're about to die. Yen San sneered. You might have some tricks up your sleeve, and you can show them off now. Otherwise, you'll die with regrets. Huang Xiaolong stared at the Tao runes above him and smiled. All right, I'll show you my true strength today. He had expected them to activate the Tao origin long before he had started his attack. According to his plan, he would use the Tao origin to sharpen and improve his grand Tao laws. He could use the chance to temper his Tao souls and saint fates. He might have received the baptism from the light of nirvana 3 times in the past, but he needed the power of the Tao origin to sharpen his attributes. The only reasonable choice was the Tao origin of the Blue Heaven Creed. As soon as he was done speaking, the Tao soul in his body emerged. The fourth-ranked great immemorial Tao soul appeared in front of their eyes. Immemorial grand Tao energy filled the lands. It's the great immemorial Tao soul at the grand completion stage. As soon as Huang Xiaolong's Tao soul appeared, Yusheng gasped in shock. Yi Xiaotang and Fang Jing were equally as shocked. The 3 other Tao venerables couldn't believe their eyes. There were countless geniuses throughout the history of the Divine Tuo Holy World, but even then, the number of geniuses with Tao souls ranking in the top 5 could probably be counted on one hand. The Shenhuang Supreme Dragon Tao Soul and Nefarious Origin Tao Soul appeared at the same time. What? Shenhuang Supreme Dragon Tao Soul and Nefarious Origin Tao Soul? 3 great grand Tao souls. Yusheng, Fang Jing, Yi Beihang, Yen San, and everyone else were overwhelmed with shock. 12 high-order Saint Fates made their appearance. 12 high-order Saint Fates. Yusheng's legs softened as he fell to the ground. Those standing around felt terror creeping into their hearts. In the creeds of the Divine Tuo Holy World, one would be a genius among geniuses if they possessed 8 high-level Saint Fates. Those with 9 were geniuses of their generation, and only 6 individuals were talented enough to possess 10 high-order Saint Fates. There had never been a case of someone with 11 high-order Saint Fates. Now, Huang Xiaolong actually revealed the fact that he had 12 high-order Saint Fates. They shone brightly above him, and those from the Blue Heaven Creed felt a sharp pain in their eyes. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. 3 grand Dao souls, and 12 high-order Saint Fates, Xiaotang muttered. She was completely dumbfounded. This should be his true talent. No one moved. Even those who wanted to slay Huang Xiaolong previously stood frozen to their spot. Yi Beihang, Wang Jin, He Yugui, and Yen San looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. This time, there was no way they could stop him. Yi Beihang retreated the moment he saw Huang Xiaolong's revelation of strength. Could we really kill such an existence? Yi Beihang, who was extremely confident in the power of the Dao origin, started to doubt himself. If we fail to kill Huang Xiaolong, wouldn't that mean that our Blue Heaven Creed would be not just Yi Beihang, but the other 3 thought of the same thing? Yen San actually felt regretful. He finally regretted his actions of killing the disciples of the various sacred lands. He finally thought that persecuting Huang Xiaolong might be the wrong thing to do. Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze across the 4 of them and said, Yi Beihang, make your move. How could he not understand what the 4 of them were thinking of? Yi Beihang's expression was overcast, yet he didn't move. Huang Xiaolong, if you swear not to make things difficult for my Blue Heaven Creed, we can drop the grudges, and we can let you leave, Yi Beihang declared after thinking for some time. As for the surrounding sacred lands, we can compensate you. Our Blue Heaven Creed will give you several tens of millions Dao coins. Tens of million of divine Tuo Dao coins. Many sacred lands would consider that to be an astronomical amount. Huang Xiaolong smiled indifferently. I said it before, and I'll repeat myself once again. I am willing to leave if you make a public apology. Hand over half the treasury and your Dao origin, along with Yen San. Yi Beihang, Yen San, Wang Jin, and He Yugui's faces turned extremely unsightly. Yen San roared in anger. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think we can't kill you? So what if you have 3 grand Dao souls and 12 high-order Saint Fates? You're just a mere 3rd resurrection primal ancestor. If the 4 of us join hands and go all out with the Dao origin power, we'll slay you right where you stand. Yen San said to Yi Beihang, Patriarch, Huang Xiaolong is pushing us too far. Let's join hands to activate the Dao origin and kill him. Yi Beihang sucked in a long breath, and he glared at Huang Xiaolong. If you regret your actions now, we'll stop here. It's not too late for you to leave. Tens of millions of Dao coins isn't a small amount. It wasn't impossible for them to apologize publicly in front of all the patriarchs from the surrounding regions, but it was impossible for them to hand Yen San over. It was downright insane for Huang Xiaolong to ask for half the treasury and Dao origin. Huang Xiaolong smiled indifferently and kept his silence. To others, several million Dao coins was an astronomical amount. However, it was a drop in the ocean for the Blue Heaven Creed. The treasuries they had obtained when they had destroyed the surrounding sacred lands were worth much more than tens of millions. To put it bluntly, they were trying to shoo a beggar away with that amount. The Dao souls above Huang Xiaolong shone brightly, and boundless grand Dao energy poured down onto Huang Xiaolong. Rays of light came from the Saint Fates as the power of heaven and earth surged in his body. He might not have answered, but his actions made it clear. Yi Beihang's face turned extremely unsightly. Patriarch, Wang Jin muttered. Kill! Yi Beihang growled. Since Huang Xiaolong insisted on having a battle with them, they could only choose to use everything they had to eliminate the threat. Yi Beihang's entire body was covered in light, and grand Dao laws filled the skies. His cosmos energy poured out of his body unceasingly. Yen San didn't hold back as he gave it his all. Wang Jin and He Yugui could only cooperate and join hands to fully use the power of the Dao origin to deal with Huang Xiaolong. However, they were surprised by Huang Xiaolong's sudden attack. He appeared before them in an instant, and the power of absolute frost and flame fused around his fist. A blinding ray pierced into the skies as the heavens changed colors. Those who had retreated the moment the Dao origin had appeared could feel the terrifying power of absolute frost and flame from a distance. A horrified expression appeared on their faces. If they were struck by such a powerful attack, wouldn't that mean no one dared to imagine their end? Bang! A loud sound rang through the skies. With the help of the Dao origin, Yi Beihang and the others managed to take on the punch from Huang Xiaolong. The glaciers and sea of flames that had appeared in the skies were blasted away. Huang Xiaolong and the four Dao venerables took several steps back. Evenly matched. What? Yi Xiaotang and the others screamed in fright when they saw the result of the clash. Despite four Dao venerables joining hands and borrowing the power of the Dao origin, they were barely evenly matched with Huang Xiaolong. This result had greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Beihang, Yen San, Wang Jin, and He Yugui were similarly shocked. They couldn't believe how strong the kid standing against them was. An invigorated cry rang through the skies when they were still stuck in their state of shock. Again! Destructive power that contained the power to shatter the heavens swept through the world. A loud blast filled the ears of those present. The heavens shook, and the earth trembled. The Blue Heaven Creed seemed to be on the verge of splitting apart as cracks started to appear along the mountain range. Rocks crumbled and the rivers dried up. Palaces started to fall, and the disciples of the Blue Heaven Creed who were watching in the distance sucked in a cold breath. They summoned their artifacts to protect themselves, but they were too weak to stand up against the shockwave of the clash. After tumbling away, they quickly gathered into a circle as they desperately joined hands to withstand the impact. They were the only ones who were shocked. The four Dao venerables attacking Huang Xiaolong were struck silly. They were evenly matched initially, but as the battle progressed, Huang Xiaolong became stronger and stronger. His strength seemed to be endless. Gradually, Huang Xiaolong gained the upper hand. A few days later, the Blue Heaven Creed gave the order to gather the patriarchs of the various sacred lands around them. When the various factions were guessing the intentions of the Blue Heaven Creed, Yi Beihang apologized to Huang Xiaolong, a third resurrection primal ancestor, on behalf of the creed. The patriarchs present were shocked, confused, and puzzled. Not long after, the Blue Heaven Creed appointed a new palace hallmaster to replace Yen San, who had disappeared. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Blue Heaven Creed Patriarch, Yi Beihang, actually apologized to Huang Xiaolong. Didn't the Blue Heaven Creed offer a reward for capturing him previously? What happened? Could he be the son of a super expert? He might even be the young master or a stronger creed. Why else would Yi Beihang apologize to him? That has to be the case. Why would Yi Beihang apologize to a third resurrection primal ancestor? Also, Yen San seems to have disappeared. Could he have been abducted by the senior standing behind Huang Xiaolong? I heard that for the past few days, Yi Beihang and several other hall masters activated the Dao origin of the Blue Heaven Creed. They were locked in bitter combat with someone. Now I look at it, it has to be with the senior supporting Huang Xiaolong. They probably lost, and had to apologize to Huang Xiaolong. I heard that countless experts from the Blue Heaven Creed came out to witness the earth-shattering battle. What a pity! Yi Beihang passed down a gag order to prevent the result of the battle from spreading. The patriarchs all around the region gossiped among themselves for days, and a ton of speculations filled their minds. They were shocked by Yi Beihang's sudden change in attitude, but many of them thought that there was a mysterious expert supporting Huang Xiaolong in secret. The Saint Devil Sacred Land that had been standing tall for countless years was wiped out not too long after they offered their apology. The Saint Devil Sacred Land was the #1 sacred land in the Saint Devil Heavenly Cave, and their sect master, Su Dong, was a half-step Dao venerable expert, adding on the fact that Su Jian was Yen San's disciple. They possessed pretty strong backing. When they were wiped out overnight, many people were shocked. The experts stationed all around were absolutely certain that there was a supreme expert supporting Huang Xiaolong in secret. He had to be the one to wipe out the Saint Devil Sacred Land. Everyone who coveted the immemorial treasury was terrified by the sudden change that they gave up all thoughts on it. There were many sacred lands who tried to get close to Zhangqiong Sacred Land after the incident, and there were many who were willing to join their alliance. When everything went down, Huang Xiaolong sat in the void around the immemorial Immortal cave, and he looked at the jade bottle in his hand happily. The jade bottle was filled with the Dao origin of the Blue Heaven Creed. It contained half of the Blue Heaven Creed Dao origin. He had used absolute strength to suppress Yi Beihang and the others, and they had no choice but to give in to his demands when they lost the battle. Not only did he capture Xianxia, he also obtained half the Tao origin of the Blue Heaven Creed. Of course, he also obtained half their treasury. The Blue Heaven Creed Tao origin was accumulated over countless years, and it has an insane amount of power. If I managed to refine it, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but grow excited when he thought about it. He would break through to the fourth resurrection primal ancestor realm with no doubt. He might even reach the mid or late fourth resurrection primal ancestor realm. Originally, Huang Xiaolong's plan was to search for the Huanglong armor in the Dragonfish Creed. Now, he decided to refine the Tao origin before trying anything else. Besides, he was the only person capable of obtaining the Huanglong armor. He wasn't afraid that someone would beat him to it. After calming down, Huang Xiaolong opened the jade bottle. The Tao origin soared into the air. Huang Xiaolong circulated his Huanglong bloodline, and a giant dragon hovered in the air behind him. By opening its mouth, the dragon sucked in the Tao origin. Grand Tao laws, Grand Tao energy, and cosmos energy surged into Huang Xiaolong's body in an unending stream. Even with his terrifyingly strong physique, he was still stunned by the power from the Tao origin. Huang Xiaolong stabilized his condition as he started to refine the energy in his body. Time flew by quickly as years passed. When Huang Xiaolong was in seclusion to refine the Tao origin, news that shocked countless regions started to spread. I heard that the son of creation, Huang Shui, has already reached the limit of the primal ancestor realm. He's preparing to charge into the Tao venerable realm. His Highness Huang Shui has such monstrous talent. He entered the ninth resurrection primal ancestor realm several hundred years ago. In such a short amount of time, he reached the peak of his current realm. It's no wonder he's the #1 genius in our divine Tua holy world. I heard that His Highness Huang Shui has 2 great Tao souls. He has 10 high-order saint fates, and he managed to awaken his Huanglong bloodline. His Highness Huang Shui is personally protected by the Dragonfish Tao Venerable. The Dragonfish Tao Venerable is planning to use his cosmos energy to assist His Highness to ascend into the Tao Venerable realm. He's not the only one. The Tao Venerables of the other super creeds volunteered to do the same. 10 peak-level Tao Venerables. With the 10 of them, the creation of his small world will be perfect. There is no way anyone will surpass his level in the future. Since Huang Shui was the publicly recognized son of creation in the divine Tua holy world, every piece of news related to him rippled through the entire world. 10 years passed in a blink of an eye. Inside the immemorial Immortal cave, a figure slowly got to his feet. The might of a primal ancestor filled the lands. It was none other than Huang Xiaolong, who had completed the refinement of the Tao origin. He had not just managed to complete the refinement, but also reached the peak of the mid-fourth resurrection primal ancestor realm. After reaching the fourth resurrection primal ancestor realm and experiencing the fourth tribulation, his grand Tao physique was twice as strong as before. With his current combat strength, even if there were 2 Blue Heaven Creeds, they wouldn't be able to slow him down. If Yi Beihang, Wang Jin, and the others knew that he had only managed to reach the mid-fourth resurrection primal ancestor realm, they would probably die of fright. One had to know that the Tao origin was formed after countless years. Half of it was more than enough for a third resurrection primal ancestor to become a half-step Tao venerable. Even so, Huang Xiaolong had barely managed to enter the next cultivation level. Huang Xiaolong, you motherfucker shit. Quickly let me out. Xianxia screamed in rage like he had been doing for the past 10 years. Hearing the screams coming from the immemorial Grand Array, a sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips. Xianxia, who had been suppressed by the array, had been slamming against it for 10 years. His hair was in a mess and his eyes were bloodshot. He was nothing more than a madman at that moment. He couldn't escape, and he couldn't withstand the immemorial sword chi that came from the array. His life had been a living hell. Even though the immemorial sword chi could not destroy his physical body, it had the power to slice into his Tao soul. Huang Xiaolong's indifference angered Xianxia even further and he growled, Huang Xiaolong, I will kill you and rip you apart piece by piece the moment I leave. I've heard this so many times from so many people, but unfortunately for all of them, I'm still alive. Don't even dream of escaping. I'm going to kill you and refine your cosmos energy soon. A glint flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Yen San was stunned, but he started to howl with laughter. You? Killing me? Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that you can kill me? Who do you think you are? A god of creation. A Tao Venerable was supposed to be indestructible. Only a god of creation would be able to actually slay a Tao Venerable. As for the type of restrictions, only the strongest creation level restriction would be able to kill a Tao Venerable. When Yen San heard that Huang Xiaolong wanted to kill him, he sneered inwardly. Naturally, Huang Xiaolong didn't care about the man. Other people might be unable to kill Tao Venerables, but he was different. After breaking through to the fourth resurrection primal ancestor realm and crossing the fourth tribulation, his cosmos energy took a huge leap forward. If that were to continue, the small world in his body might transform into a great world when he entered the Tao Venerable realm. He would be at the same level as a god of creation. The moment he formed a great world, killing Tao Venerables would be nothing difficult. Of course, he wouldn't bother explaining himself to Yen San. Huang Xiaolong, if you let me go now, I will swear an oath to never look for you again. You can't trap me in here forever anyway. Using the immemorial grand formation to trap me here will drain a huge amount of your spiritual energy. You won't be able to kill me anyway. You're going to lose a lot if you choose to do this. Yen San attempted to arouse his sympathy. I'll agree to any conditions you have, and I can serve you for 10,000 years. Yen San continued. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent. The condition was indeed a little tempting. After all, gaining a Tao Venerable realm subordinate for 10,000 years was pretty great. Even so, an oath might not be able to restrict Yen San. Tao Venerables could use the cosmos energy in their bodies to expel the oath formed with his blood essence. As such, there was no way Huang Xiaolong would trust Yen San to do as he said. It was true that he would use a ton of spiritual energy to keep Yen San trapped in the formation, but due to his Huanglong bloodline, spiritual energy had never been an issue. Yen San was enraged to see Huang Xiaolong's reaction, and he rained curses on all 18 generations of his ancestors. When Yen San was in the midst of his scolding, Huang Xiaolong sent a punch towards his chest as the power of nirvana swallowed Yen San. A blood-curdling screech left his lips. After crossing the fourth tribulation, Huang Xiaolong's power of nirvana grew much stronger than before. Before Huang Xiaolong broke through, Yen San was like a little ant in front of him. One could only imagine how much more painful it was now. After he was blasted away, Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of Yen San and sent another punch flying to his chest. Every punch was filled with the power of nirvana, and Huang Xiaolong used his Huanglong bloodline to torture Yen San. His screams could be heard in every corner of the immemorial Immortal cave, and the Qilin's hair stood on end. Fortunately, everyone had left the immemorial Immortal cave for the Xianxia city. If they heard Yen San's screams, they wouldn't be able to sleep for days. Huang Xiaolong tortured Yen San for several days, and he only stopped after that. Eventually, Yen San broke down in tears. Yen San, a first esteemed Tao Venerable, a hall master of the Blue Heaven Creed and a supreme figure in the region, was beaten up so badly he cried. The immemorial fire and ice Qilin were dazed when they saw his tears. They had followed the immemorial Tao Venerable for countless years, and that was the first time seeing a Tao Venerable tortured so badly he cried. If the news were to spread, the entire divine Tua holy world would tremble. Huang Xiaolong, I won't do it anymore. Please stop. Yen San cried as he begged Huang Xiaolong to stop. He begged while weeping. How miserable would a Tao Venerable be if he had to beg a primal ancestor to stay his hand? A few days later, Huang Xiaolong emerged from the immemorial Immortal cave with the fire and ice Qilins. As soon as they were out, they looked at him with a weird expression. They were surrounded by Zhangxiong Old Man, Fei Yanzi, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng the moment they appeared. Everyone started chatting happily about the changes to Zhangxiong sacred land in the past years. Huang Xiaolong had been in seclusion the entire time, but there were countless sacred lands coming over to join the Xianxia alliance. By the time he emerged, the Xianxia alliance was the #1 power in the Saint Devil Heavenly Cave. In fact, it was the strongest alliance in the surrounding regions. There were 11,000 primal ancestors in the alliance, and the number was terrifying. One had to know that there were only 3,000 primal ancestors in the Saint Devil Heavenly Cave. Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed the development of Xianxia sacred land. He was worried to leave them behind, but it seemed as though he could head over to the Dragonfish Creed in peace. But just to be cautious, he decided to warn Yi Beihang, Wang Jin, and He Yugui before he left. "What, Xiaolong? Are you really planning to head over to the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave?" Xianxia old man asked Huang Xiaolong as soon as the feast ended. Fei Yanzi, Duan Feng, Fu Daosheng, and Zhou Hong were startled by the sudden decision. "Xiaolong, I wish to come." The moment Fei Yanzi spoke, Huang Xiaolong shook his head and cut her off. "I will only bring Long Jianfei and Duan Feng." He knew that Fei Yanzi only wanted to stay by his side. But the Dragonfish Creed was too dangerous. Looking for the Huang Long armor was a massive risk, and it would be inconvenient for her to follow him around. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng were from the peak-level creeds before they left, and they would be the best guides. Before he left, Huang Xiaolong used his cosmos energy to dispel the Inbor poison in Fei Yanzi. He was shocked to discover that the poison was starting to disperse under the power of his cosmos energy. The poison was completely driven out of her body after some time. Fei Yanzi nearly jumped in joy. The Inbor poison had been plaguing her for too many years, and she couldn't use her Grand Dao energy in battles. Her cultivation had been stagnant the entire time, but she could finally make some progress. Finally, the poison was gone. She heaved a sigh of relief the moment the poison disappeared. "Xiaolong, thank you." Out of excitement, Fei Yanzi hugged Huang Xiaolong and smiled happily. Huang Xiaolong cleared his throat and chuckled. "It's nothing. There's no need to be polite." Luckily for the two of them, they were the only ones present. If Xianxia old man and the others were there, he would have to endure their teasing for days. If he knew that his cosmos energy had the power to drive the poison out of her body, he wouldn't have waited for so long. The only thing that puzzled him was the fact that the Inbor poison wasn't supposed to be easy to neutralize. According to Duan Feng and Long Jianfei, ordinary Dao venerables would be hard-pressed to do anything to the poison. However, he was able to. Could it be because the cosmos energy he had was different from the rest? "I wonder what's the level of my small world," Huang Xiaolong thought inwardly. Like his Dao souls, the small world in his body was separated into different levels. It ranked from 1 to 10, and 10 was the highest one could go. As the level of the small world increased, the ability of the cosmos energy he wielded increased with it. The rate of growth was much faster than before, and the chances of it converting to a great world were much larger. In the divine Tua holy world, only the strongest creeds had the ability to test the small world in a Dao venerable's body. As such, he wouldn't be able to come to a conclusion anytime soon. Even though he couldn't determine the exact level, he felt that they should at the very least be at the 7th level. There was even a possibility that it to be higher. Dispersing Fei Yanzi's Inbor poison resolved Huang Xiaolong's worries. He would have never been at ease if he had failed to cure her, as looking for the Inbor king would be extremely difficult in the massive divine Tua holy world. Huang Xiaolong stayed in Xianxia sacred land for another month and gave pointers to Fei Yanzi and Xianxia old man. At the same time, he discussed the future of Xianxia sacred land. Huang Xiaolong felt emotional when he started to guide the old man. It felt like yesterday when he had received the old man's teachings. In several hundred years, their roles were reversed. A month later, Huang Xiaolong set out on his journey towards the Dragonfish Creed. "Xiaolong, will we ever meet again?" Before parting ways, Fei Yanzi asked softly as her eyes turned red. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second, but a smile formed on his face. "Silly girl, I'm going to the Dragonfish Creed. It's not like I'm not coming back. In several thousand years, I'll be back." With his current cultivation speed, he would definitely break through to the Dao Venerable realm in 1,000 years. After breaking through the Tao Venerable Realm, he would return. Of course, he needed enough cultivation resources to make that happen. Without it, it wouldn't matter how strong his Huanglong bloodline was. He would never be able to break through without the use of countless treasures. When she heard his promise, her eyes lit up, and she nodded her head slowly. Next, Huang Xiaolong bade farewell to Zhangqiong Old Man and Emoji. Though 1,000 years was not that long, it couldn't be considered a short time either. Everyone was reluctant to part. Let's go. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duanfeng leaped into the air and landed on the immemorial Qilins. They disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the only thing they left behind were 2 rays of light. As Huang Xiaolong's silhouette vanished, Fei Yanzi and the others stood motionless for a long time. The 2 of them moved extremely quickly, and they left the Saint Devil Heavenly Cave in a couple of days. Huang Xiaolong didn't head to the Dragonfish Creed immediately. Instead, he went to the Blue Heaven Creed. Decades ago, he had suppressed Yi Beihang and a few others. He knew that their hatred for him had reached the peak. Now, he needed to solve the problem at the root and make them surrender completely. To not attract attention, Huang Xiaolong used some treasures to redesign the Qilin chariot. He covered up the immemorial Grand Tao formation on it. By masking the smell, he changed their appearances slightly to make them look like ordinary Qilins. Now, his chariot looked like the ones used on Earth in the ancient times. During the journey, he didn't alarm anyone, and he headed straight for the headquarters of the Blue Heaven Creed. When he entered, Yi Beihang and the 2 other hall masters were sitting in the main hall. They were stuck in a dilemma. Patriarch, are we really going to take this lying down? He took half our treasury and Tao origin. This is nonsense. Whenever I think about it, I want nothing more than to rip Zhangqiong's sacred land into pieces. The Yugui roared in anger. He felt humiliated every time he thought about it. Yi Beihang sighed. What can we do? He was equally as angry. However, the 4 of them couldn't match up to Huang Xiaolong even with the assistance of the Tao origin. There were only 3 of them left, and the Tao origin's power was reduced by half. How in the world were they supposed to deal with the monster that was Huang Xiaolong? Maybe we can join hands with the glorious creed. Huang Xiaolong has to be hiding something. Moreover, the glorious creed will definitely be tempted by his immemorial sword and immemorial treasury. Wang Jin narrowed his eyes and said. Yi Beihang's eyes sparkled. I think we should do what Brother Wang Jin said. Since the start of the divine Tua holy world, no one has been able to possess 12 high-order Saint Fates. The glorious creed will definitely be interested to learn his secrets. Yugui added. We can even spread the news around to other creeds. When that happens, he'll die a miserable death. Rays of bitter resentment appeared from Yugui's eyes. Although Huang Xiaolong had forced them to swear an oath never to divulge the news of what happened that day, they were strong enough to withstand the backlash of breaking the oath. After all, damaged Tao foundations could be restored with enough treasures. Yi Beihang hesitated for some time, and he eventually growled, Fine, let's join hands with the glorious creed. I will pay them a visit soon. At this moment, a chilly voice rang through the hall. You are not going anywhere. Yi Beihang, Wang Jin, and Yugui were stunned when they heard the interruption. However, their expressions soon changed when they recognized the source of the voice. Huang Xiaolong. The 3 of them leaped to their feet. The skies started to tremble as their grand array was blasted wide open. The Qilin chariot appeared above them. Huang Xiaolong stood at the head of the chariot and stared at them with cold eyes. Long Jianfei and Duanfeng stood behind Huang Xiaolong silently. The faces of the 3 were devoid of blood when they saw Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, what are you doing here? Yi Beihang growled. Huang Xiaolong scoffed. I took away half your vault and your Tao origin. I came all the way here to thank you. Hearing the sarcasm, the 3 of them boiled with anger. It was an utter humiliation for them when Huang Xiaolong had taken away their treasures and Tao origin, and they were just reminded of it again from the man himself. If I didn't come, how would have I learned about your plans? Weren't you planning to hatch some plot to kill me? Huang Xiaolong gave them a deep stare. The three of them were at a loss for words. All of a sudden, I felt like I took too little. Leaving you guys with half seems a little too generous of me. Huang Xiaolong spoke casually. Huang Xiaolong, what do you mean? Don't push us too far. Otherwise, we'll drag you down with us even if we have to die here today. Yi Beihang screamed with rage. I'm going too far? Don't you remember what you all swore back then? Since you're planning to join hands with another creed before leaking my secrets, you can't blame me for what I'm about to do. Huang Xiaolong scoffed. His figure disappeared for a moment before he appeared in front of them. They took several steps back involuntarily. After all, Huang Xiaolong had caused quite a bit of trauma to them back then. You, what do you want? Yugui broke the silence. I'm going to beat you up, Huang Xiaolong answered. The three of them had no time to react as Huang Xiaolong swung his fists. The power of Nirvana split open the void as it tore through their armors to land on their bodies. Like Yen San, they released blood-curdling screeches. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng felt their hearts pounding in fear when they saw how Huang Xiaolong dealt with the three. The last time Huang Xiaolong had fought with Yi Beihang and the others, they were not there. They were witnessing Huang Xiaolong's strength for the first time. He could send 3 Dao Venerables flying with a single move. Both of them were completely dumbfounded by what they were seeing. On the other hand, the Fire and Ice Qilin saw the three of them flying away, and they closed their eyes. They could imagine their fate after hearing what had happened to Yen San in the immemorial Immortal Cave. The scene of Yen San being tortured to tears appeared in their minds. As expected, a day later, Yi Beihang, Wang Jin, and He Yugui broke down in tears. Just like Yen San, they were driven half to death by the power of Nirvana. The fight between Huang Xiaolong and Yi Beihang, Wang Jin and He Yugui had long alarmed Yi Xiaodang, Aunt Qing, and the members of the Blue Heaven Creed. When they saw the tear-stained faces of Yi Beihang and the others, they fell silent. Father? Yi Xiaotang mumbled repeatedly as if she had lost her soul. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng couldn't believe their eyes. 2 days later, the immemorial Qilin chariot tore through the skies. When Huang Xiaolong left, Yi Beihang, Wang Jin, and He Yugui bowed to send him off. They only got up after the chariot disappeared in the horizon. The thought of joining the glorious creed was no longer in their minds. Their eyes were filled with fear when they stared in the direction of Huang Xiaolong's chariot. When they thought about how Huang Xiaolong had taken away the rest of the treasury and another half of the Tao origin that was left, pain filled their hearts. They felt like crying again, but there were no tears left. I'm done, Yi Beihang cried. He felt a wave of darkness clouding his vision, and a sense of helplessness filled his heart. Huang Xiaolong didn't care about their reactions, and he played with the jade bottle in his hands as he went on his merry way. The jade bottle contained 1/4 of the Tao origin, and the remaining half of the treasury. Huang Xiaolong smiled at the jade bottle in his hand as Long Jianfei and Duan Feng looked at him strangely. The two of them still couldn't get over what had happened earlier. He took out 2 jade bottles and tossed them over. This is for you. There were 10 Blue Heaven Dao pills in each bottle, and they obviously came from the treasury. For us? Your Highness, this. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng were astonished when they saw the pills lying in the bottle. A low-grade Dao pill like the Blue Heavens Dao pill could only be used by a Vice Hall Master and above in top-tier creeds like the Dragonfish Creed. Moreover, it wasn't something they could use frequently. Long Jianfei had seen his master stashing away his Dao pills without using them. Now Huang Xiaolong gave them 10 pills like they were nothing. Accept it as there's plenty left. Huang Xiaolong laughed. With the amount he had taken from the vault, there were indeed a lot of them left. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng exchanged glances and accepted his goodwill as they got to their knees. Huang Xiaolong allowed them to get up, and he asked, "Tell me about the Dragonfish Creed in detail. I also wish to know about the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave." Even though they had told him a little about the region, he felt that the information he had learned previously was too vague. They told him everything they knew in great detail, and they didn't leave out the slightest bit of information. According to what they said, the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave contained more than a single creed. It was 1,000 times bigger than the Saint Devil Heavenly Cave, and there were 12 creeds located in the region controlled by the Dragonfish Creed. Speaking of the Dragonfish Creed, Long Jianfei was rather emotional and proud. Every inner disciple who belonged to a top-tier creed like the Dragonfish Creed would be proud of their own power. Of course, Long Jianfei wasn't a mere inner disciple. With his cultivation realm, he was a high-ranking personnel in the Dragonfish Creed. His master was a vice hall master in the faction. Since his master was a vice hall master, he knew many things ordinary inner disciples did not know. For instance, the Grand Dao Law and the forbidden arts in the Dragonfish Creed library, the forbidden grounds in the Creed, and other dangerous regions. In addition, he also knew the identities of the Dao Venerables in the Dragonfish Creed. He knew how strong they were and the Grand Dao art they used. He knew about their weapons and the ability of those artifacts. Long Jianfei listed them out one by one. The Dragonfish Creed has 36 halls and close to 100 Dao Venerable Realm experts. Huang Xiaolong gasped in shock after hearing Long Jianfei's introduction. He knew that there might be a lot of Dao Venerables in the creeds, but he hadn't expected there to be 100 of them. Long Jianfei nodded. Yes, Your Highness, 36 halls. The Hall Master and Vice Hall Masters of each hall are Dao Venerable Realm experts. The old ancestor of the Dragonfish Creed is a peak-level 9th esteemed Dao Venerable, and there are tons of experts stationed all around. Actually, Long Jianfei was clueless on the exact number of the Dao Venerables in the Creed. He could only give Huang Xiaolong an estimated figure. Huang Xiaolong's eyes twinkled. Could this be the strength of the strongest creed in the Divine Tuo Holy World? So, your Divination Creed has close to 100 Dao Venerable Realm experts as well? Huang Xiaolong asked Duan Feng. Duan Feng nodded respectfully. That seems right. Then again, I have no idea how many Dao Venerables there actually are. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a cold breath. It seemed as though he was too careless. There were about 20 creeds like the Dragonfish Creed and the Divination Creed in the Divine Tuo Holy World. There were countless mid-level creeds like the Blue Heaven Creed, and one could only imagine the number of Dao Venerables in the Divine Tuo Holy World. Huang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled with joy. It seemed that he had to break through to the Dao Venerable Realm as soon as possible. He might be able to sweep away weaker creeds like the Blue Heaven Creed, but he was nothing compared to the strongest powers. If he were to disregard his combat abilities, a fourth resurrection primal ancestor would only be a tiny ant in the Divine Tuo Holy World. After Long Jianfei and Duan Feng told him everything they knew, Long Jianfei hesitated for a while before asking, Your Highness, why are you going to the Dragonfish Creed? Huang Xiaolong had told them his intention to head over there, but he had omitted to tell them the reason behind it. I'm searching for something, he replied. The Huang Long armor was a creation artifact, and it would mean that his identity as the son of creation would be revealed. He didn't tell them the specifics as the implications would be too heavy for anyone to bear. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng exchanged glances. They had assumed that Huang Xiaolong wanted to join the Dragonfish Creed, but it didn't seem to be the case. Whatever it was, the Dragonfish Creed only accepted one batch of disciples every 10,000 years. Their selection process was extremely strict. So that's it. I thought that you would want to join the Dragonfish Creed. Long Jianfei smiled. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Not really. Though he could draw support from the resources of the Dragonfish Creed, there were lots of restrictions. He was sick of the infighting between the disciples. Besides, only Grand Dao pills and Dao origin-level treasures were useful to Huang Xiaolong now. Even if he joined the Dragonfish Creed and appeared as the son of creation, the Dragonfish Creed would never allow him to devour the Dragonfish Dao origin. As for Grand Dao pills, Huang Xiaolong had a ton of them. If he needed more, he would be able to obtain them without joining the Dragonfish Creed. According to what Long Jianfei said, there were several super commercial houses selling Grand Dao pills in the Divine Tuo Holy World. As long as he had enough Dao coins, he would be able to buy any number of them. He had already plundered the treasury of the Blue Heaven Creed, and he had more than enough Dao coins for the time being. Which is the strongest creed in the Divine Tuo Holy World? Huang Xiaolong asked suddenly. Both of them were taken aback. Your Highness, The strongest power in the divine Tua holy world isn't a creed, Long Jianfei muttered. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. Was there another power stronger than a creed? It's a power called the clandestine pavilion. Duanfei answered. Clandestine pavilion. Huang Xiaolong was astounded. This pavilion master of the clandestine pavilion is ranked the strongest in the divine Tua holy world. He's extremely strong, and no one can guess the power of the clandestine pavilion. Their power can be found in most regions, and in various other holy worlds. No one knows how many branches they have, and the number of Dao venerables is kept a secret. Huang Xiaolong was surprised. The clandestine pavilion has countless branches in the various holy worlds. The powers of the Dragonfish Creed and Divination Ancestor Creed were only limited to the divine Tua holy world. However, the clandestine pavilion's power seemed to extend across worlds. Yes, some say that the branches can be found in more than 100 holy worlds. There are rumors that they stretch even further than that, but no one is able to confirm the speculations. Duanfeng shook his head and sighed. Huang Xiaolong pondered. The clandestine pavilion seemed to be an extremely strong power. Was their pavilion master born during the creation of the world? Huang Xiaolong asked. Long Jianfei and Duanfeng shook their heads. No idea. There are some who say that he's the strongest expert born during the creation of the world, but there are also some who say that he's not from the Huanglong world. Huang Xiaolong widened his eyes in shock. Not from the Huanglong world? If he wasn't from the Huanglong world, the identity of the pavilion master would be terrifying. That was because he wouldn't be bound by the laws of the Huanglong world. In actual fact, Huang Xiaolong was not a member of the Huanglong world either. He was from the Panga world, and he wasn't restricted by the laws of the Huanglong world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess 12 high-order Saint Fates and a small world in the primal ancestor realm. In the Huanglong world, everything that was impossible was possible to Huang Xiaolong. Yes, someone said that the pavilion master of the clandestine pavilion might have come from the Panga world. Despite the rumors, no one is sure of anything. Long Jianfei shook his head. The clandestine pavilion is said to be privy to every secret in the world. As long as enough Dao coins are paid, one can obtain anything. Someone even managed to purchase a strand of Genesis Qi. Long Jianfei lamented. What? Genesis Qi? Huang Xiaolong exclaimed. After coming to the divine Tua holy world, Huang Xiaolong had been trying to find the source of Genesis Qi. After all, it was even more precious than purple grand mist aura, and he had enlisted the help of the Zhangqiong Alliance to search for it. Even so, there had been no news on it. Not to mention that the Genesis Qi was even more precious than absolute beginning Qi. It was equivalent to the origin energy formed by Huanglong world. Someone actually managed to obtain a strand of Genesis Qi from the clandestine pavilion. Long Jianfei nodded his head slowly. Yes, that's right. My master spoke of it once, and he said that an ancient expert in the 9th esteemed Dao Venerable realm managed to purchase the strand of Qi. My master didn't reveal the identity of the person who obtained it, but from what we know, the man spent his entire fortune and tons of Dao coins. From the guesses floating about, the expert spent more than 1 billion Dao coins. 1 billion Dao coins? Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in shock. That was indeed a shocking amount. He thought that he had been a rich little kid after obtaining the treasury of the Blue Heaven Creed. Now he realized that he was nothing. I had several experts of the Divination Creed speak of it back then. Even if several creeds combined their assets, they wouldn't be able to gather 1 billion Dao coins. Duanfeng lamented. That was no exaggeration. Even if the Blue Heaven Creed was sold, their worth wouldn't be close to 1 billion Dao coins. The Genesis Qi might be rare, but it's insane for a 9th esteemed Dao Venerable to spend so much in order to obtain it. Long Jianfei exclaimed. With 1 billion Tuashan Dao coins, he could buy a lot of Grand Dao pills. The sheer amount of Grand Dao pills he could buy would be much better than a strand of Genesis Qi. Duanfeng nodded in agreement. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong asked both of them about the clandestine pavilion. He wished to know everything there was to know about it. Huang Xiaolong felt a little uneasy when he thought about the clandestine pavilion. He finally felt a little pressure from the giant existence that was the clandestine pavilion. When they were engrossed in their conversation, the immemorial Qilin chariot tore through the skies. They left the region after several days. Even after leaving, Huang Xiaolong didn't stop for a rest. Instead, he continued on his way towards the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave. With hundreds of regions standing in their way, there was no time to rest. Even if the immemorial fire and ice Qilins had reached the half-step Dao Venerable Realm, it would take many years before they could arrive at the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave. If a normal primal ancestor rode in a normal flying ship, it would take hundreds of years to get there. Not to mention the fact that everything was based on the assumption that they wouldn't run into any spatial storms. If they were caught up in one, they might take more than a decade before arriving. Other than the spatial storms, there were countless bandit ships floating about in space. They weren't weaklings if they could roam about in space, and running into them would be a hassle. Huang Xiaolong kept himself occupied on the journey by entering the inner space of the immemorial Qilin array in the chariot, and he quickly refined the Dao origin he had obtained from the Blue Heaven Creed. It would take a few years for them to arrive at the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, and it was more than enough time for him to complete the refinement process. Not too long after they left, they ran into their first group of bandits. Even though these bandits were rather strong, the immemorial fire and ice Qilins, Duanfeng, and Long Jianfei had no issues in dealing with them. Huang Xiaolong remained comfortably in the array as he continued to cultivate in peace. In a blink of an eye, 6 years passed. 6 years was enough for Huang Xiaolong to completely refine the Dao origin he had received. At the same time, he successfully broke through to the peak late Fourth Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm. He assessed the time and came out from the array before asking for updates on their current position. Your Highness, we are now at the Misty Rain Heavenly Cave. After passing through Misty Rain Heavenly Cave, we will arrive in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave. The two of them responded respectfully. Misty Rain Heavenly Cave, Huang Xiaolong said audibly. The Misty Rain Heavenly Cave was one of the greatest powers in the divine Tuo Holy World. Their strength was comparable to the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, and there were over 10 creeds located in it. The strongest of them all was the Misty Rain Creed, and their patriarch was a 9th esteemed Dao Venerable. Its size was equivalent to that of the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave. Furthermore, you belonged to the Misty Rain Creed. The 6 geniuses of the divine Tuo Holy World were geniuses among geniuses. They had 10 high-order Saint Fates, and they were the only ones in the younger generation who were that talented. Their titles were the 1 Dragon, 2 Tigers, and 3 Moons. The dragon referred to Huang Shui, the son of creation with the Huang Long bloodline. The 2 tigers were the young patriarchs of the Divination Creed and Shenyuan Creed. As for the 3 moons, they were Yin Yu, Feng Yu, and Yu Yu. Yu Yu was a direct disciple of the Misty Rain Patriarch. The 3 moons were the 3 most beautiful women acknowledged by the divine Tuo Holy World. The extent of their beauty was known throughout the Holy World, and it was said that their very appearance would cause a war among their suitors. Your Highness, since we'll be passing through the Misty Rain Pavilion, should we pay a visit to the Misty Rain platform? It's said that Lady Yu would often give lectures in the Misty Rain platform. Long Jianfei asked with a smile. Huang Xiaolong looked at the two of them and sighed. Maybe next time. How could he not know what they were thinking? However, Huang Xiaolong did not have the time to relax. He would have to go to the Dragonfish Creed to locate the Huang Long armor before doing anything else. Long Jianfei and Duanfeng were rather surprised when Huang Xiaolong rejected their idea. However, since he had already made his decision, they didn't dare to say anything else. Did the two of you gain a lot during our journey? Huang Xiaolong inquired with a smile. Long Jianfei and Duanfeng snapped out of their thoughts and nodded awkwardly. They had met many bandits on the way, and with their strength they were the ones doing the robbing. They plundered many bandit groups along the way, and they were a little richer than before. Huang Xiaolong took out a Blue Heaven Dao pill and tossed it into his mouth before asking them about their adventures. Long Jianfei and Duanfeng were amazed at how Huang Xiaolong was chewing the Blue Heavens Dao pill like a snack. Even Dao venerables wouldn't dare to eat it like popcorn. Roughly 2 months later, Huang Xiaolong's group finally entered the Misty Rain Heavenly Cave. We've finally arrived. When they stood in the Dragon Fish Creed's vast starry space, Long Jianfei sighed with complicated feelings. It was his numerous thousand years of lingering dream to return to this place, and he was finally back at the Dragon Fish Creed on this day. He had despaired after landing in Xianxia Holy World from encountering an unexpected space crack many years ago. He hadn't dared to dream of having the chance to return to the Dragon Fish Creed. I wonder if Master is doing all right? Long Jianfei had yet to come out from his melancholic emotions. Seeing the Dragon Fish Creed sceneries once again triggered a rush of old memories that were buried away. Surrounded by the Dragon Fish heavenly caves' profound Grand Dao laws and vigorous Grand Dao energy, Huang Xiaolong could feel his Huang Long bloodline's excitement. Upon arriving at the Dragon Fish heavenly cave, the flow of his Huang Long bloodline had increased slightly. Was it because I am closer to the Huang Long armor? Huang Xiaolong guessed inwardly. Your Highness, where should we go now? Long Jianfei inquired Huang Xiaolong's opinion. Go directly to the Dragon Fish Creed, Huang Xiaolong said without thinking. Nothing was more important than locating the Huang Long armor as soon as possible. It was not only because there was a possibility that the Huang Long armor contained the god of creation Huang Long's blood essence, but also because the Huang Long armor could nurture his flesh and bones and further strengthen his Huang Long bloodline once integrated into his body. At the same time, his Dao physique, Dao souls, and Saint Fates would also benefit. Naturally, with the Huang Long armor, his defenses would rise to an even higher threshold. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong's group rushed straight to the Dragon Fish Creed without stopping. The Dragon Fish Creed was located on the extreme east of Dragon Fish Heavenly Cave, thus it would take a little over a month for Huang Xiaolong's group to reach there. However, when Huang Xiaolong's group reached the Dragon Fish Creed more than a month later, they were stopped by Dragon Fish Creed's disciples, and they were told that the entire Dragon Fish Creed was currently under full lockdown. Only Dragon Fish Creed's disciples were allowed entry and exit, but no outsiders were allowed. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help frowning upon hearing that. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng exchanged a doubtful glance, as both were slightly baffled. Under general circumstances, if there was no major event, it was impossible for a Creed powerhouse to execute a full lockdown. After some inquiring from the Dragon Fish Creed's disciples, Long Jianfei learned that the full lockdown was because the son of creation Huang Shui was in seclusion to break through to Dao Venerable Realm. As a precaution, the Dragon Fish Creed had ordered a full lockdown, prohibiting outside disciples from entering the Dragon Fish Creed. In this situation, they could only wait for Huang Shui to break through to Dao Venerable Realm and exit seclusion before the lockdown could be lifted, allowing them to enter the Dragon Fish Creed. Both Long Jianfei and Duan Feng were at a loss. Is it actually for this reason? It had never occurred to them that Huang Shui's seclusion to break through to Dao Venerable Realm would cause the Dragon Fish Creed to take such a measure. It looked like the Dragon Fish Creed attached a great importance towards Huang Shui's breakthrough to Dao Venerable Realm. Then again, it was not strange. Huang Shui was the son of creation everyone recognized. Not to mention that the Dao Venerable Realm was an important cultivation realm. Hence, in order to ensure Huang Shui was not disturbed in any way, the entire Dragon Fish Creed was under lockdown. Your Highness, what do you think? Long Jianfei asked Huang Xiaolong with his eyes. We will leave here first, and then think of a way. Huang Xiaolong replied solemnly. Since the Dragon Fish Creed was on full lockdown, they couldn't really break in by force. Even a Dao Venerable wouldn't dare to do that, unless he was tired of living. In the end, Hunag Xiaolong's group could only leave for the time being. Your Highness, if my Dragon Fish Creed's inner disciple identity is rectified, I should be able to bring you in, Long Jianfei said. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong's foot halted midway. However, my ambiguous situation requires many layers of verification to be rectified, and going through each process takes time. Roughly calculating, the shortest time would be a year, said Long Jianfei. It was a standard procedure for a Dragon Fish Creed's disciple's identity to be revoked if they had been missing for a number of years. The disciple's identity could be rectified if he returned after various stages of verifications. For an ordinary disciple, it could take several years to recover his identity. However, Long Jianfei used to be a deacon of the mission hall, and his master was the mission hall's vice hall master. Hence, the process would speed up significantly. Even so, 1 year would be the shortest duration. Once his identity was righted, and he was able to see his master, asking his master to help bring Huang Xiaolong into the Dragonfish Creed wouldn't be a problem. As the Vice Hall Master of Mission Hall, his master's authority was quite high. 1 year. Huang Xiaolong sighed in relief and said, "Then, let's find a place nearby to settle down first." 1 year he could wait this long. If he had to wait for Huang Shui to advance to Dao Venerable Realm, who knew how long he would have to wait? Regardless of how amazing Huang Shui's talent was, in addition to the assistance provided by the Dragonfish Creed's Dao Venerables, optimistically speaking, it would take Huang Shui several decades to advance. How troublesome would things become to wait several decades? "How about your highness goes to my Long family?" Long Jianfei suggested. Huang Xiaolong nodded. All right. Long Jianfei had mentioned to Huang Xiaolong in the past that before he was accepted into the Dragonfish Creed, he was a Long family's disciple of Monarch Yu Sacred Land, and his father was the Long family's patriarch. Coincidentally, Monarch Yu Sacred Land was close by. Hence, Huang Xiaolong and his group detoured to the Monarch Yu Sacred Land. About 2 weeks later, Huang Xiaolong's group arrived at the Monarch Yu Sacred Land on the Qilin chariot, descending on the Dragon Emperor continent where the Long family was situated. The Long family was one of 4 top clans on Dragon Emperor continent in the past. Especially after Long Jianfei had successfully joined the Dragonfish Creed, the Long family had become even more prominent, and there were more than a dozen continents under their governance. The Dragon Emperor continent was merely one of the continents under the Long family. But as Huang Xiaolong entered the Dragon Emperor continent's airspace, he was confused. The Dragon Emperor continent wasn't as prosperous as he had imagined it would be. Accordingly, the Long family was one of 4 top powerhouses on Monarch Yu Sacred Land, and this Dragon Emperor continent where the Long family was headquartered should have been bustling and prosperous. However, as far as they could see, the atmosphere felt heavy and the surroundings could be described as desolate. Forget being prosperous, he could barely see the shadow of a human. Long Jianfei's heart sank with a gloomy feeling, and at the same time, a premonition arose in his heart. In his memory, the Dragon Emperor continent did not look like this at all. The Dragon Emperor continent was extremely prosperous, and there were numerous cities and even more people. But now, it was as if he had entered abandoned ruins, as the cities were lifeless and dilapidated with thick moss covering the city walls and streets. The closer they got to the center region of Dragon Emperor continent, the uglier the look on Long Jianfei's face became. Huang Xiaolong frowned. Although he wasn't sure what had happened there, one thing was certain that in the period Long Jianfei was missing, a major event had happened to the Long family, or the Dragon Emperor continent wouldn't have fallen into this state. On second thought, Long Jianfei had left the divine to a holy world for many a 10,000 years, and it wasn't surprising that something had happened to the Long family. Many things could happen to a sacred land or a powerful creed in that amount of time. Everyone silently sped up after seeing Long Jianfei's increasingly urgent expression. Before long, the Long family's headquarters, Dragon City, was within sight. Compared to the cities they had seen on the way here, there were at least signs of life here. They could see people entering and leaving through the city gates, which slightly eased Long Jianfei's worries. Despite the traffic at the city gates, there were merely a handful of people. The entire Dragon City exuded thick despondence, like a candle in the wind, or an old man who had lost all vigor and vitality. There were no people guarding the Dragon City's city gates, and not even a single guard could be seen. The Dragon City didn't look like a city. It looked more like a dilapidated square that anyone could enter and leave at any given time. After Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duanfeng entered the city on the Qilin chariot, they saw that the city was just as lifeless on the inside. There were no guards patrolling the streets at all. From one end of the streets to the other end, there were only a few shops. Even so, there were no customers patronizing these shops. These buildings were covered with thick layers of dust. Clearly, it had been a long time since anyone had entered inside to buy things that shop owners and staff couldn't be bothered to clean the facade. Knowing Long Jianfei was anxious to return, Huang Xiaolong ordered the immemorial fire and ice Qilin to increase their speed. The immemorial ice and fire Qilin sped through the empty streets like a gust of wind, leaving only afterimages of intertwined fiery red and icy blue streaks of lights. What's that? It looked like a chariot. A chariot? So fast. It's at least a saint-grade artifact. Is there a true Saint Realm Lord passing by our Dragon City? Impossible, right? How could a true Saint Big Shot dare to come to our Dragon City nowadays? As the Qilin chariot sped away, it alerted several forces leaders within the Dragon City. Then again, these people's strength wasn't high, a number of them were only half-true saints, and the majority of them were venerables, sovereigns, and even Emperor Realm. There wasn't a true saint amongst these people. Therefore, these people were unable to judge the immemorial ice and fire Qilin's strength, except for it might be a true Saint Realm beast. With the immemorial ice and fire Qilin's high-speed flight, it didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng to reach the Long family's main residence in the Dragon City. At the main entrance of the Long family's main residence, there was a stone lion statue on the left side. However, the stone lion statue on the right was missing. However, there were two guards guarding at the entrance, looking crestfallen as they sat slumped on the ground, with the most common blades hanging on their waists, occasionally yawning without any spirit. As they saw a chariot suddenly descending in front of them, the two venerable realm guards jumped to their feet. They seemed flustered and nervous as they looked at the chariot warily. Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng alighted from the Qilin chariot. Lords, what purpose do you have for coming here? The guards asked nervously. One could only wonder if these guards' nervousness was due to their sudden visit or other reasons. Neither Huang Xiaolong nor Duan Feng spoke. It was Long Jianfei who was looking sadly at the old, mottled gates, and he asked, "Is this the Long family's main residence?" The facade of the Long family's main residence was simply too broken down. The signs of age and damage were glaring to the eyes, and this appearance differed too much from the memories in Long Jianfei's mind. He even doubted if this was still the Long family's main residence. "Yes, this is the Long family's main residence," the two guards stammered as they replied. "Dragon Emperor Continent's clan of the Dragon Emperor? Long family's main residence?" Long Jianfei asked again. He was afraid there was a mistake, and he couldn't help asking again. "Clan of the Dragon Emperor?" The two guards were stunned. They had not expected this question. In the time of their ancestors, at the peak of the Long family's glory, they were indeed hailed as the clan of the Dragon Emperor. However, no one had called the Long family by this title for a very long time. Several 100 million years ago, our Long family was indeed titled Clan of the Dragon Emperor, and this is the main residence. One of the guards hesitated before replying. Hearing that, Long Jianfei turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Then he walked towards the gates with Long Jianfei and Duan Feng. Seeing this, the two Long family's guards exchanged startled looks and hurried after the three of them, intending to stop Huang Xiaolong's group from going further. But to their astonishment, they were blocked some distance away by an invisible energy. No matter what they did, they couldn't get close to the three people. This discovery shocked the two guards, and a thought flashed through their heads. True Saint experts. "Lords, you all?" One of the Long family's guards spoke hurriedly, wanting to ask, but he saw Long Jianfei lightly push his palm forward, and the main entrance gates opened. Both Long family's guards were stunned once again. Although their Long family's main residence gates had once been bombarded, damaging the array formations on it, it wasn't something a true saint could easily push open. Could these three be high-level true saint experts? While the two guards were dazed, Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng had already entered the Long family's main residence. "What should we do?" one of them muttered anxiously, flustered and at a loss. "Quickly, hurry up and report the matter to the chief steward." The other guard hurriedly took out a communication symbol and reported the matter up. After stepping into the Long family's main residence, Huang Xiaolong's eyes swept over the decorative rocks, water sources, and rows of terrace, revealing the residence's once glorious era. However, many of these buildings had shown signs of crumbling, and some places where some decorative items and little mountains were placed were now empty. Clearly, these items were removed. Long Jianfei's face sank. Just as Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng walked further in. Suddenly, a group of people came at them from the front. It was a large group of people, more than 1,000 people. This group of people seemed infuriated and nervous, as if they were about to face off against a formidable enemy. Clearly, the Long family's experts had gathered in a haste and rushed over after being informed by the guards. However, when the few people leading the group saw Long Jianfei, the surging anger and tension in the air vanished in an instant. They stared at Long Jianfei with surprise and doubt, and as the seconds ticked away, a glimmer of light emerged in their eyes, and their eyes soon became misty with tears. You are Dragon Emperor, young lord? The old man at the head of the group suddenly hurried towards Long Jianfei like an arrow, asking in disbelief as his body trembled with excitement. He had recognized Long Jianfei, but he couldn't believe his eyes. Their Dragon Emperor, young lord, had been missing for many years. Someone who was declared dead by the Dragon Fish Creed had suddenly appeared in front of them, and it naturally caught them off guard. Yes, you're Uncle Feng, aren't you? Long Jianfei too was slightly agitated when he saw the old man whose face was full of wrinkles and a head full of white hair. The rest of the angry experts were stunned on the spot, and they looked astonished. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they stared at Long Jianfei. Dragon Emperor, young lord. Their Long family once had a young master who was hailed as the Dragon Emperor, young lord. Could it be? Dragon Emperor, young lord. It's you. It's really you. You're finally back. The old man called Uncle Feng suddenly fell to his knees in front of Long Jianfei and wailed sorrowfully, or perhaps it was excitement. Dragon Emperor, young lord. It's Dragon Emperor, young lord. It's really him. Other experts who had seen Long Jianfei in the past also shouted excitedly and fell to their knees, crying, "You've finally come back!" Other Long family's experts reacted a moment later after the initial shock. All of them immediately knelt on their knees and cried out Long Jianfei's title when they learned that the person standing in front of them was the reputed Dragon Emperor, young Lord Long Jianfei. The two guards, who had hurriedly followed after Huang Xiaolong's group, froze on the spot when they stumbled on the scene, and they were completely dumbfounded. This Dragon Emperor, young lord. Both of the guards' attention was on Long Jianfei, and it changed from shock to excitement and delight as they quickly knelt on their knees. Long Jianfei took a step forward and helped the old man Uncle Feng up from the ground, and then said to everyone, "Everyone, stand up." Only then did everyone rise from the ground. "This is His Highness." Long Jianfei introduced Huang Xiaolong to Uncle Feng and everyone present. His Highness? Uncle Feng and the others' bewildered gazes fell on Huang Xiaolong. A few of them knew Long Jianfei's past status and identity very well. Long Jianfei was the Dragon Fish Creed's inner disciple and a senior deacon of the Mission Hall, as well as he was the Mission Hall Vice Hall Master's personal disciple in the past. Yet, he willingly recognized this young man as His Highness. Although the Long family's experts were greatly surprised by Huang Xiaolong's identity, none of them dared to ask questions. All of them quickly saluted Huang Xiaolong. It was inconvenient for Long Jianfei to reveal too much about Huang Xiaolong's identity. Hence he changed the subject. "Uncle Feng, where are my father and the others? How did the Long family end up like this? What's going on? Also, your body, how come?" Long Jianfei asked several questions in a row. Uncle Feng was the chief steward of the Long family's main residence. His actual name was Long Chunfeng, and he was also an older generation expert of the family. At Long Jianfei's question, Long Chunfeng hesitated and grasped for words. "The old patriarch, he?" Long Jianfei's face turned unsightly as he mustered the words with difficulty. "Uncle Feng, could it be that my father has?" Hearing that, Long Chunfeng quickly waved his hand and shook his head. No, old patriarch isn't. But what?" Long Jianfei urged anxiously. "It's just that. The old patriarch and a few others. All of them were hit by an evil curse, causing them to fall unconscious." Long Chunfeng replied in a hurry. Long Jianfei's face darkened. "Where are my father and the others now? Bring me to them quickly." Long Jianfei decided to ask about what had happened during these years later. The most important thing right now was to see his father's situation. Long Qinfeng and a group of Long family's experts led Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng to a building in the deepest part of the residence. And inside the building were more than a dozen ice coffins. Yes, these ice coffins were built from the rare profound ice, and inside each ice coffin lay one person. Father, elder brother, mother, little sister. After seeing the faces under the ice coffin covers, Long Jianfei paled, and he rushed forward, calling them, "Dragon Emperor, young lord, don't touch." As he saw that Long Jianfei was about to lean directly on the ice coffin the old patriarch was sleeping in, Long Chunfeng swiftly reminded, "The evil curse on the old patriarch would transmit to whoever touches them. Even a primal ancestor expert was no exception." Huang Xiaolong's and Duan Feng's eyes narrowed as they observed the conditions of the people within the ice coffins. Huang Xiaolong could see the people within the ice coffins were cursed with a very powerful curse, and the person who had cursed them was likely to be a Dao Venerable Realm expert. The power of this curse was much more terrible than the Yin borer poison that Fei Yanzi had suffered from previously. It could be said that this curse was 1,000 times more terrifying. Although the effects Yin borer King's Yin borer poison were damaging, at least the Yin borer King was merely a high-level primal ancestor at that time. Compared with the strength of a Dao Venerable Realm, the Yin borer King was simply mud under the feet. Who did this? Who was it? Who? Long Jianfei demanded as he stood before his father's ice coffin. Long Chunfeng hesitated briefly before answering, "It's the Yu family." "Yu family." Long Jianfei stiffened. Long Chunfeng nodded his head in affirmation and elaborated, "Yes, it's the Yu family. At the peak of our Long family, the Yu family already had the intention to annex our family. However, young lord, you happened to be accepted into the Dragonfish Creed and became Lord Qianxi's personal disciple. That nipped the Yu family's intention in the bud. But after young lord went missing, especially after the Dragonfish Creed announced your death, the Yu family no longer held back." Long Jianfei's expression was extremely sullen as he spat through gritted teeth. "Yu family!" The Yu family was none other than the most powerful family in the Monarch Yu Sacred Land. There were 4 major families in the Monarch Yu Sacred Land, and the Yu family was the one with the oldest legacy, whereas the Long family was the youngest amongst the 4 major families but was developing rapidly. After Long Jianfei was taken as a personal disciple by Lord Qianxi, the Dragonfish Creed's Mission Hall Vice Hall Master, the Long family's rise was unstoppable. The Long family had become a force only second to the long-standing Yu family. When Long Jianfei was accepted as Lord Qianxi's personal disciple, the Yu family's old ancestor had come to congratulate in person, and even proposed a marriage between the Yu family patriarch's daughter, Yu Xian, to Long Jianfei. Yu Xian was a daughter of heaven with more than outstanding cultivation talent. Although she had not enrolled in the Dragonfish Creed, she had become the inner disciple of another creed in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave. At that time, Long Jianfei had harbored some feelings towards Yu Xian. Hence, the marriage proposal was agreed upon. However, with the wedding just around the corner, Long Jianfei had gone missing when he was out on a task. He had encountered a space crack and ended up in Sangqiong Holy World. Where was my master when the Yu family attacked the Long family? Did my master not support the Long family? Long Jianfei asked heavily as he tried to suppress the roaring anger in his chest. Long Senfeng shook his head. After young lord went missing, it was said that Lord Qianxi entered the bright lightning abyss searching for something. There was no news of him after that. What? My master is missing. Long Jianfei's mind went blank. Both Huang Xiaolong and Duan Feng had not expected that either. Long Chunfeng nodded. Yes, it was exactly because of Lord Qianxi's absence that the Yu family acted unscrupulously. Later on, a genius that integrated with 7 high-order Saint Fates appeared in the Yu family, and that disciple was accepted into the Dragonfish Creed. The Enforcement Hall's Hall Master accepted him as his personal disciple. Long Jianfei's heart sank when he heard that, and his expression worsened. Huang Xiaolong frowned. That Yu family's genius disciple is called Yu Zhou. and it is said that he's currently working for the son of creation Huang Shui. Long Chunfeng added awkwardly. Huang Shui. Huang Xiaolong and Duan Feng exchanged a glance. Long Jianfei's face turned green and white, and no one knew what he was thinking. One time, the old patriarch and the others went out and encountered a Dao Venerable expert. This Dao Venerable attacked the old patriarch and the others without a word. Long Chunfeng went on. The old patriarch became like this after being hit by that Dao Venerable's secret art, and that Dao Venerable was an expert from the mystical pavilion hired by the Yu family. Huang Xiaolong, Duan Feng, and Long Jianfei were dumbfounded. You say that Dao Venerable is someone from the mystical pavilion? Huang Xiaolong spoke for the first time. The mystical pavilion. The divine Tua holy world's most powerful force. It was also the number one force in the Huanglong world. In that case, this matter was quite troublesome. It is so, Your Highness. Long Chunfeng answered Huang Xiaolong respectfully. It was the mystical pavilion. As long as you can afford to pay, the mystical pavilion can help you accomplish any task. Ever since that incident, the Yu family began suppressing us in every aspect. Many of our disciples ran away and betrayed us, so Long Jianfei fell into heavy silence as he looked at his parents, elder brother, and younger sister inside the ice coffins with pain stabbing at his heart like a knife. Although the curse is very strong, I can give it a try, Huang Xiaolong said suddenly. Long Jianfei blanked for a second. Then elation rushed to his face as he faced Huang Xiaolong. Your Highness? You mean you can? When he heard Long Chunfeng say that the curse on his father, elder brother, and the others was placed by a Dao Venerable expert, he subconsciously thought that Huang Xiaolong had no way to resolve it. But now he grasped at the glimmer of hope in Huang Xiaolong's words. On the other hand, Long Chunfeng and other Long family's experts looked at Huang Xiaolong in astonishment when they heard Huang Xiaolong's words. Could it be that His Highness is also a Dao Venerable expert? Your Highness is a Dao Venerable expert? Long Chunfeng asked cautiously. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. No. The answer brought a bout of disappointment in everyone's heart. But considering Huang Xiaolong's status, Long Chunfeng and the others didn't dare to show their disappointment on their faces. Long Chunfeng organized his words in his head before saying to Huang Xiaolong and Long Jianfei, Your Highness, young lord, all these years, we've invited many experts to check the old patriarch and the others' condition. We even invited a lot of half-step Dao Venerable experts, but even perfection half-step Dao Venerables are powerless against this curse. There was even the risk of suffering backlash if they were a little careless. Long Chunfeng was putting it subtly that if Huang Xiaolong wasn't a Dao Venerable expert, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the curse on the Long family's old patriarch and the others. He reminded Huang Xiaolong out of kindness, to prevent him from suffering the same end resulting from the backlash of the curse. In truth, this whole time, they had thought of inviting a Dao Venerable expert to help them lift the curse. However, the price of inviting a Dao Venerable expert was too high to the point that their Long family could not afford it. Then Long Chunfeng turned to face Long Jianfei and explained, Young lord, since you're back, we can request help from the Dragon Fish Creed's Dao Venerable. As long as the Dragon Fish Creed is willing to help, the curse on the old patriarch and the others could definitely be lifted. Long Jianfei shook his head. If his master Chan Shi was around, the Dragon Fish Creed's Dao Venerables might have extended a hand for his master's sake. But the current situation was, both he and his master had been missing for many years. Then, how would those Dao Venerable experts help save his family? After all, the curse placed by a Dao Venerable was extremely powerful. Even a Dao Venerable expert in the same realm as the curse caster would need to exert a lot of effort to lift the curse, and it would ruin a portion of their own small world's energy. Your Highness? Long Jianfei gave Huang Xiaolong a pleading look and suddenly knelt on the floor and begged, I beg Your Highness, please help my father, mother, and the others. I, Long Jianfei, am your most humble servant to repay Your Highness' grace. These words were a little heavy. However, Long Jianfei pleaded Huang Xiaolong to save his family at the risk of damaging his small world's energy, and with Huang Xiaolong's identity as the son of creation, it was indeed a grace that was hard to repay. Long Chunfeng and the others were startled seeing Long Jianfei pleading on his knees. Despite Long Jianfei introducing Huang Xiaolong as his highness to them, none of them really put much importance on Huang Xiaolong himself. It was at this moment that they realized that Huang Xiaolong's identity was definitely not as simple as they had thought. All of you quickly kneel down. While Long Chenfeng and the others were still in a dazed shock, Long Jianfei issued an order. Long Chenfeng and the others snapped to their senses and plopped down on their knees. Huang Xiaolong bent slightly and helped Long Jianfei up. Jianfei, don't speak such words between us. Your affairs are my affairs, and of course I will help. Even if Long Jianfei had not begged him for help, Huang Xiaolong would have helped as much as he could have. After all, Long Jianfei's parents, elder brother, and younger sister were a part of their group now. Long Jianfei saluted Huang Xiaolong again with gratitude. After Huang Xiaolong had everyone stand up from the floor, he approached the ice coffin Long Jianfei's father was in. Lying inside the ice coffin, Long Jianfei's father was still as dead, and a foul stench lingered around his body. Rotten flesh was the cause of this stench. Huang Xiaolong was aware that this was one of the curse's side effects. Otherwise, with the support from the ice coffin, someone who was still alive couldn't possibly exude this kind of stench. Profound ice could prevent any item from deteriorating. Moreover, Long Jianfei's father was a perfection half-step Dao venerable. Therefore, it was impossible for his body to exude such a stench. Huang Xiaolong's Dao souls penetrated into Long Jianfei's father's body to check his situation, and he had a deeper understanding of his situation. All of you go out first, Huang Xiaolong said to Long Jianfei, Duan Feng, Long Chenfeng, and the rest. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Long Jianfei, Duan Feng, and everyone else complied and stepped out of the building. To avoid being disturbed in any way, Huang Xiaolong arranged restrictions around the building with a wave of his hand, separating the building from the outside world. Huang Xiaolong stepped closer to the ice coffin with Long Jianfei's father, and placed his palm above the air, and pressed down. The small world's energy coursed through his body. When the energy from Huang Xiaolong's small world entered into the other person's body, ear-piercing shrieks cut across the air as wisps of green smoke floated out from Long Jianfei's father's body, and this green smoke rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. But before the green smoke got close to Huang Xiaolong, it was dissipated by the energy from Huang Xiaolong's small world. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed by. Those waiting outside stared fixedly at the building. Young lord, there is no movement for so long, would his highness? Long Chenfeng asked Long Jianfei worriedly. Long Jianfei took a quick glance at Long Chenfeng, and he understood that Long Chenfeng was worried whether Huang Xiaolong had fallen victim to the curse. Don't worry, his highness will be fine, Long Jianfei reassured him. Long Chenfeng was genuinely surprised by Long Jianfei's confidence towards Huang Xiaolong and could not figure out the reason for it. Soon, a month had passed. While everyone waited in anticipation, a bright light flickered over the building, and a second later, a figure walked out. Naturally, this was Huang Xiaolong. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong come out, Long Jianfei, Duan Feng, and the others immediately become spirited. Your Highness! A trace of joy rose to Long Jianfei's face as he called out, and hurried forward with Duan Feng. Looking at Long Jianfei's worried and anxious expression, Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and smiled lightly. It's done. It's done. Hearing that, Long Jianfei trembled. His face was full of excitement as his feet crossed the distance in a few quick steps, and he entered the building. Long Chenfeng and other Long family experts were astounded. Are old patriarchs fine now? The curse's power has been expelled completely? It was normal that they had doubted him. After all, they had tried every method they could think of for so many years, and they had invited numerous experts, but they were disappointed time after time. Eventually, they had become numb with disappointment. Long Chenfeng and the rest entered the building with doubt in their hearts, but just as they stepped into the building, they saw that dozens of people had already come out from the ice coffins with robust faces. The corpse stench had disappeared, and all of them were meditating and adjusting their conditions. Really, the curse is lifted. They could clearly feel that the curse in their bodies was no longer there. This discovery shocked all of the Long family's experts. Not even a Dao Venerable was able to lift the curse cast by the Dao Venerable expert. What surreal world is this? All the Long family's experts looked at Huang Xiaolong with reverence. Right at this time, the entire Dragon City trembled as if hit by an earthquake. Long Chenfeng and the others' faces ashened at this sudden change. It's the Yu family's people. The Yu family is here again. In these years, the Yu family's people had taken to harassing, suppressing, and bullying their Long family's disciples as fun. Yu family. After hearing Long Chenfeng and the other Long family experts claim that it was the Yu family's people, strong hatred and killing intent surged in Long Jianfei's eyes. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed with interest. Let's go have a look. With that said, he went out. Long Jianfei and Duanfeng followed closely on his left and right side, respectively. Seeing this, Long Chenfeng and the rest of Long family's experts hurried after them. Young Lord, the Yu family is more powerful now than in the past. Although you're back, still, Long Chenfeng whispered cautiously from behind Long Jianfei. But, before he could finish, Long Jianfei cut off his words. I know. He understood that Long Chenfeng was trying to say that the Yu family was many times stronger than in the past, whereas the Long family had declined in every aspect. Hence, he needed to endure as much as possible when facing people from the Yu family. Endure? Long Jianfei smiled coldly. If he was really the same Dragon Emperor young lord that he was in the past, he would naturally endure. However, ever since he had started following Huang Xiaolong, he had gained a deeper understanding that true strength lies in the size of one's fist. If one endured and tolerated, it would only make others despise and bully you more, until you died. Just as Huang Xiaolong and the others reached the main entrance, they saw a group of people clad in exquisite silver battle robes, riding on tiger-like war beasts, galloping straight towards the Long family main residence. The tiger-like war beast's huge mass combined with its demonic aura made the weaker cultivators shudder. This war beast was called Demonic Winged Land Tiger, and it was one of the more famous war beasts found in the Divine Tuo Holy World. Its battle power and defenses were not bad. However, keeping them was quite costly. Only those top Sacred Lands families could afford to keep these levels of war beasts. There weren't many people on the other side, roughly 40 to 50, and the overall strength wasn't very high. The strongest amongst them was merely a fourth heaven true saint. Moments later, the group reached the Long family's main entrance. The demonic winged land tiger was breathing loudly, raising clouds of dust under their feet. The leader of the group, a young man with bright golden hair, scanned the Long family's lineup, and finally stopped on Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duanfeng. He was a little surprised inwardly to see three strange faces, but he soon let out a malicious chuckle. Hey, interesting. Are these people visiting the Long family that's about to be annihilated? So very interesting. What do you guys think? Isn't it interesting? He said to the rest of Yu family's members behind him. The Yu family's group burst into laughter. Long Chenfeng, why are you not saluting on your knees after seeing me? The golden-haired young man suddenly targeted Long Chenfeng. Every time they had come over in the past, Long Chenfeng and the rest of the Long family had all welcomed them on their knees. It had been like this for many years. Today, these people weren't actually kneeling, and this greatly displeased him. Long Chenfeng and the others' faces turned red and green, and they looked extremely embarrassed. Young Lord we? Long Chenfeng looked at Long Jianfei, and his knees began to lower. Other Long family disciples also followed. They had been bullied too often by the Yu family for all these years that fear had taken over them. It had gone bone deep. Whoever dares to kneel will be expelled from the family. Upon seeing that Long Chenfeng and the others were about to kneel, Long Jianfei's face turned ugly, and he snapped. Long Chenfeng and the others' actions stopped abruptly. The golden-haired young man and the other Yu family disciples looked at Long Jianfei with surprise on their faces. Young Lord. The golden-haired young man had not expected that, and he looked at Long Jianfei curiously. Although he was curious who Long Jianfei was, he wasn't very concerned about it. He sneered. I was thinking about your identity. So, brat, you're this dog of a Long family's young lord. Kneel now or today, as I will make you kneel in 100 ways. Long Jianfei's eyes exuded chilling coldness as he turned to Huang Xiaolong and asked, Your Highness, I? He did not dare to attack without Huang Xiaolong's permission. Just kill him. Huang Xiaolong responded nonchalantly. Kill? Long Chenfeng and the other Long family experts were stunned, and they looked at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Yes, Your Highness, Long Jianfei respectfully complied. But the golden-haired young man laughed even louder. Little doggy, what did you say just now? Why don't you repeat it to me? Kill me? Speaking as if you dare to. Do you know that if I want to kill you all, it's as easy as squishing dead a cockroach? As he spoke, he fully released his momentum of a fourth heaven true saint that soared to the sky. A long whip appeared in his hand, preparing to give Huang Xiaolong a taste of his whip, without holding back. But before he could flick the whip in his hand, a surge of overwhelming force swept him off the demonic winged land tiger. Then, he was pulled up to Long Jianfei by an invisible force. The golden-haired Yu family's young man was dumbfounded, as if he had not registered what had just happened. You! He glared furiously at Long Jianfei. Long Jianfei's expression was placid as his fist slammed down on the golden-haired young man's chest, penetrating through the young man's armor and coming out from the back. Long Jianfei's energy rampaged inside the young man's body. The Yu family's golden-haired young man screamed tragically. Young Lord! Numerous shouts reverberated high in the air. Among them were the voices of Long Chenfeng, Long family disciples, and also the Yu family disciples. None of the Long family's members had expected that Long Jianfei would really attack a Yu family's disciple impulsively. Never in the Yu family disciples' wildest imaginations would the Long family, whom they had bullied down to the ground like a mongrel, would have actually dared to attack their young master. Everything that had happened had gone beyond everyone's expected outcome. Long Jianfei exuded coldness from head to toe as he struck another punch at the golden-haired young man, and this punch directly shattered the young man's arm. Blood splattered like rain. Long Jianfei did not kill the young man directly as he was going to shatter the young man's body punch by punch. Only this way could vent the anger boiling in his chest. Long Chenfeng and the others were beyond horrified. Young master! By this time, the rest of the Yu family's disciples finally reacted and cried out anxiously. You lot want to die! The Yu family disciples' infuriated shouts shook the air, and all of them were already retaliating. An obscured glimmer flickered across Huang Xiaolong's eyes as invisible energy pinned the Yu family disciples down on the spot. Long Jianfei's third punch landed on the young man's remaining arm, and the young man howled in excruciating pain. It was both from the loss of his arms, as well as Long Jianfei's energy rampaging through his body. You're all dead. The entire Long family's going to hell. The golden-haired young man's eyes were bloodshot as he glared venomously at Long Jianfei, roaring at the top of his lungs. For many years, the dogs that he had been trampling under his feet had actually injured him. Long Jianfei ignored him and continued to punch out, one punch after another until the golden-haired young man's skull fragmented into pieces under his fist. He broke it into pieces with just one punch, like he was splitting a watermelon, and red mass landed all over the ground. Young master! Yu family disciples shouted and screamed, but it was pointless. All of them were fixed in place by Huang Xiaolong, unable to move by even an inch. A ray of golden light suddenly shot towards the horizon, intending to escape. This was the golden-haired young man's Saint Godhead and Holy Soul. Long Jianfei let out a cold snicker as his fist punched out again, and that Saint Godhead burst into smithereens. The Yu family's golden-haired young man was truly dead. Long Chenfeng's mind had turned into a paste. It was as if the world had come to an end. He really killed him. Not only Long Chenfeng, but the rest of Long family's disciples were also paralyzed with fear as they stared dumbly at the pieces of Saint Godhead Long Jianfei had shattered, along with the glimmering speckles of Tao Soul light. Speckles of light drifted down from the sky, making a pretty sight. However, Long Chenfeng and all Long family's disciples looked like they had fallen into a death abyss, and a chilling coldness took over their bodies. All Yu family's disciples looked dumbly at the falling golden light speckles. Dead? They couldn't accept what they had seen. They couldn't believe that someone from the Long family really had the guts to kill their young lord. You guys, how could you? One of the Yu family's disciples was spewing fire from his eyes. He stared at Long Jianfei as if he could incinerate Long Jianfei with his look. Long Chenfeng also looked at Long Jianfei in utter despair and lamented, "Young lord, that person is Lady Yu Xian's grandnephew. He's called Yu Yi, Patriarch Yu Qi's great-grandson." Yu Qi was the Yu family's patriarch before Long Jianfei had gone missing, and Yu Qi was the same person who had proposed the marriage between Long Jianfei and Yu Xian. Long Jianfei sneered upon hearing that. So what if he's Yu Qi, that old fogey's great-grandson? After Yu Qi had hired a Dao venerable from the mystical pavilion to curse his parents and the others, he had immediately sent people to break off the engagement between the two families the moment something had happened to his father. On top of that, not long after the engagement was broken off, the Yu family had formed another alliance through marriage with another family. Yu Xian had married that family's young lord, becoming the young mistress. Also, Yu Xian, that slut, don't ever mention that slut in front of me again, Long Jianfei ordered icily. Long Chenfeng and the others stiffened with dread. Impedious! How dare you speak the name of our old patriarch? The Yu family disciples all shouted angrily when Long Jianfei called their old patriarch Old Fogey, while using his full name. Long Jianfei laughed grimly as he walked towards the Yu family disciples. The Yu family disciples' expressions changed greatly, and they looked flustered. You, what do you want to do? Upon sensing the murderous aura coming from Long Jianfei's body, the Yu family disciples panicked, and their eyes widened in fear. Long Jianfei did not speak, and he soon stood in front of one of the Yu family disciples. Then, with one punch, his fist entered the disciple's chest and came out from the back. This disciple received the same treatment as the golden-haired young man. 1, 2, 3 punches. The fourth and last punch shattered the disciple's skull. The sixth punch shattered the disciple's Saint Godhead and destroyed his Tao soul. Hair-rising screams continued to ring across the streets. After killing one disciple, Long Jianfei went on to the next Yu family disciple. At Long Jianfei's strength, he could easily kill all these Yu family disciples with one palm strike. However, Long Jianfei chose not to do that. Instead, he killed the Yu family disciples one by one, venting off his fury, hatred, and roiling killing intent. In the beginning, there were still many Yu family disciples who were throwing angry threats at Long Jianfei, but after witnessing Long Jianfei's killing spree, fear completely took root in their hearts. It was written on their faces as clear as day. In the end, the remaining Yu family's disciples began to beg for mercy, and they even cried and wailed. Long Jianfei continued to kill until the last person was dead, and there was no expression on his face. Long Chenfeng and the other Long family disciples had grown numb during this time, and their faces were drained of blood. Long Chenfeng was mumbling something under his breath as he looked at the ground full of scattered flesh and blood. In Long Chenfeng's opinion, the Yu family would definitely be outraged upon learning that Long Jianfei had killed these disciples, and at that time the Yu family would surely send experts over. The current Long family wouldn't be able to withstand the Yu family's wrath. That would be a catastrophe for the Long family. In so many years, even though the Yu family had miserably suppressed the Long family, the Dragon City had still remained, and the Long family's main residence was still standing. The Long family hadn't been wiped off completely. But now, Long Jianfei ignored these people's faces and went straight to Huang Xiaolong, and knelt respectfully before him. "Your Highness, I am sorry. This subordinate has caused trouble for you." One didn't need much brainpower to know the Yu family would send their experts over soon, and at that time Huang Xiaolong would get dragged into the matter whether he wanted to or not. This made Long Jianfei feel guilty towards Huang Xiaolong. "Don't think too much about it. It's just a Yu family," Huang Xiaolong said as he pulled Long Jianfei up from the ground. One of the things Huang Xiaolong had learned from Long Chenfeng was that the Yu family did not have any Dao Venerable experts. The strongest person was merely a perfection half-step Dao Venerable, and Huang Xiaolong didn't consider this level of strength to be a threat. The foreseeable problem would be the Yu family's genius who had 7 high-order Saint Fates, Yu Zhou. After all, Yu Zhou was the Dragon Fish Creed Enforcement Hall Master's personal disciple. Not to mention that Yu Zhou was someone under Huang Shui. Let's go back. Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng turned around and returned to the Long family's main residence. When they were passing by Long Qinfeng, Huang Xiaolong's voice sounded, "Have people clean up the scene." His voice jolted Long Qinfeng to his senses. 1 hour later, at the Monarch Yu Sacred Lands Yu family headquarters, Yu Xiaoming was looking at the reporting elder in disbelief. "You're saying Ir was killed at Dragon Emperor Continent?" Yu Xiaoming was Yu Xian's elder brother, and also the old patriarch Yu Qi's eldest son. Several million years ago, Yu Qi had handed over the patriarch position to Yu Xiaoming. The golden-haired young man Yu Yi, who was killed, was one of Yu Xiaoming's many grandsons. "It is so, patriarch." The Yu family's elder did not dare to look at Yu Xiaoming as he replied truthfully. "What about those disciples with Ir?" Yu Xiaoming suddenly thought of one point. All died." The elder quickly fell to his knees and his voice trembled in answer. Yu Xiaoming's eyes protruded in disbelief, staring fixedly at the elder before him. Suffocating silence wrapped around them and the elder couldn't stop trembling because Yu Yi's safety was one of his responsibilities. Although Yu Xiaoming had many grandsons, Yu Yi was one of those with better talent. Hence Yu Xiaoming was quite doting towards this grandson. Yu Xiaoming's icy voice cut across the suffocating silence. "Tell me in detail what happened?" The Yu family's elder didn't dare to hide anything, and he hurriedly reported what he knew to Yu Xiaoming. "What? An unfamiliar young lord suddenly appeared in the Long family? And a so-called highness? That young lord is the one who killed Yu Yi and the others." There was confusion on Yu Xiaoming's face after hearing the report. In all these years, they had already killed every single of the Long family's young lords, and those who had survived were now lying inside ice coffins. Since when did another young lord jump out from the Long family? "Oh right, patriarch, that old man Long Chunfeng seemed to call that person as young Lord Dragon Emperor." The elder suddenly added, "What did you say?" "Dra Dragon. Young Lord Dragon Emperor." Yu Xiaoming shook as if he was struck by a bolt of lightning, and his face paled unnoticeably. The Yu family's elder was a newly promoted elder. Thus he might not have known who young Lord Dragon Emperor was, but Yu Xiaoming knew. At that time, the young Lord Dragon Emperor had nearly become his brother-in-law. Could it be that he has returned? No, not possible. Even the Dragon Fish Creed had announced his demise. How could it be that person? The elder grew increasingly uneasy at Yu Xiaoming's prolonged silence. A while later, he cautiously asked, "Patriarch, what should we do next? Should we send someone to capture that young Lord Dragon Emperor and that so-called highness?" Yu Xiaoming did not speak, and there was a turmoil of complex emotions in his eyes. Just as the elder's fear increased, Yu Xiaoming finally spoke. "There is no need for that. For the time being, continue to keep an eye on the Long family's movements, especially that young Lord Dragon Emperor. Send people to check if he's the same young Lord Dragon Emperor from the past. I am going to see the old patriarch now." "See the old patriarch?" The elder was genuinely shocked. Patriarch is going to notify the old patriarch about this? At this moment, the elder realized that the young Lord Dragon Emperor's identity was not simple. Otherwise, Patriarch wouldn't have gone to see the old patriarch about this matter. Ever since the old patriarch had abdicated and passed the patriarch position to Yu Xiaoming, he had been cultivating inside the Yu family's forbidden land, focusing on stepping into Dao venerable realm like their old ancestor. "You can retreat." Upon seeing the elder dazed on the spot, Yu Xiaoming ordered curtly, "Remember, do not take any action on your own and wait for my order." If it was really Long Jianfei who had returned, it still wasn't a big deal. But what he worried about was Long Jianfei's identity as the inner disciple of Dragon Fish Creed and senior deacon of Mission Hall. The elder did not dare to have any other thoughts and quickly withdrew from the hall. After the elder left, Yu Xiaoming went to the Yu family's forbidden land and met with his father, Yu Qi. "What? Long Jianfei?" Yu Qi was genuinely shocked and asked, "Isn't Long Jianfei dead?" He couldn't believe that Long Jianfei was actually still alive. Yu Xiaoming's brows were tightly locked together. When Long Jianfei had gone missing, a dragon fish creed's expert had tried to locate him through a secret method. I remember clearly that he had said that Long Jianfei's aura had completely disappeared from the divine to a holy world. It was because of that the dragon fish creed announced Long Jianfei's demise and revoked his inner disciple and senior deacon's identities. Who'd have thought that Long Jianfei would return after so many years? Although we haven't confirmed it is Long Jianfei, 9 out of 10 it's him. It was because the Long family had only one young Lord Dragon Emperor. Long Chenfeng would only call Long Jianfei as the young Lord Dragon Emperor. Yu Qi's eyes narrowed. Even if Long Jianfei has returned, there is no need to panic. Nothing will happen. His master, Quan Shi, has been missing for a long time, and even if Quan Shi didn't die inside the bright lightning abyss, he's probably trapped inside the unfathomable restrictions within the bright lightning abyss, and he might never come out. Don't forget, we still have Zhou'er. Yu Zhou. He was the Yu family's most talented genius of this era. At the mention of Yu Zhou, Yu Qi couldn't help showing a happy and proud expression. Yu Zhou was one of his grandsons and also Yu Xiaoming's nephew. Upon hearing Yu Qi speak of Yu Zhou, Yu Xiaoming also smiled, and his worries were pacified. Father, now that Long Jianfei is back, he's definitely going to ratify his Dragon Fish Creed inner disciple identity. Before he does that, do you think we should? Yu Xiaoming made a cutthroat gesture. As long as we block the news and kill everyone that knows of Long Jianfei's return, the Dragon Fish Creed definitely won't hear a word about it. We'll make Long Jianfei really disappear without a soul knowing about his return, Yu Xiaoming said with a cruel glint in his eyes. Yu Qi spoke solemnly after considering Yu Xiaoming's words. You said that there are 2 more people who came back with Long Jianfei? Long Jianfei called one of them His Highness? And he looked extremely respectful. Yes, Yu Xiaoming nodded. This was the main reason he did not take immediate action. The young man Long Jianfei called Highness. Who is he exactly? He must at least be a young lord of another powerful creed, given that Long Jianfei is willing to call him Highness respectfully, based on his knowledge as a Dragon Fish Creed's inner disciple. Send 10 Ninth Resurrection primal ancestors there. Yu Qi went on solemnly. Tell them to probe Long Jianfei and that Highness' current strength. Yu Qi's order was to probe. Yes, father. Yu Xiaoming understood and nodded his head. Night. The Long family's main residence, Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng stood in the air above the Long family's residence. Under the silvery moonlight, their shadows on the ground were elongated. The wind felt cold to the skin. Your Highness, I didn't expect my master to have also. Long Jianfei started with a bitter expression on his face. Originally, his plan was to ask his master for help after regaining his inner disciple identity to bring Huang Xiaolong into the Dragon Fish Creed. But now, with his master missing for many years, this plan wouldn't work anymore. It's all right. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and added, You go ratify your identity first thing tomorrow morning. We'll talk about entering the Dragon Fish Creed later. Long Jianfei nodded. Early the next morning, as the morning sun was shining radiantly, Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng left the Long family's residence. Long Jianfei was going to the Dragon Fish Creed's branch to report and register, whereas Huang Xiaolong and Duan Feng were idle. Thus they went with Long Jianfei. The Dragon Fish Creed had a branch at the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land not far away from their current location. It merely took them half a month to travel from the Monarch Yu Sacred Land to the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land with the immemorial ice and fire Qilin speed. However, Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 was blocked just as they left the Dragon Emperor continent. The ones blocking their path was the group primal ancestor experts sent by Yu Xiaoming, and there were all 10 of them. Their strengths were between early 9th resurrection to peak early 9th resurrection primal ancestor realm. For a Sacred Land's top forces like the Yu family, they would have a certain number of 9th resurrection primal ancestors. Long Jianfei, it's really you. Amongst the 10 people, the group leader stared at Long Jianfei in shock. Yu Chengming. Long Jianfei's eyes lit up as this was a familiar face from the past. Yu Chengming was one of Yu Xian's cousins, and he had met Long Jianfei many times in the past. Yu Chengming gave Long Jianfei a look from head to toe and exclaimed in shock, "Mid-fifth resurrection primal ancestor?" He hadn't expected Long Jianfei's cultivation to have only reached the mid-fifth resurrection primal ancestor realm after so long. After all, his strength had always been lower than Long Jianfei in the past, and his talent couldn't be compared to Long Jianfei. But now, Yu Chengming, had already entered the peak early 9th resurrection primal ancestor realm. Although Long Jianfei had better talent, the Zhangqiong holy world that he had fallen in had thin spiritual energy, and it was far from comparable to the divine Tua holy world's spiritual energy. Greatly restricted by the environment, Long Jianfei's cultivation progress was greatly affected. Hence, Yu Xiaoming's strength had surpassed Long Jianfei. Yu Chengming checked Long Jianfei's cultivation again with a secret method, and confirmed that Long Jianfei was truly only a mid-fifth resurrection primal ancestor. Then, he scanned over Huang Xiaolong and Duan Feng. Seeing that Huang Xiaolong and Duan Feng were both weaker than him, he was completely at ease. Defeating Duan Feng, who was merely a 7th resurrection primal ancestor, was as easy as snapping his fingers. Having seen through Long Jianfei, Huang Xiaolong and Duan Feng's strength, Yu Chengming laughed, "Long Jianfei, after so many years, your cultivation has only reached the 5th resurrection primal ancestor. Looks like you're not so great after all. The Long family's genius of an era is actually worse than me. Also, are you that Highness Long Jianfei respects so much?" Yu Chengming stared at Huang Xiaolong with a face full of mockery. "A peak mid-4th resurrection primal ancestor, Highness? Brat. Which sacred land's young lord are you?" Yu Chengming taunted Huang Xiaolong, and then looked at Long Jianfei again. "Long Jianfei, it seems like your life isn't going well, that you've fallen to the point of recognizing a peak late 4th resurrection primal ancestor as Highness." Although Long Jianfei was a Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple in the past, his identity hasn't been ratified at the moment, and who could say for certain if Long Jianfei would ever recover his inner disciple identity in this lifetime. Not to mention, the Yu family's current status was very different from the past. Therefore, Yu Chengming didn't take Long Jianfei seriously. Of course, the most important reason for his behavior was that before he had set off, Yu Xiaoming gave him another order. Long Jianfei did not speak, while Huang Xiaolong looked at Yu Chengming for quite a while before he spoke. "Killing you would dirty my hands, but if you plead for mercy now, I can spare your dog of a life." Yu Chengming and the rest of Yu family's 9 experts were flabbergasted. "Killing me dirties your hand?" Yu Chengming erupted into laughter a second later. "Brat, are you saying that you want to kill me? Are you even capable of killing me?" Several questions popped out from his mouth, and contempt was written all over his face. Just as he was done mocking, Huang Xiaolong simply waved his hand across the air, and Yu Chengming was hit by a strong gust of wind, slamming him down to the ground below. The impact made a great pit in the ground. The Yu family's 9 other experts were stupefied as they stared at the ground in disbelief, and then turned to Huang Xiaolong in astonishment. Huang Xiaolong did not make further moves after that, leaving the rest to the immemorial Ice and Fire Qilin pair. Less than a minute later, experts from the Yu family, Yu Chengming included, had all turned into ice statues or gray dust from incineration. As for their Dao souls, Huang Xiaolong directly imprisoned them inside the Zhangqiong Dao Palace, leaving them to be refined later after accumulating for a period of time. After that, Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng continued towards the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land. Not long after Yu Chengming's group was annihilated, Yu Xiaoming got news of the incident. "All of their bodies were destroyed?" Yu Xiaoming exclaimed in shock. "Not even one person escaped?" "No." The Yu family elder hesitated but still replied truthfully. "Did you find out who did it?" Yu Xiaoming demanded in a fluster. "No." The elder lowered his head. "Where is Long Jianfei now?" Yu Xiaoming asked. Judging from the direction they took after leaving the Dragon Emperor continent, their destination should be the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land, the elder deduced. Blue Rainbow Sacred Land? A sharp light glimmered in Yu Xiaoming's eyes as he could already guess why Long Jianfei was going to the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land. The dragonfish creed's closest branch was located in the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land. It looks like Long Jianfei is in a hurry to recover his dragonfish creed inner disciple identity. He sent the elder away with an impatient wave of his hand and also ordered the elder to continue keeping an eye on Long Jianfei's movements. He then entered the Forbidden Land once again and reported the incident concerning Yu Chengming's group to Yu Qi. Yu Chengming and the others' physical bodies were destroyed, and not even one of them escaped? It seems like there is a half-step Dao Venerable on their side. Yu Qi frowned. Is it Long Jianfei? Did he enter the half-step Dao Venerable realm? Based on Long Jianfei's past talent, had he stayed in the divine Tua holy world, it wouldn't have been strange for his cultivation to have reached the perfection half-step Dao Venerable. Father, if Long Jianfei manages to recover his identity, it would be a problem. Do you think we should send people to take action at Blue Rainbow Sacred Land? Yu Xiaoming asked solemnly. Or we could hire the archaic pavilion's Dao Venerable to take action just like how we had dealt with Long Zhengtian and those people. Long Zhengtian was none other than Long Jianfei's father. Yu Qi shook his head. At the end of the day, Long Jianfei is a dragonfish creed's inner disciple, and the mystical pavilion probably won't accept this task. Even if they accepted this task, it would cost a huge sum of Tuashan coins. Although Long Zhentian was Long Jianfei's father, he wasn't a disciple of Dragonfish Creed, which was why the mystical pavilion was willing to accept the task. However, it had taken a big chunk of the Yu family's wealth to hire an archaic pavilion's Dao Venerable to deal with Long Zhentian and the others. In truth, it doesn't matter even if we let Long Jianfei recover his identities as Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple and senior deacon. Yu Qi stated with an unfathomable gaze. Father, you mean? Yu Xiaoming was baffled. After Long Jianfei submits his request, the Blue Rainbow's branch will report the matter back to the Dragonfish Creed's Foreign Affairs Hall. We'll ask Zhou'er to have the Foreign Affairs Hall's elder to hold back Long Jianfei's request. Yu Qi sneered. As long as it's going to be on hold, hey. As long as they managed to hold Long Jianfei's request at the Foreign Affairs Hall, and the matter was not reported up the authority chain, Long Jianfei wouldn't be able to recover his identity as the Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple. Hearing that, a strong light burst out from Yu Xiaoming's eyes as he laughed. It is still Father who's wiser. As long as Long Jianfei's identity was not officially ratified, they would have many chances to exterminate him. Roughly 2 weeks later, Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 had arrived at Blue Rainbow Sacred Land. Due to the Dragonfish Creed's branch in this Blue Rainbow Sacred Land, the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land was more livelier than the neighboring sacred lands. Flying ships crowded the sky, and divine beasts moved through the streets like morning tide. However, Long Jianfei seemed a little out of sorts since they arrived at the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land. After he had gone missing, the Yu family had broken off the engagement between him and Yu Xian. Thereafter, Yu Xian had married another Sacred Land's big family's young master, and that young master was the noble Tai family of Blue Rainbow Sacred Land. The noble Tai family had a longer heritage than the Yu family, and they were stronger. The Tai family was the second strongest force in the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land. Naturally, the #1 powerhouse in the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land was the Dragonfish Creed branch. The Tai family was the strongest force after the Dragonfish Creed branch. According to Long Chunfeng, Yu Xian was now the Tai family's mistress, and the young master, Tai Zhongyang, she had married, was now the current patriarch of the Tai family. Upon arriving at the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land, the 3 of them headed straight to the Dragonfish Creed's branch. Did you hear? The Dragonfish Creed's Blue Rainbow Sacred Lands branch has just posted a notice of outer disciple recruitment. What? The Dragonfish Creed's branch is recruiting a batch of outer disciples. The Tai family and Pan family, along with many Blue Rainbow Sacred Lands patriarchs, have heard the news and are already on the way here with disciples of their own families. The neighboring Sacred Lands families are also rushing here. I've heard that even the Tai family's young Lord Tai Cheng, who was training outside, has rushed back and registered. Tai Cheng, one of the Tai family's great 5 geniuses. If I am not mistaken, Tai Cheng is the Tai family patriarch's youngest son, right? It is said that his talent is very high, and he possesses the true Vajra bloodline. While Huang Xiaolong's group got closer to the Dragonfish Creed's branch, they heard various conversations from the disciples passing by them. Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duanfeng had not expected this when they had come out. The Dragonfish Creed's Blue Rainbow branch is recruiting outer disciples? Even though the status of Dragonfish Creed's outer disciple was far from an inner disciple, when one joined one of the branches successfully, it was no different than reaching the heavens in a single step. Following the tide of people, the three of them entered the Blue Rainbow City. Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duanfeng went straight to the Dragonfish Creed's branch after entering the Blue Rainbow City. The Dragonfish Creed branch was located in the south side of Blue Rainbow City. By the time Huang Xiaolong's group of three arrived, the place was already packed with disciples wanting to register for the outer disciple recruitment. I am surprised that the outer disciple recruitment for merely the Dragonfish Creed's branch has attracted such a big crowd to register, Huang Xiaolong commented, shaking his head. The square that could accommodate several 100,000 people was packed to the point that even a fly could not fly through to get in. Although it is merely as a branch's outer disciple, once successful, one's status would rise significantly. Therefore, it is only normal for these disciples to flock here. Duanfeng said smilingly, with your highness' talent, there is no need to mention a Dragonfish Creed branch's outer disciple, but becoming the Dragonfish Creed's young lord is granted. The Dragonfish Creed's current young lord was called Lin Zhuai, and he merely had 9 high-order Saint Fates. However, they had heard a rumor claiming that after the son of creation Huang Shui were to break through to Dao Venerable Realm, the Dragonfish Creed would make him their young lord, but whether the rumor was true or not remained to be verified. However, just as Duanfeng's words were out, a ridiculing sneer came from the side. What a big tone! Where did this ignorant and naive kid come from? He can easily become the Dragonfish Creed's young lord. What a laughable joke! Huang Xiaolong, Duanfeng, and Long Jianfei all turned their heads simultaneously, and saw a young man looking at them with an expression full of mockery. Behind the young man was a group of experts consisting mostly of primal ancestors. Clearly, the young man had a high status. It's the Tai family's young Lord Taichung. Tai family's young Lord Taichung is here. Noticing the disturbance at Huang Xiaolong's side, the crowd stirred when some people spotted Taichung. The crowd stared at this young man with worship and feverish admiration. In an instant, the young man became the center of attention. The eyes of female disciples in the crowd burned brightly, fixed on the young man. Long Jianfei's face was sullen to the extreme. This young man is that slut Yu Xian's youngest son? This young man was Taichung. He was one of the Tai family's 5 great geniuses and also Yu Xian's youngest son, the woman who was once betrothed to Long Jianfei. Taichung did not pay any attention to Long Jianfei, so he did not notice his sullen face. He smiled mockingly at Huang Xiaolong and Duanfeng. Brat, you're also here to register for the Dragonfish Creed branch's outer disciple recruitment, right? He gave Huang Xiaolong a disdainful look from head to toe before continuing. I've seen too many ignorant people like you. Even though they are not very talented, they still look at the sky from the bottom of a well, casually claiming that you can easily rise to the position of Dragonfish Creed's young lord. I will tell you that you're not even qualified to become my Tai family's slave. Long Jianfei's face turned sullen and icy. Punk, you're that slut Yu Xian's youngest son? If you dare to disrespect his highness with one more word, I will pinch you to death. When the Yu family made a move on my father, Yu Xian, that slut must have known about it. Instead of stopping her father, she had allowed the Long family to be suppressed and bullied, and she had also released the word that Long Jianfei was not qualified to be her companion. Therefore, Long Jianfei was burning with fury when he learned of Tai Cheng's identity. Taichung was stunned because he could have never imagined a slave would dare to scold his mother and call her a, "You lowly slave, do you want to die? How dare you scold our mistress?" One of the guards standing behind Taichung shouted angrily, and a blade appeared in his hand, ready to split Long Jianfei into 2. However, Taichung's arm reached out and stopped the guard's action. They were at the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land, and on top of that, they were on the square right in front of the Dragonfish Creed's branch. If they fought there and displeased the Dragonfish Creed, That was a crime equivalent to total family annihilation. Even their Tai family could not afford the price. After Tai Cheng blocked his guard's action, he shot a cold glare at Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng. You three better not step out of the Blue Rainbow City in your lifetime. I will guarantee you that once the three of you take a step out of the city, you'll die worse than a stray mongrel. Let's go. Tai Cheng then led his group away, heading to the front hall for registration. Both Long Jianfei and Duan Feng were enraged. Your Highness. Long Jianfei turned to Huang Xiaolong with an inquiring look in his eyes, asking whether Huang Xiaolong wanted Tai Cheng to be killed on the spot. Let's go inside and register your identity first, Huang Xiaolong decided. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng complied with Huang Xiaolong's decision respectfully. The three of them walked towards the front hall without further delay. Who is this young man? A slave by his side actually dares to scold the Tai family's mistress in public. Is he tired of living? They probably come from some remote sacred lands and have no idea how powerful the Tai family is. But one thing is for sure, that once the three of them step out from the Blue Rainbow City, they're going to die a tragic death. Pitying gazes fell on Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng from all around as the spectators whispered with their companions. Other than Dragon Fish Creed's disciples, who else would dare to offend the noble Tai family in the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land? Huang Xiaolong ignored these whispers and gazes as he entered the front hall with Long Jianfei and Duan Feng. When Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng entered the front hall, they saw Tai Cheng talking to a Dragon Fish Creed's outer disciple close to the registration counter. Judging from their demeanors, they seemed to be very close. After noticing Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng entering the front hall, Tai Cheng harumphed loudly. Brother Tai Cheng, what's wrong? Have these three offended you? The Dragon Fish Creed's outer disciple asked with interest when he saw Tai Cheng's reaction. Did someone in the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land have the guts to offend you? Tai Cheng looked in Huang Xiaolong's direction with a gloomy expression and said to the Dragon Fish Creed's outer disciple, Brother Zhou, you might not be aware that these three people spoke disrespectful words about the Dragon Fish Creed right outside on the square just now. Hence, I lightly chided them. But instead of realizing their faults, they actually retorted and scolded my family. Oh, they disrespected the Dragon Fish Creed? The Dragon Fish Creed's outer disciple Zhou Xing's face turned unsightly upon hearing that, and he looked at Huang Xiaolong's group with hostility. He asked Tai Cheng, how were they disrespectful towards the Dragon Fish Creed? Tai Cheng elaborated. That brat's subordinate was flattering him outside, saying that this brat could easily become the Dragon Fish Creed's young lord. If this isn't disrespecting the Dragon Fish Creed, then what is? What do they take the Dragon Fish Creed as? Do they think that ignorant people like them from some remote sacred land can rise to the position of Dragon Fish Creed's young lord? Zhou Xing frowned as he was clearly displeased. Did they really say that? Not a word of a lie. Tai Cheng added. All my subordinates heard it, and quite a few sacred lands experts also heard it. If Brother Zhou Xing does not believe me, you can go and ask them and listen to what they say. Zhou Xing nodded and agreed. If that is really the case, then they've really committed the crime of disrespect. With that said, he strode towards Huang Xiaolong's group of three. Tai Cheng sneered inwardly and followed up. Zhou Xing arrived in front of Huang Xiaolong and condescendingly questioned, which sacred land do you belong to? I've heard from the Tai family's young lord Tai Cheng that you disrespected the Dragon Fish Creed while waiting outside. After seeing that a mere outer disciple had dared to bark at him, Long Jianfei's sullen face turned colder. Had this been in the past, he would have slapped this outer disciple into the ground headfirst. Long Jianfei ordered coldly, call out the elder of Blue Rainbow Branch. I want to see him. The outer disciple Zhou Xing, Tai Cheng, and everyone else momentarily froze in shock. When Zhou Xing reacted, he laughed in anger. The servant of a punk that God knew which remote sacred land he had climbed out from had not only ignored his question, but the moment his slave had opened his mouth, he had demanded to see their elder. Huang Xiaolong and Duan Feng didn't even give Zhou Xing a glance, and it was blatant disregard. Zhou Xing's temper flared. Dog slave, Do you think a lowly slave like you is qualified to see our elder? Can anyone meet our elder whenever they want? You better? Before Zhou Xing could finish his words, a cold gleam flickered across Long Jianfei's eyes, and in the next moment, his palm was clutching Zhou Xing's neck. Zhou Xing was lifted off the floor by the neck. Everyone was startled. Tai Cheng, Tai family's other disciples, the disciples registering from various sacred lands, as well as the present Dragon Fish Creed branch's outer disciples, were all watching Zhou Xing being lifted off the ground by his neck dazedly. As far as they knew, no one had the guts to fight within the Blue Rainbow City, much less fight inside the front hall of the Dragon Fish Creed branchel. Moreover, attacking a Dragon Fish Creed's outer disciple. Something like this had never happened before. The noisy front hall turned deathly quiet faster than a needle drop. Dog slave. Long Jianfei's gaze hardened. Zhou Xing's face was maroon from suffocation. He too was in a state of disbelief. It had never occurred to him that a small character slave from an unknown sacred land would have the guts to attack him and hold him off the floor by his neck. This was an unforgivable insult. Dog slave, I don't care who you are, but you are going to die today. You're so dead. Zhou Xing roared, and his face turned a deeper shade of red. As a Dragon Fish Creed's outer disciple, he was enthusiastically welcomed by various forces wherever he went, and no one dared to slight him. The rage burning inside his chest, and his volatile killing intent, surged from his soul like never before. His furious bellow reverberated through the spacious front hall, fully displaying his roiling fury. The various sacred lands' disciples trembled. Tai Cheng recovered from his shock and looked at Huang Xiaolong with a gloating expression. In his opinion, this group of three, a master and his two slaves, were going to die today, and there was no doubt about it. Zhou Xing was not a simple Dragon Fish Creed's outer disciple. He was the Dragon Fish Creed's Blue Rainbow Branch's Deacon Lu Anxing's nephew. By this time, other Dragon Fish Creed's outer disciples also reacted and rushed towards Long Jianfei. Mongrel, let senior brother Zhou Xing down right now. Then beg for mercy on your knees. Do you hear me? Or else, I'll kill you first, then annihilate your clan later. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent gaze was full of frost at these disciples' threats. It seemed as though these Dragon Fish Creed outer disciples were too used to their high statuses that they could easily utter, annihilating a person's entire clan, every time they opened their mouths. Huang Xiaolong signaled Long Jianfei with a slight nod of his head. Long Jianfei understood his intention immediately, and in the next second, a loud smack rang as his palm struck across Zhou Xing's cheek. Zhou Xing screamed as he was sent flying out of the hall, and rolled all the way out to the square upon landing on the ground. Shrieks and shouts of chaos from outside traveled into the hall. Long Jianfei's palm struck out a second time, sending the several outer disciples, who had yelled at him, to kneel and beg for his life, threatening to annihilate his clan. Like Zhou Xing, these several Dragon Fish Creed's outer disciples also crashed to the ground and rolled all the way to the outside square. Although the Dragon Fish Creed had strict requirements when recruiting outer disciples, the requirement on Cultivation Realm wasn't set very high, which was the True Saint Realm and above. When a disciple passed through a series of assessments, they would be accepted as outer disciples by the Dragon Fish Creed. Hence, Zhou Xing and these few outer disciples' strength wasn't something to shout about, and they were merely at the mid-level of True Saint Realm. Tai Cheng watched Long Jianfei as he not only attacked Zhou Xing, but also other Dragon Fish Creed's outer disciples. Instead of being apprehensive, Tai Cheng watched on with schadenfreude and felt excited. The more aggressively Long Jianfei attacked, the more miserable Long Jianfei would be when the Dragon Fish Creed's experts arrived. Young Lord, that guy is a 5th resurrection primal ancestor. A guard behind Tai Cheng informed him. Tai Cheng chuckled maliciously and responded, he is merely a 5th resurrection primal ancestor, but he dares to cause trouble at the Dragon Fish Creed's Blue Rainbow Branch by attacking the outer disciples. I wonder if they are fools or simply fearless. Perhaps, people from remote sacred lands are ignorant that the Dragon Fish Creed's experts would arrive soon. Therefore, we just need to wait to see a good show. Young Lord, do you think we should lend a hand to the Dragon Fish Creed's disciples in capturing these three? Maybe, the branch's elder Li Yuan would view the young lord in a new light. The guard suggested in a fawning manner. He was a late 7th resurrection primal ancestor, while the Tai family guard strengths ranged between 5th and 6th resurrection primal ancestors. With this amount of power, suppressing those three was more than enough in their opinions. After hearing that, Tai Cheng's eyes lit up and he nodded. However, just as he was about to agree, a dozen figures arrived with the whistling winds, and a thunderous bellow rang. Who's so preposterous, making trouble at the Dragon Fish Creed's blue rainbow branch? A burst of light flickered in the front hall as a dozen people appeared in everyone's sight. Huang Xiaolong looked at the new faces, and his eyes finally stopped on the leading old man. This person should be the Dragon Fish Creed's blue rainbow branch's elder, a peak late 9th resurrection primal ancestor. For a top creed powerhouse like the Dragon Fish Creed, the highest authority in a branch was the branch elder. Although merely a branch elder, this position status was higher than that of an inner disciple because a branch elder was usually selected from the inner disciples through a series of assessments. Even though this old man was only a peak late 9th resurrection primal ancestor, his combat power was definitely very high, surpassing many perfection half-step Dao venerables, perhaps even first esteemed Dao venerables. In the next moment, countless figures moved in the surroundings as other disciples in the branch and guards encircled the front hall. Elder Li Yuan deacons, Zhou Xing and other outer disciples, who were sent flying earlier, hurried back into the front hall in a sorry state and saluted Elder Li Yuan and present deacons. Deacon Lu Anqing behind Elder Li Yuan was enraged when he saw Zhou Xing's face that was no different than a pig's head. His murderous glare was deathly fixed on Long Jianfei. Are you the bastard who did that? You've got guts to run rampant in the Dragon Fish Creed's branch. I tell you how you will die. Long Jianfei did not spare Lu Anqing even a side glance. He looked at Li Yuan and spoke. Are you the elder of Blue Rainbow Branch? Lin Yuan frowned but affirmed when he noticed that instead of being flustered, Lang Jianfei was asking him if he was the branch elder. That's right, I am. Relying on the fact that he was Lu Anqing's nephew, Zhou Xing spoke directly to Li Yuan. Elder Li Yuan, this dog of a slave and their young master have been lawlessly arrogant from the moment they entered the front hall. I merely asked them a question, but not only did they refuse to answer me properly, but attacked me instead. Lu Anqing spoke ahead of Li Yuan after hearing his nephew's explanation. Elder Li Yuan, there is no need to waste time with this kind of arrogant and ignorant generation that disregards the Dragon Fish Creed. Let them pay with their lives for their mistakes. Deacon Lu Anqing is right. Regardless of who they might be, we need to capture them first before we do any talking. Another deacon supported. Li Yuan ignored Lu Anqing, his eyes never leaving Long Jianfei. He was waiting to see how Long Jianfei was going to explain himself. Long Jianfei's cold gaze swept over Zhou Xing, Lu Anqing, and the deacon who clamored to capture him. And then, he took out a token and threw it to Li Yuan. Li Yuan easily caught the token in midair, with a hint of confusion between his brows. But when he saw the token, he froze for a second, then blurted out, Dragon Fish Creed Mission Hall's senior deacon. This token was exactly the identity token of the Dragon Fish Creed Mission Hall's senior deacon. Some Sacred Lands experts might not recognize this token, but as an inner disciple, who was promoted to a branch elder's position, Li Yuan naturally recognized this token. What? Dragon Fish Creed Mission Hall's senior deacon. Lu Anqing was stupefied. Zhou Xing and Tai Chang looked similarly stupefied. There were also the present deacons and other experts. All of them stared at that token in disbelief. Tai Chang, Lu Anqing, Zhou Xing, and the others looked at Long Jianfei with unbelievable expressions. This dog slave is actually a Dragon Fish Creed Mission Hall's senior deacon. Despite the highest authority of a Dragon Fish Creed's branch, Li Yuan's status and identity were much lower than that of a Mission Hall's senior deacon. This lowly slave actually has a higher status than Li Yuan. Long Jianfei wasn't surprised that Li Yuan recognized the identity token. Although he had been missing for many years, generally, a top creed force like the Dragon Fish Creed would not revise the characteristics of their tokens. That's right. I am a senior deacon of Dragon Fish Creed's Mission Hall. I've been missing for many years that the Dragonfish Creed proclaimed my death and erased my record. I came here today to re-register my identity, Long Jianfei said without much explanation. Tai Cheng, Lu Anqing, Zhou Xing, and everyone who heard Long Jianfei's words were dumbfounded. I see. Li Yuan's attitude changed immediately, and he respectfully said to Lang Jianfei, Lord, please follow me into the inner hall. Due to the procedural requirements, I need to confirm certain details with Lord, so this way please. Li Yuan showed the way with his hand, inviting Long Jianfei into the inner hall. But Long Jianfei turned to Huang Xiaolong and respectfully said, Your Highness, please after you. Those watching were completely dazed when they stared at Huang Xiaolong in bewildered astonishment. His Highness? For a moment, Li Yuan was at a loss as to how he should greet Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong walked ahead under Long Jianfei's invitation towards the inner hall, followed by Long Jianfei, Duanfeng, and lastly, Li Yuan. There was an ugly expression etched on Lu Anqing's face as he watched the four people walk away. He shot Zhou Xing a hateful glare and scolded, Is this the good thing you did? There was no doubt that Long Jianfei's identity token was genuine. Li Yuan wouldn't make a mistake on that matter. When Long Jianfei's identity was restored, and if he held a grudge on what had happened today, Lu Anqing could predict his gloomy days ahead. The deacon, who had spoken out supporting Lu Anqing and clamored to capture Long Jianfei earlier, was twisting his guts in regret. He even wanted to give himself a few slaps for the troubles that his mouth had caused. Long Jianfei, who was walking towards the inner hall behind Huang Xiaolong, spoke icily as he passed in front of Tai Cheng. Go back and tell Xianxia that slut that I'll be paying her a visit soon. Tai Cheng stiffened, and his expression turned unsightly. But this time, he didn't even dare to make a sound. He lowered his head, hiding the hatred and fury in his eyes. Under various complicated gazes, Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duanfeng entered the inner hall under Li Yuan's respectful escort. Should we go in too? Lu Anqing sort of muttered the words awkwardly before following after the four in a few quick steps. Other deacons also trailed into the inner hall. The Dragonfish Creed Blue Rainbow Branches guards and disciples surrounding the front hall dispersed without a word. In the hall, Tai Cheng and Zhou Xing stood gloomily, showing no signs of leaving. Young Lord. A while later, a Tai family's guard gingerly approached Tai Cheng and called out. Tai Cheng snapped out of his bewilderment and looked at the guard. Are we still going to register? The guard asked weakly. Tai Cheng nodded despite looking lost in thought. Let's go register. But he sounded dispirited. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duanfeng stepped out of the inner hall, sent out respectfully by Li Yuan, Lu Anqing, and a few others. Lu Anqing walked behind Long Jianfei, saying something with a fawning smile on his face, but judging from his tone, it seemed like he wanted to invite Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duanfeng to his manor to apologize and make amends for the earlier misunderstanding. There is no need, Long Jianfei rejected mercilessly. Before the apprehensive, complicated, and envious gazes of various forces disciples who had come to register, Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duanfeng left the Dragonfish Creed's branch. Li Yuan, Lu Anqing, and the rest of the deacons sent Huang Xiaolong's group all the way to the main entrance. None of them returned to the building until long after the three people disappeared at the horizon. Several days later, in the noble Tai family main residence's great hall, an elegant woman that exuded nobility down to her bones was standing in front of Tai Cheng. This woman was Xianxia. You said that person is called Long Jianfei? A senior deacon of the Dragonfish Creed's mission hall from the past. Xianxia exclaimed in shock as she stared wide-eyed at her son. She had just returned to the Blue Rainbow Sacred Land not long ago, and she was surprised to hear this news the moment she returned. In truth, none of the Yu family had informed Xianxia of Long Jianfei's return. Mother, you really know this person? Tai Cheng asked. Who is he? Xianxia did not answer him, but her face didn't look very good. He was your mother's ex-fiancé, but he went missing for a long time and the Dragonfish Creed announced his demise. Later on, your mother married me. A good-looking man walked in with vigorous steps. This man was none other than the Tai family's current patriarch, Tai Xiaoyang. Father! Tai Cheng greeted, but at the same time, his mind was blown away by the information his father had revealed. That Long Jianfei? He's mother's ex? Yes, Long Jianfei was a famous young lord from the Long family in the monarch Yu sacred land. After Long Jianfei went missing, your mother and Yu family decided to rescind the engagement between the two families and even began to suppress the Long family. The Yu family went as far as hiring a Dao venerable from the mystical pavilion to deal with Long Jianfei's father. Tai Xiaoyang spilled the events of the past to his son. That's enough. Suddenly, Yu Xian snapped agitatedly. A complicated feeling flickered across Tai Cheng's face. He had always known that there was a knot between his partners. Today, he finally learned the cause, and it was Long Jianfei. There's one more thing. I received news that after Long Jianfei returned, he killed your Yu family's younger generation Yu Yi and many other Yu family disciples. Even your cousin Yu Chengming's physical body was destroyed, and his Dao soul was imprisoned. Tai Xiaoyang added. What Yu Chengming was? Yu Xian was clearly shaken by the news. Tai Xiaoyang looked at his son Tai Cheng and asked, Long Jianfei said he would come to see your mother. Tai Cheng glanced at his mother Yu Xian and hesitated slightly before answering, Yes, he called your mother a slut in front of the Dragonfish Creed's blue rainbow branch, right? Tai Xiaoyang straightforwardly said what his son hesitated to say. Yu Xian's face looked uglier. Tai Cheng did not say a word, acquiescing in silence. A cold light gleamed in Tai Xiaoyang's eyes as he sneered coldly. Long Jianfei has been acting brazenly ever since his return. Does he think his master is still around? Does he think he would be able to restore his Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple identity? Without the identity of Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple, he's merely a Long family's young master. That's dog shit. Tai Cheng was surprised. Father, you mean? Tai Xiaoyang did not reply directly to Tai Cheng's question, but he looked at the several Tai family's guards behind him and ordered, If Long Jianfei dares to come to seek the mistress, there is no need to be polite and kill him on the spot. The several Tai family's guards exchanged looks, and then respectfully complied. Rest assured, Patriarch. Send people to check Long Jianfei's current location after leaving the Blue Rainbow City. Tai Xiaoyang ordered the Tai family experts. After leaving the Blue Rainbow City, on the way back, Long Jianfei looked solemn as he said to Huang Xiaolong, Your Highness, even though I've registered my identity at the Blue Rainbow branch, and Li Yuan might report the matter upward, the Yu family might do something in between to hinder the process. It might not be so easy for me to restore my identity. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in agreement. He naturally thought of what Long Jianfei was talking about. If Long Jianfei's master was still around, the Yu family naturally wouldn't have dared to ploy anything against Long Jianfei. However, the fact remained that Long Jianfei's master, Qian Shi, was missing for many years. The Yu family could be unscrupulous in their actions without Qian Shi around. However, my master's relationship with the Blue Lotus Creed Patriarch is quite good. My master had helped him many times in the past, and the Blue Lotus Creed Patriarch knows the Dragonfish Creed's Foreign Affairs Hallmaster. If the Blue Lotus Creed Patriarch is willing to help us a little, the issue of restoring my inner disciple identity will be resolved. Long Jianfei told Huang Xiaolong his thoughts. The meaning of Long Jianfei's words did not escape Huang Xiaolong. All right, let's head to the Blue Lotus Creed now. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and made a quick decision. They were idle at the moment anyways, and restoring Long Jianfei's identity was crucial. After all, it was related to whether he could enter the Dragonfish Creed to find the Huanglong armor or not. Moreover, he knew that there was an enormous pill and herbs trading market close to the Blue Lotus Creed headquarters. Huang Xiaolong had long planned to take a look there. He wanted to see if there were any Grand Dao pills or Grand Dao herbs, as his supply had already dwindled down due to his recent snacking rate. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of peak late Fourth Resurrection Primal Ancestor, and if he could get his hands on a batch of Grand Dao pills or Grand Dao spiritual veins, he would be able to break through to Fifth Resurrection Primal Ancestor in a short time. Thus, The three changed their direction in the middle of returning to the Monarch U Sacred Land and headed to the Blue Lotus Creed. The Blue Lotus Creed was one of 12 creeds in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, and although it was incomparable to the Dragonfish Creed in terms of strength, the Blue Lotus Creed ranked in the middle at 6th place amongst the 12 creeds. However, the Blue Lotus Creed was so far away from their current location that it would take at least 20 days for them to reach there. As for Long Jianfei's father and those cursed previously, had already been sent into a safe and secret space before the three of them had come out. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong had laid out restrictions around the place. Thus there was no need to worry about their safety. This secret space was created with the power of Huang Xiaolong's small world, and the restrictions around were also laid out using his small world's power. Even if the Yu family's people found this space, they won't be able to break through the restrictions around it. Neither could First Esteem and Second Esteem Dao Venerables. Unless the Yu family could invite mid-level Dao Venerable experts to help them, it was impenetrable. Clearly, this possibility was unlikely. As they journeyed to the Blue Lotus Creed, Huang Xiaolong activated the concealment array on the Qilin chariot so he could cultivate in peace. They only appear in public 20 days later. "Are we there yet?" Huang Xiaolong asked as he stepped out from the void. "Yes, Your Highness, we've already entered the Blue Lotus Creed." Long Jianfei and Duan Feng respectfully replied. "Your Highness, should we head over to the Blue Lotus Creed headquarters first or the trading market?" Long Jianfei asked for Huang Xiaolong's opinion. "To the Blue Lotus Creed headquarters first," Huang Xiaolong answered seriously. Since he was already here, there was no hurry to purchase Grand Dao pills. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng complied, and led the way to the Blue Lotus Creed for Huang Xiaolong. "Your Highness, perhaps you can take a look at the Blue Lotus Pond." As they headed to the Blue Lotus Creed headquarters, the immemorial Ice Qilin suggested. "Oh, the Blue Lotus Pond?" Huang Xiaolong looked at the immemorial Ice Qilin. The immemorial Ice Qilin elaborated. "The Blue Lotus Pond is the Blue Lotus Creed's most famous site. It is said that the Blue Lotus Creed has existed since the beginning of creation. The pond water contains the creation aura, and precious blue lotuses grow in the pond. There are different grades of blue lotus, but then again, even the lowest grade of blue lotus is as effective as a low-grade Grand Dao pill. The immemorial Dao Venerable once obtained 7 blue lotuses from the Blue Lotus Pond." Huang Xiaolong was delighted upon hearing that. "Really?" "Yes." The immemorial Fire Qilin nodded in affirmation. "However, why didn't the Blue Lotus Creed try to make a place with this kind of precious treasure theirs?" Huang Xiaolong was curious. Long Jianfei joined in the conversation. The Blue Lotus Creed naturally had that thought, but the Dragonfish Creed would be the first to object. Moreover, although the Blue Lotus Pond nurtures treasure like the Blue Lotus, it isn't easy to find a Blue Lotus in the Blue Lotus Pond. Most of the time, even high-level Dao Venerable might come out empty-handed. Hence the Dragonfish Creed decided to open the Blue Lotus Pond to the public, and any Sacred Lands disciple can enter it to pick the Blue Lotus. As long as that disciple has enough talent and luck, the Blue Lotus belongs to whoever finds them. So it's like that. It dawned on Huang Xiaolong. Even a high-level Dao Venerable is not guaranteed to find a Blue Lotus? Huang Xiaolong was genuinely surprised. Long Jianfei nodded. "That's right, the Blue Lotus is spiritual and has a certain level of awareness. These Blue Lotuses are protected by a kind of water-attributed restrictions. Hence, first of all, one must have a very high comprehension in water-attributed Grand Dao law to pick a Blue Lotus. Secondly, to be acknowledged by a Blue Lotus, one must have talent and luck, and neither one can be lacking. Water-attributed Grand Dao restrictions." Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered. He had cultivated absolute frost energy, which was also a branch of the water attribute, whereas in terms of talent and luck, he had always scored high in both. Not to mention, since the Blue Lotus Pond was born in the same era as the time of creation, perhaps his Huanglong bloodline might have some effect. Huang Xiaolong decided to visit the Blue Lotus Pond after the trip to the Blue Lotus Pond. A few days later, Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 arrived at the Blue Lotus Creed headquarters. However, not anyone could enter the Blue Lotus Creed headquarters. Therefore, the 3 of them were blocked by Blue Lotus Creed's disciples when they reached a certain distance. Huang Xiaolong's group stated their purpose, which caused the Blue Lotus Creed's disciples to look at them strangely. You want to see our creed patriarch? Correct, Long Jianfei responded. My master and your creed patriarch are old friends. Old friends. The Blue Lotus Creed's leader and the disciples behind him were surprised. Only Tao venerable experts could become friends with their patriarch. The group of Blue Lotus Creed's disciples looked at Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng in a dilemma. Their patriarch was not someone anyone could meet whenever they wanted to. If he brought these three people to the patriarch, but ended up being punished instead, then he... What's going on? Right at this time, a voice suddenly broke the silence between the two groups. It was a group consisting of male and female disciples approaching from a distance. The one who spoke was a young man who seemed to be the leader of the group. He had a golden vertical pupil on his forehead. Because of this third pupil, others did not dare to look directly at the young man for too long, suggesting that there was something special about this young man's third eye. Senior brother Li Zhentong. The group of disciples blocking Huang Xiaolong's path hurried forward when they saw this person and greeted respectfully. The team leader explained swiftly. This person claimed that his master is our creed patriarch's old friend, and he wants to pay a visit to the patriarch, and pointed at Long Jianfei. Oh! The young man named Li Zhentong swept a curious glance over Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng. He could see that these three were peak late 4th resurrection, mid 5th resurrection, and mid 7th resurrection primal ancestor realm, respectively. You said that my master and your master are old friends? Why haven't I seen you before, and who is your master? Li Zhentong looked at Long Jianfei suspiciously. The Blue Lotus Creed patriarch had 5 personal disciples, and Li Zhentong was the last disciple he had accepted. Hence, Li Zhentong had never seen Long Jianfei. Long Jianfei was slightly surprised that the young man in front of him was one of the Blue Lotus Creed patriarch's personal disciples. So were Huang Xiaolong and Duan Feng. I am Long Jianfei, an inner disciple of Dragon Fish Creed. My master is the Dragon Fish Creed Mission Hall's Vice Hall Master, Xianxia. Our masters are old friends. Hence, I'll have to trouble junior brother Li Zhentong to inform your master. Long Jianfei introduced himself briefly. Oh, a Dragon Fish Creed's inner disciple, Li Zhentong exclaimed in surprise, and he took another look at Long Jianfei. Do you have anything to prove your identity? That... Long Jianfei hesitated. When he had registered his identity at the Blue Rainbow branch, he had given his identity token to Li Yuan because the verification process required Long Jianfei's identity token to be handed in to the Foreign Affairs Hall. Now, after being asked to prove his identity, Long Jianfei had nothing to take out. Detecting Long Jianfei's hesitation and obvious troubled face, a female disciple standing behind Li Zhentong mocked Long Jianfei. What Dragon Fish Creed's inner disciple? I think you're just a fake. As far as I know, the Dragon Fish Creed Mission Hall does not have a Vice Hall Master with the name Xianxia. Another female disciple nodded her head in agreement. What senior sister Su Dong said is right. I think these few people are liars. The Dragon Fish Creed Mission Hall has 2 Vice Hall Masters. One is Lu Ku, and the other is Li Hongmeng, and neither of them is called Xianxia. He might have ill intention in wanting to see the Creed Patriarch. The female disciple called Su Dong strongly suggested. Senior brother Li Zhentong, I think we should detain these 3 people and question them clearly. In recent years, demons have been very active in the Dragon Fish Creed's territory, and there are even demons that sneak into various creeds under pretense and slaughter many innocent disciples. These 3 might be spies sent by the demons. After listening to the female disciple Su Dong's words, other Blue Lotus Creed's disciples immediately looked at Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng with hostility. Although they couldn't determine if the 3 of them were demons, these Blue Lotus Creed's disciples were more than willing to capture Huang Xiaolong's group first before anything else. Li Zhentong also looked at Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng with renewed scrutiny. When they thought about it, demons had used various unpredictable methods to sneak into creeds and sacred lands, killing disciples everywhere, causing an undercurrent of panic, and these 3 people could very well be demon spies. Just as Li Jintong was about to use his third eye to check if there was demonic energy within these three people's bodies, someone suddenly came from the direction of the Blue Lotus Creed headquarters. "What's the matter?" the person asked. "Senior brother Xianxia." Li Jintong went up to greet when he saw who it was. Other Blue Lotus Creed's disciples also saluted in a hurry. "Xianxia." Long Jianfei called out in delight when he saw the person who came. This person was the Blue Lotus Creed Patriarch's eldest disciple, Xianxia. Are you Long Jianfei?" Xianxia looked at Long Jianfei in disbelief when he saw him. Didn't the Dragonfish Creed announce Long Jianfei's death? Moreover, Long Jianfei had been missing for many years. That Xianxia blanked for a moment when he saw Long Jianfei standing in front of him. Someone that he had accepted as dead had suddenly appeared in front of him, and anyone in his shoes would be suspicious. Long Jianfei nodded. "It's me. I got sucked into a space crack and landed in another holy world. I only returned recently. Sometime back, I went to submit my identity registration at the Blue Rainbow branch." Xianxia nodded his head after hearing that. "I have some matter and want to see Lord Lin Rue. Can you?" Long Jianfei asked. "That actually, my master is entertaining a guest right now," Xianxia answered awkwardly, and then added, "I'll bring you all to the outer hall. Let me go in to notify my master first." "These two are." Xianxia looked at Huang Xiaolong and Duan Feng. "This is His Highness." Long Jianfei introduced Huang Xiaolong. "His Highness." Xianxia, Li Jintong, Su Dong, and the rest of Blue Lotus Creed's disciples were astonished by Long Jianfei's introduction. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly at Xianxia. "This here is junior brother Duan Feng, a Divination Creed's inner disciple." Long Jianfei went on to introduce Duan Feng, and added, "Both brother Duan Feng and I are currently doing things for His Highness." "What? Divination Creed's inner disciple?" The others were once again shocked. Although the Divination Creed was millions and millions of miles away from the Dragonfish Creed, it was one of the top creeds in the Divine Tua Holy World, comparable to the Dragonfish Creed. How could they not have heard of the Divination Creed? Even more bewildering thing was that both Long Jianfei and Duan Feng were Huang Xiaolong's subordinates. Who exactly is this Highness? Duan Feng took out his Divination Creed inner disciple's identity token and showed it to Xianxia. Xianxia, Li Jintong, and others who still doubted Duan Feng's identity curbed their suspicions, as they could tell the identity token was genuine. Every creed's identity token was forged with methods unique to respective creeds, and others rarely could imitate it without a flaw. In the end, Xianxia and Li Jintong brought Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng into the Blue Lotus Creed headquarters. Su Dong and other Blue Lotus Creed disciples could only follow silently. After Xianxia and Li Jintong led Huang Xiaolong's group into the headquarters' outer waiting hall. Xianxia had them wait while he informed his master, the Blue Lotus Creed Patriarch. At this time, inside the Blue Lotus Creed headquarters' main hall, the Blue Lotus Creed Patriarch was entertaining a guest, and this guest was none other than the Dragonfish Creed's Enforcement Hall Master, Zhu Hui. Zhu Hui was also the Yu family's genius Yu Zhou's master. The Blue Lotus Creed Patriarch Lin Rue was smiling as he spoke to Zhu Hui. "Brother Zhu Hui, it's rare for you to come here, so you must stay a few more days. Not to mention that I've especially prepared Phoenix Nectar." Zhu Hui's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Phoenix Nectar!" Phoenix Nectar was a rare kind of spiritual liquid in the Divine Tua Holy World, a delight that was comparable to Grand Tao treasures. It was the saliva of the first-generation phoenix from the time of creation, mixed with natural spiritual water for countless millions of years. This nectar was useful even to Tao Venerable Realm experts' cultivation, and not to mention that the nectar tasted quite good. Then again, one couldn't even find such a treasure from auction houses, and on a rare occasion or two that the phoenix nectar appeared in an auction, the price would reach the exorbitant price. Even creed lords might not be able to afford it. Lin Rue's smile widened when he saw Zhou Hui's reaction. "That's right. It's the phoenix nectar that I had found in a secret land many years back, and there are 2 small bottles. It's rare for brother Zhu Hui to visit me, so wait for me to take it out and we can taste it together. Zhu Hui laughed delightedly. In that case, I won't be polite. It should be like that. Lin Rui's sonorous laughter echoed. After a brief pause, Lin Rui continued in a nonchalant manner. I've heard that the Dragonfish Creed Patriarch would promote the Son of Creation, His Highness Huang Shui, as young Patriarch after he enters Dao Venerable Realm, and he would inherit the Dragonfish Creed. Is it? Zhu Hui nodded. This is no secret, and the Creed Patriarch indeed has this intention. However, based on His Highness Huang Shui's identity, merely inheriting the Dragonfish Creed won't be fair for His Highness. After hearing that, Lin Rui was shocked. Brother Zhu Sui means, could it be? Yes, the Divination Creed Patriarch, Red Fox Creed Patriarch, Moon Wolf Creed Patriarch, and 6 other creeds have long acknowledged His Highness Huang Shui as the young Patriarch. Once His Highness Huang Shui breaks through to Dao Venerable Realm, he would lead all 10 creeds and unify the divine Tua Holy World. Zhu Hui nodded as he smiled a knowing smile. When the Son of Creation Huang Shui were to break through to Dao Venerable Realm, the 10 great creeds were going to jointly announce this news. Hence Zhu Hui frankly revealed this piece of information to Lin Rui. What? Lin Rui could not contain his shock. He will become 10 creeds young Patriarch at the same time? This was unprecedented. Zhu Hui chuckled at Lin Rui's reaction. The Son of Creation Huang Shui is the God of Creation Huang Long's son, and the world rightfully belongs to His Highness Huang Shui. Therefore, merely 10 creeds young Patriarch is nothing. Not to mention just unifying the divine Tua Holy World, but if you think about it, don't the various holy worlds belong to His Highness Huang Shui? Lin Rui was stunned, but he grinned in agreement. It is me who's confused. With His Highness Huang Shui's origin, it is more than normal for His Highness to manage 10 creeds. The two conversed deeper into the topic, and in almost every sentence, Lin Rui and Zhu Hui sighed in admiration at Huang Shui's outstanding talent that was truly one and only talent. While the two were subtly conversing, Huang Shi, Xianxia, and Li Jintong entered the hall from the outer hall. After the two juniors saluted to Lin Rui and Zhu Hui, Xianxia reported to Lin Rui, Master, the Dragonfish Creed Mission Hall's Vice Hall Master Chen Shi's personal disciple, Long Jianfei, is waiting outside, seeking an audience with you. What? Chen Shi's disciple, Long Jianfei. Lin Rui was obviously astonished hearing that. He then looked at Zhu Hui and said, I remember that the Dragonfish Creed had announced Long Jianfei's death long ago. After the Dragonfish Creed had announced Long Jianfei's demise, Chen Shi had spoken to Lin Rui about this when he had come to the Blue Lotus Creed in the past. He remembered this because of his good relationship with Chen Shi. Zhu Hui nodded. At that time, the Dragonfish Creed had really tried to find Long Jianfei before announcing his death. He then shifted his gaze to Xianxia, as he too was shocked by the news inwardly. At that time, Zhu Hui was the Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master. He had some conflict with Chen Shi, and it was not some small conflict. He was aware of Long Jianfei's death announcement. However, he didn't know until today that Long Jianfei had returned. Xianxia quickly explained. Long Jianfei explained briefly earlier that he encountered a space crack and fell into another holy world. He has only managed to come back recently, and he has already gone through the process of restoring his identity at the Dragonfish Creed's Blue Rainbow branch. I see. Lin Rui thought inwardly. There are 2 people accompanying Long Jianfei. One is a young man Long Jianfei calls His Highness, and the other is a Divination Creed's inner disciple named Duan Feng. Li Jintong added. Oh! Both Lin Rui and Zhu Hui were a little intrigued. Highness? And also a Divination Creed's inner disciple? According to Long Jianfei, he and Duan Feng are now working for this Highness. Xianxia supplemented. Lin Rui and Zhu Hui were surprised once again. 2 top creeds' inner disciples are willing to follow this so-called Highness. Lin Rui struggled inwardly. He had heard rumors that Zhu Hui and Chen Shi were not on good terms. No doubt, Long Jianfei intended to seek his assistance, but because of Zhu Hui's presence, he could not promise to help Long Jianfei. Hence, it was better not to see Long Jianfei. Go tell Long Jianfei that I'm in the middle of something important right now, so it's inconvenient for me to see him. Tell them to go back. Thinking of that, Lin Rui made a quick decision and told Yang Jia solemnly. Yes, master. Yang Jia and Li Jintong didn't date to voice any questions and were about to withdraw from the hall. Wait! Zhu Hui suddenly called out. The other 3 people in the hall were a little startled. I'm interested to see Long Jianfei, and I'm also a little curious about that highness. There was mirth in Zhu Hui's eyes as he spoke. However, this mirth sent a chill down the others' back. Yang Jia and Li Jintong's gazes tacitly turned to Lin Rui. Lin Rui nodded at them. Since Zhu Hui wanted to see Long Jianfei, it wasn't appropriate for him to hinder Zhu Hui. Thus, Yang Jia and Li Jintong came out of the hall to bring Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng into the inner main hall. However, out of kind intention, Yang Jia reminded Long Jianfei, the Dragonfish Creed Enforcement Hall Master Zhu Hui is also here. Zhu Hui. Long Jianfei's heart sank the moment he heard that. Before stepping into the hall, Long Jianfei concisely explained the conflict between his master Chen Shi and Zhu Hui to Huang Xiaolong and Duan Feng. This Zhu Hui is that Yu Zhou's master? Huang Xiaolong asked placidly. Yes, he is, Your Highness. Long Jianfei hesitated for a beat before confirming. Zhu Hui would definitely speak harshly when he sees us. Your Highness, you? It's fine. Huang Xiaolong responded without much emotion. The conversation ended as the 3 stepped into the inner hall. The moment they walked into the inner hall, Lin Rui and Zhu Hui's gazes swept over Huang Xiaolong's group, and their gazes obviously stopped the longest on Huang Xiaolong. Clearly, their curiosity towards Huang Xiaolong was higher than their curiosity towards Long Jianfei and Duan Feng. However, both were baffled. They could see that Huang Xiaolong was merely a peak 4th resurrection primal ancestor, and his cultivation realm was lower than Long Jianfei and Duan Feng. Yet, Long Jianfei and Duan Feng are willing to follow him. Why? Greetings, Creed Patriarch Lin Rui. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng performed a full salute on their knees towards Lin Rui. As the Blue Lotus Creed Patriarch, even if Long Jianfei and Duan Feng were inner disciples of Dragonfish Creed and Divination Creed, they were expected to salute on their knees. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong merely cupped his fists at Lin Rui in greeting. Lin Rui's face sank when he saw that Huang Xiaolong neither knelt down nor bowed in salute, but merely cupped his fists in greeting. With his identity and status as the Creed Patriarch of Blue Lotus Creed, only young patriarchs from top creeds such as the Dragonfish Creed, Divination Creed, and Red Fox Creed could be exempted from kneeling and bowing in salute. Obviously, Huang Xiaolong was not a young patriarch from any of these top creeds. Zhu Hui smiled when he saw this. Brat, which creed's young patriarch are you? You neither knelt down nor bowed in salute after seeing brother Lin Rui. However, his smile was thinly veiled malice. As expected, having Huang Xiaolong's action pointed out by Zhu Hui, the way Lin Rui looked at Huang Xiaolong turned slightly hostile. Just as Long Jianfei rushed to explain, Huang Xiaolong was one step ahead of him. There is yet to be a person in the divine Tua holy world who can make me salute him on my knees. With his identity as the son of creation, there really wasn't a person who qualified to accept such a big salute from Huang Xiaolong in the entire divine Tua holy world. Before breaking through to primal ancestor realm, Huang Xiaolong had doubted the origin of his bloodline. However, the moment he had stepped into the primal ancestor realm and survived rebirth from the light of nirvana, the power of his Huang Long bloodline had improved greatly. Huang Xiaolong was absolutely certain that his bloodline was indeed the god of creation's Huang Long bloodline. No one in the divine Tua holy world, or even in other holy worlds, was worthy of Huang Xiaolong's kneeling salute. Both Lin Rui and Zhu Hui were taken aback, and so were Yang Jia and Li Jintong, who were standing at the side. A second later, Zhu Hui's chuckle rang in the hall. There is yet to be a person in the entire divine Tua holy world who can make you salute on your knees? What a big tone you have. Lin Rui's brows were tightly scrunched together in dislike, and his dislike towards Huang Xiaolong was growing stronger by the second. Long Jianfei, why did you want to see me? Lin Rui suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and questioned Long Jianfei. Long Jianfei was a little apprehensive, but he clarified that he was in the process of restoring his identity and revealed that he needed Lin Rue's assistance. Lin Rue's first response was to shake his head, and then he said, "You're a Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple, and as the Blue Lotus Creed patriarch, it is inappropriate for me to interfere in the Dragonfish Creed's internal matters. You should be looking for the Dragonfish Creed's Foreign Affairs Hall's elder to restore your identity." Clearly, Lin Rue refused to help. Long Jianfei froze. On the way here, it had never occurred to Long Jianfei that Lin Rue would refuse him. After all, based on the amount of help his master Chun Shi had given to Lin Rue owed Chun Shi a lot. Not to mention, helping him recover his identity was of little effort to Lin Rue. Lin Rue merely needed to send a message through a communication symbol to the Dragonfish Creed's Foreign Affairs Hall Master, and he could regain his inner disciple identity in the shortest time without any issue. But now, Lin Rue actually refused him. That Creed patriarch Lin Rue. Long Jianfei wanted to try again. "Enough, this matter ends here," Lin Rue snapped with a frosty expression. If Long Jianfei's master was still around, Lin Rue would have considered extending a helping hand to Long Jianfei. However, today the situation was different than in the past. Chun Shi had been missing for many years. Not to mention that Chun Shi wasn't on good terms with Zhu Hui, and Zhu Hui was right beside him at this moment. He naturally wouldn't offend Zhu Hui just to help Long Jianfei. Huang Xiaolong watched the whole thing with cold eyes, without saying a word. Lin Rue sent them away with a simple, "All right, leave now." Then he looked at Huang Xiaolong and added, "Looking at Chun Shi's grace in the past, I won't pursue your crime of disrespecting me today, but if there's a next time, you'll be cut without mercy." Cut without mercy. As the words echoed in the hall, the might of a Dao venerable expert from Lin Rue's body rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. "We're leaving," Huang Xiaolong said as he stared back coldly at Lin Rue and Zhu Hui, ready to leave with Long Jianfei and Duan Feng. However, just as the three were about to leave, Zhu Hui spoke again. "Long Jianfei, it's not difficult if you want to restore your Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple identity." The words caught Long Jianfei by surprise. "You just need to kneel to me, beg me, kowtow 10,000 times, and every time you kowtow you have to shout, 'My master Chun Shi is an idiot.' If you do that, I'll tell the Foreign Affairs Hall to restore your identity." Zhu Hui smiled. "What do you think? 10,000 kowtows while proclaiming your master is an idiot, then you would be able to restore your inner disciple identity. This condition is worth it, isn't it? It's only 10,000 kowtows. Moreover, your master has been missing for many years, and even if you scold him to be an idiot, he won't know about it." Zhu Hui was full of smiles. Lin Rue watched this transpiring incident from his seat. There was no reaction whatsoever on his face despite hearing that Zhu Hui wanted Long Jianfei to kowtow 10,000 times while scolding Chun Shi to be an idiot. Long Jianfei looked at the stoic-faced Lin Rue and then at Zhu Hui, and he suddenly laughed loudly. "Zhu Hui, you want me to kowtow and scold my master? Dream on." Long Jianfei scoffed coldly when he stopped laughing. Huang Xiaolong's icy gaze swept over Lin Rue and Zhu Hui before he left the hall with Long Jianfei and Duan Feng without another word. Zhu Hui's smiling face darkened like the cloudy sky. He glared at Huang Xiaolong and Long Jianfei, sneering in disdain. "Long Jianfei, you'd better think it through carefully. If you take a step out of this hall, you'll never regain your Dragonfish Creed inner disciple's identity." With Zhu Hui's status and identity, he only needed to breathe a word to the Foreign Affairs Hall Master to stop Long Jianfei from ever returning to the Dragonfish Creed. Therefore, his words were not purely a bluff, which was why Long Jianfei's footsteps faltered for a beat. Zhu Hui chuckled. "How about it? Think it through clearly before making a decision. Kowtow 10,000 times and scold 10,000 times, or just turn and leave like this, never to regain your Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple identity ever again." Huang Xiaolong suddenly turned around and looked icily at Zhu Hui. "It's merely the identity of a Dragonfish Creed inner disciple. In that case, it doesn't matter if Long Jianfei loses it, but on the other hand, it's you guys. Don't regret the decision you made today." "You guys?" Lin Rue blanked for a second. Then anger rose to his face. Huang Xiaolong was pointing at him and Zhu Hui. Let's go. Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng left the hall. A cold light gleamed across Zhu Hui's eyes, but he held off from attacking. Had it been Long Jianfei alone, he would have killed Long Jianfei on the spot. But there was still Duan Feng present, a divination creed's inner disciple, and at the moment, he wasn't sure of Huang Xiaolong's identity yet. This held him off. You two go out first. After seeing that his disciples Xianxia and Li Jintong were still standing in the hall, Lin Rui frowned and ordered, also, if Long Jianfei wants to see me in the future, blast him away. Xianxia and Li Jintong respectfully complied and stepped out from the hall. The three of them were escorted out from the Blue Lotus Creed headquarters by Xianxia and Li Jintong. Your Highness, Long Jianfei's mood wasn't very good. Let's go to the trading market and stroll around. Huang Xiaolong said, it's human nature, and not surprising that Lin Rui acted so. Therefore, you don't need to feel bad about it. Just take it that your master was blinded in the past, and as for your Dragonfish Creed inner disciple identity, we'll figure out a way in the future. Long Jianfei nodded. We'll find a time to enter the bright lightning abyss to help you find your master. Huang Xiaolong reassured Long Jianfei. Long Jianfei was stunned. Your Highness, Long Jianfei looked at Huang Xiaolong gratefully, and he didn't know what to say. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Not everything needs to be spoken out. The three went to the Blue Lotus Creed's trading market on the Qilin Chariot. As the sixth-ranked creed in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, it wasn't enough to describe the prosperity of its trading market as bustling, and various noises came from all directions. Numerous visitors came from various sacred lands, and these sacred lands' disciples and also creed's disciples crowded the streets. When Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng arrived at the trading market, they did not enter any of the small shops. Instead, they went straight to the several biggest shops in the trading market that sold Grand Dao pills and Grand Dao herbs. However, Huang Xiaolong was served with a wave of disappointment. After going through these several shops, he did not find any Grand Dao pills, except for a few Grand Dao herbs and the low-grade ones. Then again, it was better than nothing. Thus Huang Xiaolong also purchased these low-grade Grand Dao herbs. Although these Grand Dao herbs' efficacies couldn't compare to Grand Dao pills, they were still effective to some extent. When they were passing by the jade area of the trading market, Duan Feng was attracted to it and said to Huang Xiaolong, Your Highness, are you interested to go and play a round of stone guessing? Stone guessing? Huang Xiaolong repeated in confusion. Yes, it's stone guessing. Duan Feng went on to explain. Inside many raw jade stones, there might be one or two innate embryo jade stones that are even better than Grand Dao pills. Long Jianfei joined in. That's right. I've heard that this stone guessing mainly relies on one's bloodline, and the higher your bloodline is, the more accurately you can sense the innate embryo inside the raw jade stones. Both their meanings were already clearly portrayed. With Huang Xiaolong's creation Huang Long bloodline, his guess would be absolutely accurate. The higher your bloodline power is, the more accurately you can sense the innate embryo inside. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong asked. In that case, can the disciples with highly ranked bloodlines run here every day and strike a jackpot daily? Duan Feng shook his head. Although it is said that the higher the bloodline is, the more accurately one can sense the innate embryo inside, it is not guaranteed 100%. It is merely that the judgment is more accurate. Even someone like the Saint Devil Prince with a supreme bloodline would have 10% or so accuracy. Genius disciples like 1 dragon, 2 tigers, and 3 moons would probably have 20% accuracy. Duan Feng explained. Huang Xiaolong showed an expression of understanding. On the other hand, it's hard to say how accurate your Highness' bloodline will be. Long Jianfei voiced his opinion. I believe it will be at least 30% and above. 30%. This was already a very high accuracy probability. Then again, Long Jianfei did not dare to say for certain how much higher the accuracy probability would be. Thus, he could only give a rough estimation. Let's go take a look, Huang Xiaolong said as his interest was stirred. He was very much interested to see how powerful his Huang Long bloodline was in determining the innate embryo inside these raw jade stones. If he really could get a few Grand Dao level innate embryos, that won't be a bad harvest. In the jade trading area, the entire street was lined with shops offering all sizes and kinds of jades, from stone guessing to selling and buying jades. This street was livelier than the street selling Grand Dao pills and Grand Dao herbs. This was the part where various sacred lands experts were gathered. Occasional sighs sounded amongst the loud cheers, most likely due to failure from stone guessing. Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng stopped at one of the biggest stone guessing shops. When the owner understood that Huang Xiaolong wanted to play stone guessing, the owner explained some of the rules to Huang Xiaolong before leading him to the stone guessing field. The stone guessing field was crowded with disciples guessing the potential of the many stones, and all around were raw jade stones of various sizes and shapes. Some were casually placed on the ground, some were placed on shelves, and there were also jade stones that were floating in high air. There were jade stones all around. Surrounded by the colorful selection of jade stones was a novel experience for Huang Xiaolong. He had never thought that there would be so many varieties of jade stones, and the prism of colors they came in. Huang Xiaolong secretly evoked his Huang Long bloodline as he strolled through the stone guessing field, trying to get a sense of the jade stones around him. Originally, Huang Xiaolong wasn't certain if he could really sense something special from these jade stones, but the results stupefied him. He could clearly sense breathing from many of these jade stones as there was a rhythm resembling heartbeat. Did these jade stones that nurtured innate embryos actually have a feeling of blood connection with his Huang Long bloodline? Yes, a kind of blood connection. Could it be? Ecstasy filled Huang Xiaolong's chest. Jade stones with breathing and pulses that resembled heartbeats were definitely jade stones with innate embryos. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong discovered that some of these rhythms followed certain patterns, as if these sounds contained Grand Dao laws, and they were extremely pleasant to the ears. There were also other rhythms that are chaotic and messy, or like surging waves. On the other hand, quite a few sounds were weak and feeble. Huang Xiaolong immediately understood the meaning behind these different rhythmic patterns. The more vigorous and pleasant these sounds were, the higher the Great Dao laws of these innate embryos were. Thinking of this, Huang Xiaolong quickened his steps towards casually piled up jade stones. He did this because there were several stones in this pile that had the strongest sounds. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng were dumbfounded for a moment after seeing Huang Xiaolong's sudden action. "Your Highness, you?" Long Jianfei couldn't help saying, "Stones placed here have a low." Duan Feng agreed with Long Jianfei. "He's right, Your Highness. If you want to choose, it's better to select those." He pointed at the stones hanging high in the air. Before an owner sold their goods, each item would be inspected by an expert one by one before being displayed for sale according to the probability of an innate embryo inside the jade stones. The stones simply piled up on one side were jade stones determined to be without innate embryos. "There is no need." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. After arriving in front of the pile of jade stones, Huang Xiaolong personally selected 6 stones out of them, and then he went to another pile of stones and selected 4 stones. From the third pile of stones, Huang Xiaolong picked out 5. It went on until Huang Xiaolong collected 30 to 40 stones. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng were flabbergasted. Huang Xiaolong's action had long attracted many disciples and experts' attention. Not many people chose stones like Huang Xiaolong did, especially several tens of stones at one go. Which sacred land has this brat come from? Is it his first time here? I've seen many prodigal sons, but never one so wasteful. A sacred land's expert commented laughingly. "Stone guessing right. Encountering fools here is inevitable." A sonorous voice traveled to everyone's ears from a distance away. A young man walked over, accompanied by a large entourage from the direction of the voice. Many experts looked solemn after seeing this young man. It's the Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple Wang Xian. It's said this Wang Xian is from the Dragonfish Creed Enforcement Hall, and he came with the Enforcement Hall Master to our Blue Lotus Creed. That's right. He's also Hall Master Zhu Hui's named disciple. Many experts approached Wang Xian with fawning expressions. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent. The Enforcement Hall Master's named disciple. That means he's Zhu Hui's named disciple. Is he? A thought flashed across Huang Xiaolong's mind, and he took the initiative to approach the young man. Huang Xiaolong stood in front of Wang Xian, and he was full of mockery as he spoke. In other words, you're the biggest expert around, aren't you? Why don't you make a bet with me? Wang Xian and the disciples from the other sacred lands were startled. No one had expected Huang Xiaolong to propose to make a bet with Wang Xian, that too in a taunting tone. Brat, who do you think you are? Are you qualified to make a bet with our senior brother Wang Xian? A disciple behind Wang Xian yelled grumpily and pointed at Huang Xiaolong. Fuck off, or I'll break your legs. This disciple was a Dragonfish Creed's outer disciple. Huang Xiaolong coldly glanced at the Dragonfish Creed's outer disciple. However, Wang Xian waved his hand at the outer disciple, and then looked at Huang Xiaolong with interest. Not bad. You've got guts to make a bet with me. Speak, what do you want to bet on? And how do you want to bet? Huang Xiaolong spoke tepidly. Since you think you're an expert in stone guessing, then we'll compete in stone guessing. Both of us will simply choose one jade stone, and see who gets a jade stone with a higher grade embryo. If you lose, you'll admit that you're an idiot in public 100 times. You will also break the legs of that dog slave of yours. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected Huang Xiaolong to put forward these kinds of conditions. Yell loudly that he's an idiot 100 times. This had gone beyond provoking Wang Xian. The gazes from experts all around looking at Huang Xiaolong had long turned strange. There's actually someone who dares to show hostility to Wang Xian. Isn't this looking to die early? Little mongrel, you're seeking death. The Dragonfish Creed outer disciple behind Wang Xian was enraged being called a dog slave by Huang Xiaolong. Not to mention, if Wang Xing lost the bet, Wang Xian would have to break his legs. His eyes were bursting with killing intent. But just as the Dragonfish Creed outer disciple was about to attack, Wang Xian reached out and stopped him. Wang Xian looked at Huang Xiaolong, and the smile on his face was long gone. Fine, I'll bet with you. However, if you lose, you will have to say that you are an idiot 10,000 times, and you'll also break your own legs, as well as the legs of the two dog slaves behind you. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng's expressions turned frosty immediately. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed, and he agreed. However, the stake is too small, so let's add 10 billion Tuashan holy coins. What? 10 billion Tuashan holy coins? The surrounding experts exclaimed. 10 billion Tuashan holy coins was an amount many sacred lands' young patriarchs couldn't take out. Wang Xian was stunned. What is it? A prestigious Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple like you can't take out 10 billion Tuashan holy coins. Huang Xiaolong snickered. Well, it's fine if you don't have 10 billion Tuashan holy coins. Just leave behind everything on your body when you leave, including your clothes. Strip down to your birthday suit if you lose. What? The experts in the crowd became interested, with obvious anticipation. That literally lit up the fuse of the disciples accompanying Wang Xian. Punk, are you certain you want to make this bet with me? Wang Xian asked sullenly as iciness roiled in his eyes. He hadn't expected that when merely taking a casual stroll at the Blue Lotus Creed's trading market, he would encounter someone who dared to provoke him, the kind that seemed to seek death. Do you know the consequences of your action? Wang Xian did not conceal his murderous aura. Yet, Huang Xiaolong continued to mock. I estimate that everything on you is only worth a few 100 million Tuashan holy coins compared to the 10 billion Tuashan holy coins that I put out. You still don't dare to take the bet. Or you're merely a fool and a waste. You don't have the guts to bet, knowing that you won't be able to beat me. Wang Xian's anger had reached a peak by the time Huang Xiaolong finished. Damn you! And a powerful force shot at Huang Xiaolong from his finger. The finger force tore through space. Wang Xian was an early 7th heaven primal ancestor, a high-level primal ancestor expert. When Wang Xian's finger force was less than a meter from Huang Xiaolong's face, Duan Feng punched out with his fist. An enormous fist appeared in the air and collided with Wang Xian's finger force. A blast rang and Wang Xian's finger force dissipated. The result dumbfounded the crowd. Divination God Fist. Wang Xian stared at Duan Feng in astonishment. What? Divination God Fist, the Divination Creed's Grand Tao Art. Upon hearing Wang Xian's exclamation, the crowd was in a furor, and their faces paled, including the Dragon Fish Creed's disciples behind Wang Xian. You're a Divination Creed's inner disciple? Wang Xian's astonished eyes were locked onto Duan Feng. Divination Creed's Grand Tao Art at the level of Divination Fist was not something an outer disciple could learn. Hence, that could only mean that Duan Feng was a Divination Creed's inner disciple. Correct. Duan Feng admitted coldly, as he and Long Jianfei stood respectful behind Huang Xiaolong. At Duan Feng's admission that he was a Divination Creed's inner disciple, the various Sacred Lands disciples and experts now looked at Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng in a new light. Only complicated expressions remained on the Dragonfish Creed's outer disciples' faces, who had clamored behind Wang Xian and scolded Huang Xiaolong and his group that they were unqualified to bet with senior brother Wang Xian. The murderous-looking Wang Xian suppressed his killing intent in an instant as he took another look at Huang Xiaolong. Doubt and suspicion flickered across his eyes. Clearly, he was inwardly trying to guess Huang Xiaolong's identity. Who are you? Wang Xian asked solemnly, and there was an obvious change in his tone. Huang Xiaolong let out a derisive snort. What? Scared to bet? Or have you got no confidence in your rubbish bloodline? Why don't you just admit you're garbage? Wang Xian's face and faces of the disciples behind him were distorted with anger. Aren't you being too arrogant? It's wiser not to step on others' bottom line. Wang Xian warned gloomily. Huang Xiaolong sneered. If Wang Xian had not recognized Duan Feng as a Divination Creed's inner disciple, he would have definitely had a different response. Since you're scared to bet with me, then fuck out of the way with your bunch of slaves. Don't disturb me from opening these stones. By opening stones, it meant that one would shave off the surface of selected stones layer by layer until they determined if there was an embryo in the stone the buyer had selected. Most people like to open stones on the spot after buying jade stones. After hearing Huang Xiaolong tell him to fuck out of the way, and insulting him again and again, the killing intent that Wang Xian had barely managed to suppress erupted out of control. Fine, I'll bet with you. Wang Xian's bloodshot eyes were fixed on Huang Xiaolong. According to the stakes you've mentioned, as a Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple, and Zhu Hui's named disciple on top of that, his bloodline was naturally not weak. In fact, his bloodline ranked very high. Not to mention, apart from the bloodline, one also required skills in stone guessing. He had dabbled in stone guessing for many years and was very experienced. He had been praised by many Dao venerables because of this. Therefore, he didn't believe he would lose. Despite knowing full well that Huang Xiaolong had deliberately stimulated him, he still decided to bet with Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong chuckled coldly, then called for the shop owner to be the judge for his bet with Wang Xian. After that, Huang Xiaolong and Wang Xian began selecting jade stones. The jade stones Huang Xiaolong selected were from the piles of messy, abandoned jade stones. This time, Huang Xiaolong picked out a colorful and glaringly shiny jade stone, and its surface was covered with dense and messy Grand Tao runes. Everyone was surprised, and they observed Huang Xiaolong with strange gazes as Huang Xiaolong nonchalantly selected a very colorful and glaring bright jade stone with dense and complex Grand Tao runes covering its entire body. It didn't mean that there would be an embryo inside if the jade stone was very colorful and shinier with complex Grand Tao Lo runes on it. In fact, it was the other way around most of the time. The general logic was that this kind of jade stones were incapable of gestating any embryos, making their surface shiny, colorful, and covered with complex Grand Tao Law runes. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng also became nervous and uncertain watching Huang Xiaolong's action. Your Highness, Duan Feng wanted to tell Huang Xiaolong that it was impossible for this kind of jade stone to gestate any embryos. Huang Xiaolong simply waved Duan Feng's words away and reassured him, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing." Long Jianfei and Duan Feng could only watch on with bitter faces, struggling to decide if they should try dissuading Huang Xiaolong a little more. But in the end, they gave up on the thought. By now, both of them were familiar with Huang Xiaolong's temper. Once Huang Xiaolong decided on something, no one could make him change his decision. Although Wang Xian was nonplussed that Huang Xiaolong would choose a colorful and glaringly bright jade stone covered with dense runes from the cast-off piles, he was inwardly gloating at the same time. Based on his rich experience in stone guessing, the jade stone Huang Xiaolong had selected barely had 1/10,000th chances of containing any embryo. Looks like this punk is really a noob in stone guessing, Wang Xian sneered inwardly. When he had first entered the stone guessing field, he had seen Huang Xiaolong busy choosing stones from the piles on the side. This was the reason he had judged that Huang Xiaolong was a noob in stone guessing, and also why he had agreed to make the bet with Huang Xiaolong. After watching Huang Xiaolong's actions, Wang Xian felt that he was indeed an ignorant bumpkin in stone guessing. He was feeling cool all over just thinking he would be taking 10 billion Tuashan holy coins from Huang Xiaolong and watch Huang Xiaolong proclaim himself to be an idiot 10,000 times. This punk dared to mock me in public. Hee. Just wait. As he imagined the beautiful ending, Wang Xian began selecting jade stones. His gaze swept over the special area high in the sky where various jade stones hung, and he selected one of them. The jade stone in his hand was smooth, and it exuded subtle luster with a converged brilliance. There weren't many grand Dao Luo runes on its surface, giving off a profound and mysterious feeling. When other experts saw this jade stone, all of them were nodding inwardly in approval. Based on the feeling from their own bloodline, the jade stone in Wang Xian's hand very likely contained an embryo. At least, the jade stone Wang Xian had selected was 1,000 times bigger than Huang Xiaolong's. After seeing that Huang Xiaolong and Wang Xian had both selected their preferred jade stones, the owner stepped forward. After inquiring their opinions, he personally did the stone opening. Due to Huang Xiaolong and Wang Xian's extraordinary identities, the owner proceeded with great caution, not daring to make a single mistake. After seeing that the owner had picked up Huang Xiaolong's jade stone to open first, Wang Xian said confidently, "Better open mine first because the result of his jade stone would be the same whether you open it or not. It can't have an embryo." The owner looked inquiringly at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in agreement as it didn't matter to him who went first. He glanced at Wang Xian's smug face, smiling from ear to ear, and sneered inwardly. Since Huang Xiaolong had no objection, the owner picked up Wang Xian's jade stone and started to work. Gathering grand Dao energy around his fingers, he began walking around the jade stone. Every time he took a step, his arms would budge slightly, or he would shave a thin layer off the top, or roll the jade stone slightly, looking extremely skilled. As time passed, the owner's hands moved faster and faster. As the owner continued to shave down the jade stone, Wang Xian's jade stone shrunk in size. Originally, the jade stone Wang Xian had picked was as tall as a man, but by the end, there was merely half a meter left. When there was only half a meter left of Wang Xian's jade stone, subtle rays of light seeped out from the jade stone, accompanied by refreshing spiritual energy. This is such pure spiritual energy. Such a pure spiritual energy. There's 50% certainty that this jade stone contains an embryo. Some of the experts watching in the crowd became excited at this sign. "Congratulations, senior brother." Several Dragonfish Creed's outer disciples congratulated seamlessly, delighting Wang Xian. He laughed heartily and nodded at them. "It's our shared happiness." Wang Xian shot provocative glances in Huang Xiaolong's direction from time to time, fully showing his contempt. There were no changes to Huang Xiaolong's expression, but Long Jianfei and Duan Feng didn't look very good. By judging from the current situation of Wang Xian's jade stone, there was as high as 50% chance that there was an embryo inside, or it wouldn't release this level of pure energy. As the owner continued with his work, an even richer spiritual energy seeped out from the jade stone. Rippling spiritual energy. What vigorous spiritual energy. There is definitely 70% chance of an embryo. The spectating experts sighed in excitement. The smile on Wang Xian's face deepened. 70%. A while later, the jade stone emitted a lilting, melodic sound. Upon hearing this sound, the crowd broke out in excitement. "It's the sound of an embryo. This jade stone really gestated an embryo. Moreover, This wonderful sound. It must be a high-grade embryo. The crowd became more excited. Innate embryos gestated inside jade stones were divided into Xiantian, Holy, and Dao grade. Each grade was then subdivided into low rank, mid-rank, and high rank. In the end, before the crowd's anticipative gazes, the jade stone Wang Xian had selected was fully revealed. The embryo was as big as an infant, with visible spiritual energy flowing within, and it was so captivating that it exuded a soft glow and a medicinal energy. Its peak mid-rank Xiantian grade, the owner and assessors determined in an instant, exuding excitement from head to toe. Although numerous people opened stones every day, very few people got jade stones with embryos. In fact, it happened only once every several years. Not to mention, more often than not, it would be low-rank Xiantian grade. Wang Xian was thrilled as he looked at the peak mid-rank Xiantian grade embryo. Although he was confident in his skill and knowledge in stone guessing, coupled with his high bloodline talent, there wasn't many times that he had successfully opened jade stones with embryos. Luck was on his side today. Windfall from the sky. Endless wishes of congratulations from all around went to Wang Xian. Wang Xian flashed a smile at Huang Xiaolong and said, "It seems like you've lost this bet, so you should fulfill your part of the bet. Hand out 10 billion Tuashan holy coins, and don't forget to say 10,000 times that you're an idiot. Also, break your own legs as well as your two subordinates behind you." Huang Xiaolong scoffed, "My jade stone is still not opened yet, so how can you say that you have won the bet? It's too early for you to be happy." Wang Xian chuckled upon hearing that. "Fine, I'm in no rush. We'll wait until your jade stone is open. Half an hour earlier or later, the result is the same." Without delay, the owner stepped forward once again and began opening the glaring jade stone Huang Xiaolong had selected. As the owner's hands moved around, stone debris flew in the air. However, he was obviously shaking his head as he went about opening the jade stone. 5 minutes later, there was nothing but flying debris. The jade stone Huang Xiaolong had selected only produced bits of clouded jade, and there was not a wisp of spiritual energy. This kind of jade stones absolutely couldn't produce any embryos. The smile on Wang Xian's face deepened further as he watched on. Quite a few Sacred Lands experts shook their heads. 10 billion Tuashan holy coins. Given to another just like that. I really don't know how some people's brains work. Even giant commerce houses' young masters would feel their hearts bleed for giving away 10 billion Tuashan holy coins for nothing. Not to mention, that person would have to call himself an idiot 10,000 times. When today's event spreads out, where is he going to put his face? Some experts whispered with their companions. Many of them began envying Wang Xian's luck, as this was literally a pie of 10 billion Tuashan holy coins falling from the sky. If it were them, they would probably grin involuntarily for several years, non-stop. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng's faces were twisted like bitter gourds. Regret wrung their guts at this moment as they lamented luring Huang Xiaolong here to play stone guessing. If they hadn't brought the matter up to Huang Xiaolong, it wouldn't have triggered Huang Xiaolong's interest, and he wouldn't have ended up making a bet with Wang Xian, finally falling into this kind of situation. Even though they were aware that Huang Xiaolong had the Huanglong bloodline was merely one of many factors that slightly increased one's accuracy in stone guessing, and the current situation told them that Huang Xiaolong's Huanglong bloodline's accuracy was lousy. At least, the jade stone in front of them was a mistake. From the current situation, it was impossible for the jade stone chosen by Huang Xiaolong to contain any embryo. Another 5 minutes passed by. Still, there was only jade debris from Huang Xiaolong's jade stone. Wang Xian's laughter sounded from time to time, and the words from the dragonfish creed's outer disciples behind him became rowdier. They couldn't be bothered to spare attention to Huang Xiaolong's jade stone. In Wang Xian's eyes, the outcome had already been decided. Another 15 minutes went by. It was still jade debris and bits. By now, more than half of Huang Xiaolong's jade stone had been shaved off. Wang Xian swaggered towards Huang Xiaolong, and just as he was about to demand Huang Xiaolong to fulfill his part of the bet, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "What's that?" Wang Xian's feet froze for a split second, and he felt strange. He turned and looked at Huang Xiaolong's jade stone like many people were doing. Huang Xiaolong's jade stone that had been producing nothing but jade debris had spiritual energy flowing out of it. On top of that, this spiritual energy's purity seemed to be higher. It was much purer than the spiritual energy from his jade stone. Wang Xian was dumbfounded, staring in one direction with an incredulous expression. Why is it like this? Everyone in the crowd had similar expressions on their faces. Even the owner's hands faltered and froze in the air as he stared at the jade stone before him in shock. A jade stone that everyone was certain could not produce any embryo was actually releasing such pure spiritual energy in the end. Continue. When Huang Xiaolong saw that the owner had suddenly stopped moving, he urged him. The owner was jolted back to his senses and continued opening the jade stone. As the owner continued, more spiritual energy flowed out, rippling in the air, as if there was an ocean of spiritual energy inside the small jade stone. One could even hear the sounds of waves. This only happened when spiritual energy reached a certain level. What's going on? Why is it like this? The confident smile on Wang Xian's face had completely vanished, and his face was distorted. At this point, even a noob could tell that there was an embryo inside Huang Xiaolong's jade stone. On top of that, the grade of the embryo inside Huang Xiaolong's jade stone could be even higher than Wang Xian's. Senior brother Wang Xian, his jade stone is not completely open yet. It's merely some paltry amount of spiritual energy. It's not necessarily an embryo. A dragonfish creed's outer disciple said to Wang Xian. That's right, senior brother Wang Xian. It's not for sure his jade will have an embryo. Another dragonfish creed's outer disciple chimed in. Right after the outer disciple comforted Wang Xian, someone shouted, "Embryo! Embryo!" Wang Xian's heart sank as his gaze fell onto the jade stone. Indeed, rippling rich spiritual energy was flowing out from Huang Xiaolong's jade stone, forming the ethereal outline of an embryo. But soon, everyone was baffled as this embryo from Huang Xiaolong's jade stone didn't seem to be of very high grade. Although it hadn't been verified, it was probably a mid-rank Xiantian grade embryo. The owner and the shop's expert stepped forward to assess the embryo's grade and reached an unanimous result. The embryo from Huang Xiaolong's jade stone was a mid-rank Xiantian grade. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng were overjoyed when they had felt that the spiritual energy coming from Huang Xiaolong's jade stone was purer than Wang Xian's. But their hearts drowned in disappointment at the assessment result, and their faces showed it. The gloom on Wang Xian's face was swept away in an instant by the smile on his face, and he walked towards Huang Xiaolong. Excuse me, although your jade stone also has an embryo, the grade is a tad lower than mine. Therefore, you lose. This time, you have no more excuses, right? Wang Xian reached out his hand and demanded 10 billion Tuashan holy coins. He also reminded, don't forget to say you are an idiot 10,000 times on the spot. Of course, your legs cannot be forgotten. Wang Xian sneered. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over Wang Xian and then returned to the owner. My jade stone is not done yet. Continue. Everyone was flabbergasted. No one really understood what Huang Xiaolong was playing at. Even the owner's reaction was a beat slow. He took a look at Huang Xiaolong's remaining jade stone. Is this kid saying there's another embryo within this 10% of jade stone? How is that possible? The probability of getting 2 embryos when opening one jade stone was almost zero. He had been in business for so many years, and he had been opening stones for tens of thousands of years. But he had come across that situation only once. There were numerous shops on this jade stone trading street, and countless disciples came here every day to open stones. But in all these years, there had only been 4 times when a jade stone had contained 2 embryos. Wang Xian also reacted and understood Huang Xiaolong's intention, so he signaled the owner smilingly. You continue then, because if you don't shave the jade stone down to the last inch, this person won't give up. Wang Xian looked at Huang Xiaolong with malice, as he didn't believe that the little remaining jade stone had another embryo. Others who caught on also shook their heads, thinking that Huang Xiaolong was daydreaming in broad daylight. Thus, under Wang Xian's eyes filled with bloodlust and others' disappointed gazes, the owner went to work on the rest of Huang Xiaolong's jade stone. However, when the owner's hand pared off a part of the jade stone just once, vigorous spiritual energy rushed madly out from the jade stone like an angry, uncontrollable flood. Everyone was dazed for a second, and their expressions changed to one of shock and disbelief. Wang Xian's eyeballs protruded with disbelief, and he was utterly stupefied. No, how could this be? Impossible. How is this possible? Wang Xian denied incoherently under his breath. A cold sneer curved up Huang Xiaolong's mouth as he ordered the owner, "Continue!" A shiver ran down the owner's body. He took a deep breath and continued with his work. 1, 2, 3, and at the fourth move, spiritual energy came roaring out, accompanied by a pleasant sound that rang between heaven and earth. The entire field could hear it. At this moment, everyone in the enormous trading field stopped whatever they were doing. Everyone was looking towards Huang Xiaolong's direction in astonishment. What sound is this? Did someone get an embryo from a stone opening? That must be it. Someone must have opened a holy grade embryo. Who has such amazing luck to get a holy embryo? People on the entire street boiled in excitement. Although finding an embryo in the stone opening was not a big deal, finding a holy embryo was explosive news. After all, the last time a holy embryo had appeared was several 100,000 years ago. After several 100,000 years, someone had once again opened a holy embryo. People started to swarm into the shop where Huang Xiaolong was located, and they fought to get a glimpse of the holy embryo, as well as the lucky fellow who had found the embryo. But these people were dumbfounded when they finally got on the stone guessing field and learned that Huang Xiaolong had actually got 2 embryos from one jade stone. 1 stone, 2 embryos? If the last holy embryo's appearance was several 100,000 years ago, then how long had it been since someone had gotten 2 embryos in 1 stone? Was it several 100 million years ago? Both the owner and the shop's assessors stared at the second embryo in speechless shock. Although they had not checked the second embryo, they could already confirm that the second embryo from Huang Xiaolong's jade stone was a holy grade embryo, and it was most likely a mid-ranked holy grade embryo. While everyone was caught in the excitement, the owner and assessors cautiously and gently started checking the second embryo, and they finally verified that the second embryo from Huang Xiaolong's jade stone was peak mid-rank holy grade. How could this be? Wang Xian muttered dazedly, looking like he had lost his soul. It's actually 2 embryos in 1 stone. I don't believe this. Absolutely not. None of the Dragonfish Creed's outer disciples made a noise. The owner and others who had witnessed the whole thing looked at Wang Xian with pity. Initially, it was something worth celebrating when Wang Xian had got a peak mid-rank Xiantian grade embryo from his jade stone, and everyone present was resigned to Wang Xian winning the bet. But who'd thought that Wang Xian would actually lose in the end? As the spectators thought of the bet, even more pitying gazes fell on Wang Xian. Wang Xian was a Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple. If he really had to strip himself down to his birthday suit and call himself an idiot, his reputation would stink more than the sewers, turning him into many sacred lands' laughingstock. The experts, who had rushed over recently, also learned of Wang Xian and Huang Xiaolong's bet. Another wave of furor swept over them when they learned what was at stake. Some were looking at Wang Xian with weird gazes. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your part of the bet. Huang Xiaolong looked at the despondent Wang Xian, sneering coldly. Remember, not a single string of thread should be on your body, and you can't take anything away. Wang Xian's face was immediately distorted with fury. Also, break the legs of that dog slave by your side. Of course, you have to say you're an idiot 100 times in front of everyone. I think you haven't forgotten about that, right? Wang Xian's face turned uglier at those words. Punk. Don't take a foot after gaining an inch. A Dragonfish Creed's outer disciple behind Wang Xian shouted angrily at Huang Xiaolong. I don't care about who you are, or what your connection with the Divination Creed is, because this is the territory of our Dragonfish Creed. Therefore, you better watch yourself and get the fuck out of our face if you know what's good for you. This Dragonfish Creed's outer disciple was the very same one who had insulted Huang Xiaolong earlier, pointing out that Huang Xiaolong was not qualified to make a bet with Wang Xin. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent. And if I don't know what's good for myself? Then we'll break your dog legs and then summon your elders over to take you back. The dragonfish creed's outer disciple snorted. Despite knowing that Huang Xiaolong had some kind of background, the dragonfish creed's outer disciple did not put much importance on that point. After all, they were within the dragonfish heavenly cave, and he was a member of the dragonfish creed's enforcement hall. He had a family elder who was also an enforcement hall elder. Huang Xiaolong snorted at the outer disciple's words as his hand reached out and grabbed the outer disciple from across space and dragged him up to his front. Although this dragonfish creed's outer disciple was also a fourth resurrection primal ancestor like Huang Xiaolong, he was as weak and powerless as an ant in front of him. Junior brother sure. Other dragonfish creed's outer disciples shouted in alarm. Wang Xion's expression was ugly to the extreme as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. Release junior brother sure. He is our enforcement hall elder's grandson. If anything happens to him, then don't even dream of leaving the dragonfish heavenly cave. All eyes were on Huang Xiaolong, while the shop owner cried in bitter helplessness in his heart. If a fight were to break out here between these two, then the first victim was undoubtedly going to be him. Did you hear that? Hurry up and let me go. The dragonfish creed's outer disciple roared at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong looked at Wang Xian indifferently as he retorted. It looks like you don't plan to disrobe. Wang Xion's face was darker than the stormy skies. I'm telling you to let junior brother sure go. His cold gaze swept over Duan Feng and Long Jianfei behind Huang Xiaolong as he warned. I advise you better not make any foolish moves, or those two also won't be able to protect you. Although Duan Feng was a mid-7th resurrection primal ancestor, the dragonfish creed had more than 20 people on their side. Not to mention that a few of them were early 7th resurrection primal ancestors, and they wouldn't have a problem to completely suppress Duan Feng and Long Jianfei. As for Huang Xiaolong, since he was only a peak late 4th resurrection primal ancestor, Wang Xian disregarded him completely. If it wasn't for worrying about Huang Xiaolong's identity, he would have acted when Huang Xiaolong captured his junior brother Shi. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong smiled coldly. Then, a shadow blurred and his foot landed hard on the dragonfish creed's outer disciple's kneecaps. The sound of breaking bones was accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail. Everyone was startled as no one had thought that Huang Xiaolong would really dare to injure a dragonfish creed's outer disciple. Since he was capable of having a divination creed's inner disciple as his follower, it was likely that Huang Xiaolong's status was very high. But then again, one point couldn't be disregarded that they were at the dragonfish heavenly cave, and the person in Huang Xiaolong's hand was a younger generation of a hall enforcement's elder. Yet Huang Xiaolong really broke his legs. As Wang Xian and the others' expressions changed, Huang Xiaolong's sharp voice rumbled in their ears. Since you're going to make a move, I'll do it myself. With that said, Huang Xiaolong threw the dragonfish creed's disciple far into the distance, on the main street outside, and then he walked towards Wang Xian. Since you refuse to do it yourself, I'll help you, Huang Xiaolong stated coldly. Before Wang Xian registered Huang Xiaolong's intention, the sight before him blurred and Huang Xiaolong was right in front of him. Wang Xian was taken aback, but his response wasn't slow at all as his fist swung out. Get lost! To his horror, his fist was locked halfway by Huang Xiaolong's palm. How come? Wang Xian and many present experts stared wide-eyed with shock. Wang Xian was a 7th resurrection primal ancestor realm expert, whereas Huang Xiaolong was only a peak late 4th resurrection primal ancestor. With Wang Xian's fist within his palm, Huang Xiaolong lightly shook him and everything on Wang Xian's body fell to the ground. Not only his dragonfish creed inner disciple's robe, but even his most intimate piece of clothing was on the ground. A few people flushed red, while others were stunned looking at Wang Xian in his birthday suit. He was really stripped naked. You actually die for me. Wang Xian raged as fury and embarrassment erupted in his heart. Killing intent surged, and his entire body's Dao energy rushed out, while his other fist punched out at Huang Xiaolong. Upon seeing Wang Xian's action, Huang Xiaolong scoffed and punched out with his other hand as well. Crack! The sounds of bones breaking echoed clearly in the air. Next, Huang Xian's miserable screams pierced everyone's ears as he, in all his glory, was flung high into the air, crashing into the midst of the large crowd. The ground rumbled as tremors spread outward. The remaining dragonfish creed's outer disciples and everyone else stood rooted on the spot. Especially the dragonfish creed's outer disciples' eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. Who's Huang Xian? The named disciple of their dragonfish creed enforcement hall master. Although a named disciple status was not the same as a personal disciple, it was nobler than many that some dragonfish creed's deacons, even senior deacons, would flatter and fawn over senior brother Huang Xian. Whenever they go out, even some sacred lands patriarchs treated him with courtesy. But today he was stripped bare, and then sent flying. Huang Xiaolong walked towards Huang Xian at a leisurely pace. Kill him for me. Huang Xian's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at the dragonfish creed's outer disciples, and the thought of killing Huang Xiaolong took over his mind. His furious roar jolted the dragonfish creed's outer disciples to their senses, and they began to attack Huang Xiaolong. After looking at the swarm of dragonfish creed's outer disciples coming at him, Huang Xiaolong struck with his fists, and each time his fist landed, it sent a disciple flying. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng quickly joined in the foray. Before long, the 20-plus dragonfish creed's outer disciples were either sent flying into the distance or slammed into the ground. Other Sacred Lands disciples and experts, who were crowded around to watch a good show, retreated in a hurry. When the obstacles were swept away, Huang Xiaolong strode towards Huang Xian. Huang Xian paled, seeing the way Huang Xiaolong crushed the 20-plus dragonfish creed's outer disciples like they were nothing. Although Long Jianfei and Duan Feng also helped on the sides, it was obvious to everyone that Huang Xiaolong was the main attack force. Huang Xiaolong, a peak late 4th resurrection primal ancestor, had crushed more than 20 dragonfish creed's outer disciples with ease. Not to mention that there were several 7th resurrection primal ancestors amongst them. One could tell how powerful Huang Xiaolong's combat prowess was. This kind of talent, although it might not reach the level 1 dragon, 2 tigers, and 3 moons, it was still comparable to some creed's young patriarchs. You? Who are you? Huang Xian's heart was palpitating with fear. What do you want? What I want isn't much. I just want you to fulfill your part of the bet, Huang Xiaolong stated without any expression. Wrath spewed from Huang Xian's eyes. Junior brother Shi's legs were broken, whereas he was as bare as a baby. The only thing left to do now was to shout that he was an idiot 100 times. He wants me to shout that I am an idiot in public 100 times. Thinking of this, Huang Xian's wrath and killing intent soared to the heavens. Huang Xiaolong did not respond, but the kick he gave was an answer in itself. As Huang Xiaolong's leg kicked out, his force broke past Huang Xian's physical defenses and wreaked havoc inside his body. It was as if Huang Xian's shrieks of pain would never end. You will regret this. Huang Xian glared venomously at Huang Xiaolong, biting every word. In the end, Huang Xian was forced to shout 100 times that he was an idiot. By the time the Blue Lotus Creed's disciples on patrol arrived, their faces turned white at the misery on sight. It was especially so after they saw Huang Xian's and the many Dragonfish Creed's outer disciples' injuries. At this time, Zhu Hui and the Blue Lotus Creed's patriarch Lin Rui were still enjoying themselves inside the hall, sampling phoenix nectar. Zhu Hui smacked his lips in amazement and praised, "This phoenix nectar. I won't get bored of it even after drinking 10,000 times. Good stuff, ah." Lin Rui chuckled good-naturedly. "If there's a chance of getting more phoenix nectar, I will definitely send a jug straight to Brother Zhu Hui's manor." Zhu Hui laughed sonorously in response. "Then, I'll accept it with a thick face." While the two were conversing merrily, Yang Jia and Li Jintong once again appeared in the hall, but this time with flustered expressions. "What's the matter?" Lin Rui asked as a slight frown formed between his eyebrows. He had already told them not to disturb him and Brother Zhu Hui unless there was something important. Yang Jia and Li Jintong looked hesitant. "Master, it's..." Junior brother Wang Xian encountered a small trouble at the stone trading street. Finally, Yang Jia spoke. Lin Rui and Zhu Hui exchanged a look. A small trouble? Zhu Hui looked deeply at them both because if it was really a small trouble, Lin Rui's two disciples wouldn't have reported the matter to them. Junior brother Wang Xian was injured by another person in the trading market, and the assaulters were Long Jianfei's group of 3. Yang Jia briefly explained in a solemn tone, and then recounted what he knew to Lin Rui and Zhu Hui. Zhu Hui's face clouded the moment he heard that. After Yang Jia finished reporting the matter, a sharp gleam burst out from Zhu Hui's eyes. I didn't want to be too harsh on juniors when they were here earlier, and therefore I let them go. Yet, the 3 of them actually repaid my kindness with ingratitude by humiliating my disciple in this manner. They will pay for this. Damn, damn. Zhu Hui cursed twice. One could imagine how furious he was. Although the person Huang Xiaolong had humiliated was his named disciple Wang Xian. As Wang Xian's master, he also felt insulted and humiliated. As the saying goes, see who's the owner before hitting the dog. With this reference, Huang Xiaolong was slapping his face. Where are they now? Zhu Hui demanded icily. They have left the Blue Lotus City, and currently, their whereabouts are unknown. However, we've already locked down the entire Blue Lotus Creed headquarters. It's likely that the 3 of them are still within the area of the Blue Lotus Creed headquarters. Li Jintong quickly answered. Lin Rui immediately barked. Search, even if you have to dig 3 feet under. Bring them before us. Something like this had never happened in the Blue Lotus Creed, and as the Blue Lotus Creed patriarch, Lin Rui felt like someone had wiped mud over his face. Yang Jia and Li Jintong hurried to comply respectfully, and they swiftly left to make arrangements. Huang Xiaolong was indeed still within the Blue Lotus Creed headquarters area. In fact, he was in the Blue Lotus Creed headquarters' deepest chaos void. He had fully activated the immemorial grand array on the Qilin chariot, enveloping him, Long Jianfei, and Duanfeng within. Huang Xiaolong had used the cosmos energy from his small worlds to conceal the presence of the immemorial Qilin chariot. Hence, Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried Lin Rui or Zhu Hui would discover him. So far, there has been quite a harvest after coming to Blue Lotus Creed. Huang Xiaolong looked at the 30-plus jade stones of various colors, shapes, and sizes in front of him with delight. Although these jade stones were still unopened, Huang Xiaolong was very confident that all of them carried an embryo inside, and these embryos' grades were not low. 2 of the jade stones contained Dao-grade embryos. With these 30-plus jade stones, breaking through to the 5th resurrection primal ancestor was right on the horizon. Huang Xiaolong planned to advance to the 5th resurrection primal ancestor realm first, and then enter the Blue Lotus Pond. After taking a deep breath, Huang Xiaolong activated his Huang Long bloodline and began refining the first embryo inside one of the jade stones. A year later, within the immemorial grand array, purple golden lightning, black lotus flames, and light of nirvana roiled like a tricolored boundless ocean. Rumbling roars of dragons traveled through countless million miles in the chaos space. In the blink of an eye, several years passed by. A figure stepped out from the chaotic space currents, exuding an overwhelming primal ancestor realm coercion. It was so strong that the surrounding turbulent chaos chi stagnated for a moment. Congratulations, Your Highness! When Long Jianfei and Duanfeng saw Huang Xiaolong emerge from the chaotic space, both hurried forward, greeting him with beaming faces. Huang Xiaolong nodded and smiled at them. During these several years of seclusion, he had finally stepped into 5th resurrection primal ancestor realm by borrowing those embryos' energies. Come, we're going to the Blue Lotus Pond. The Blue Lotus Pond was located in the Blue Lotus Creed, but it was not exactly within the Blue Lotus Creed headquarters, and there were several days of journey in between. While Huang Xiaolong's group headed to the Blue Lotus Pond, certain news spread in the Blue Lotus Creed. I've heard that young Lady Yu Yu is coming here to Blue Lotus Creed, and she wants to enter the Blue Lotus Pond to pick Blue Lotus. The news caused a big wave in the Blue Lotus Creed, and the excitement spread to the neighboring creeds. In an instant, disciples from various creeds and sacred lands were making a mad rush towards the Blue Lotus Pond. Amongst the younger generation in the divine Tuo holy world, the ones with the loudest reputation were none other than the 1 dragon, 2 tigers, and 3 moons. And for the divine Tuo holy world's younger generation male disciples, the most eye-catching ones were naturally the 3 moons. Yin-yu, Feng-yu, and Yu-yu. 3 absolute beauty, 3 peerless geniuses. Moreover, each lady was the personal disciple of a top-tier creed's patriarch, and they held the position of young patriarch. Wherever the 3 ladies appeared, their admirers gathered in droves, and literally the whole town would show up to see them. When Huang Xiaolong's group arrived in a sacred land close to the Blue Lotus Pond, they heard news that Yu was also at the Blue Lotus Pond for Blue Lotus, and they were surprised. Long Jianfei and Duan Feng were immensely elated by the unexpected news. Your Highness, isn't this a pleasant surprise that young Lady Yu is also coming here? Long Jianfei said with a silly grin on his face. I truly want to see if the said young Lady Yu is as alluring as the rumor goes. Duan Feng teased good-naturedly. After returning to the divine Tuo holy world, the topic they had heard most about was the 1 dragon, 2 tigers, and 3 moons, and the 3 most talked about women or the 3 moons were none other than Yin-yu, Feng-yu, and Yu-yu. Huang Xiaolong smiled casually. It's merely a rumor. There's bound to be some exaggeration. There were many descriptions in the divine Tuo holy that sang about the beauty of these 3 ladies, but in Huang Xiaolong's opinion, these were mostly exaggerated rumors made up by their many admirers. Long Jianfei chuckled. All 3 ladies aren't spoken for yet, and I've heard that the 3 ladies once swore that if they find someone with more than 10 high-order Saint Fates, they would marry that person. As he said this, Long Jianfei winked his eyes at Huang Xiaolong, and his meaning was all too obvious. Duan Feng joined in the banter. In that case, if His Highness shows his 12 high-order Saint Fates, then wouldn't all 3 ladies become His Highness Dao companions? Long Jianfei laughed happily. What's wrong with that? At that time, the 3 ladies might have made such a vow because they thought that there won't be anyone capable of integrating 11 or even 12 high-order Saint Fates. Duan Feng grinned. Then again, no one in the divine Tuo holy world believes there is a person that could integrate with more than 10 high-order Saint Fates. Hence, the many dashing young men from various creeds and sacred lands continue to obsess after the 3 ladies. If these sacred lands and creeds' genius disciples learn that His Highness has 12 high-order Saint Fates, they would feel like dying on the spot. Long Jianfei joked playfully. Words flew out of these 2 people's mouths endlessly. Huang Xiaolong smiled, shaking his head. These kinds of jokes can only be spoken amongst us. Huang Xiaolong didn't want to continue with this topic, thus he changed it. What do you guys think about Huang Shui? Long Jianfei frowned at the mention of Huang Shui, and he replied solemnly, It's impossible for 2 sons of creation to exist in this world. Therefore, 9 out of 10 this Huang Shui is a fake. The question is, why do the Dragonfish Creed Patriarch and others think he's genuine? This is the most baffling point. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered as he listened. This question was one he had tried to figure out many times. Even the Dragonfish Creed Patriarch and other Dao Venerables were being taken for a ride by Huang Shui. This meant that Huang Shui's bloodline had at least 90% or more similarities with Huang Long bloodline. Otherwise, how could the Dragonfish Creed Patriarch and other Dao Venerables fail to distinguish the difference? Then again, did Huang Shui's Huang Long bloodline similarities really reach that high? Or was there a chance that Huang Shui had somehow refined Huang Long's blood essence that too, a big amount of it? Only those who had the opportunity to refine the god of creation's blood essence could emulate the attributes of Huang Long bloodline. There was also a chance that Huang Shui was a descendant of a creation beast, a golden dragon creation beast whose bloodline was similar to the creation god Huang Long. That, coupled with the possibility that Huang Shui had refined a large amount of Huang Long's blood essence, could have raised his Huang Long bloodline similarities to 90% and above. If that was the case, it brought another question up. How did Huang Shui get so much Huang Long blood essence? Your Highness, should we expose Huang Shui's true face? Duan Feng asked seriously. It is said that after Huang Shui advances to Dao Venerable Realm, the Dragonfish Creed Patriarch, Divination Creed Patriarch, Red Fox Creed Patriarch, and other top 10 creeds patriarchs will hold a banquet, inviting other creeds experts to be witnesses as they announce Huang Shui as the successor of their 10 creeds. Moreover, if Huang Shui simultaneously heads 10 top-tier creeds, then what's left of unifying the divine Tua holy world? Long Jianfei fumed. The thing is, Huang Shui, that fake has taken all the advantage in this matter. When your highness exposes his true face, all these things that are supposed to belong to you will be yours. Only you are qualified to unify the divine Tua holy world. Who's that Huang Shui? Huang Xiaolong shook his head. There's more than meets the eye. We'll wait and see after Huang Shui enters Dao Venerable Realm and the 10 creeds really hold a ceremony. At this moment, it remains a rumor that they want to pass down the creeds to Huang Shui, and it's not necessarily true. Huang Xiaolong had his own thoughts and plans. He had a feeling that there's a conspiracy surrounding Huang Shui's appearance. I really don't know what my Dragon Fish Creed Patriarch and your Divination Creed Patriarch are thinking that they actually want to pass the creeds to Huang Shui. Long Jianfei complained to Duan Feng beside him. Huang Xiaolong smiled to himself while listening to that. Actually, he could guess a little about what the Dragon Fish Creed and other creeds' intentions were. There were countless holy worlds within the Huanglong world. Not to mention, these holy worlds were separated by a great distance which were inhabited by numerous demon clans. These demons persistently tried to break into the various holy worlds, disturbing the peace. Therefore, the Dragonfish Creed and other creeds' main purpose was to have Huang Shui unify the divine Tua holy world and other holy worlds' top forces to resist these demons. There hadn't been anyone that could carry such a feat, but Huang Shui's appearance was like a shining beacon of hope for the Dragonfish Creed and other creeds. In these creed patriarchs' opinions, as of Son of Creation, Huang Shui was the sole person qualified to unify the various holy worlds. It's a pity the Dragonfish Creed Patriarch and the others are unaware that Huang Shui is a fake. Huang Xiaolong thought inwardly, shaking his head. At this time, when Huang Xiaolong's group reached one of the sacred lands close to the Blue Lotus Pond, a group of Dragonfish Creed's disciples was also hurrying to the Blue Lotus Pond. One of them was naturally Wang Xian. However, Wang Xian wasn't the leader of this group. Wang Xian and other Dragonfish Creed's disciples were respectfully following behind a young man with flowing crimson hair that matched his crimson dual-pupiled eyes. When we arrive at the Blue Lotus Pond, all of you remember your manners in front of young lady Yu. Understood? The crimson-haired and crimson dual-pupiled young man warned them. Yes, senior brother Yu Zhou. Wang Xian and the others complied respectfully. This young man was the Enforcement Hall Master Zhu Hui's personal disciple, Yu Zhou, the Yu family's precious genius, Yu Zhou. Senior brother Yu Zhou, do you think Long Jianfei's group will also come to the Blue Lotus Pond when they learn that young lady Yu is coming here? Wang Xian asked cautiously. A cold gleam glinted in Yu Zhou's eyes when he heard that. If they have the guts to come, then they will die. Whether it was because of the hatred between the Yu family and Long family, or because Huang Xiaolong and Long Jianfei had humiliated junior brother Wang Xian, Yu Zhou wanted to kill Huang Xiaolong and Long Jianfei to vent out the anger in his heart. Long Jianfei was once an inner disciple of Dragonfish Creed, a senior deacon of the mission hall on top of that. If they were still in the past, Yu Zhou wouldn't have the guts to kill Long Jianfei. However, his master, Zhu Hui, had given the order to find Long Jianfei and use every method to torture him, and if Long Jianfei were to end up dead in the process, his master would take care of it. With this guarantee from his master, Yu Zhou had no scruples to kill Long Jianfei. Senior brother Yu Zhou, that so-called highness, his combat power is startling. Wang Xian stated as he recalled the scene where Huang Xiaolong had defeated the 20+ of them with a few punches. That had cast a shadow over Wang Xian's heart to a certain degree. Although Wang Xian had wanted to devour Huang Xiaolong's flesh and drink his blood in this period, he had to admit to the fact that Huang Xiaolong's combat power overwhelmed him. A peak late 4th Resurrection Primal Ancestor had easily defeated several early 7th Resurrection Primal Ancestors, as well as a group of 6th and 5th Resurrection Primal Ancestors. This level of combat prowess was rare even within the Dragonfish Creed. Despite Wang Xian's apprehensive expression, Yu Zhou was unperturbed. A peak late 4th resurrection primal ancestor defeating a few 7th resurrection primal ancestors isn't really a big deal. I could do it too. Wang Xian was quick to flatter. Senior brother Yu Zhou is an outstanding genius. Who in the entire Dragonfish Heavenly Cave doesn't know this and acknowledges this? How can that so-called highness compare to senior brother Yu Zhou? That's right. Even if senior brother Yu Zhou's cultivation was at 3rd resurrection primal ancestor realm, killing that so-called highness wouldn't have been different than killing a stray mongrel for senior brother Yu Zhou. Not to mention that senior brother Yu Zhou is a peak late 9th resurrection primal ancestor expert. Another Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple smiled flatteringly. Is there even a need to compare? With senior brother Yu Zhou's strength, even just one look from senior brother Yu Zhou would make that highness, Long Jianfei, and Duanfeng piss themselves. Senior brother Yu Zhou doesn't even need to move his pinky. Another Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple scoffed. Then again, what these disciples had said wasn't pure flattery or deliberate exaggeration. Yu Zhou's talent was a little unique, and he was born with dual pupils. Generally, when facing enemies or killing people, the power of his dual pupils was more than enough to do the job. With a single glance, he could reduce the enemy into nothingness. Hence, these Dragonfish Creed's disciples claimed that Yu Zhou merely needed one glance to kill Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duanfeng. On the other side, upon arriving at the sacred land on the Qilin chariot, Huang Xiaolong's group did not delay, and they went straight to the Blue Lotus Pond. A few days later, Huang Xiaolong's group arrived at the void-returning sacred land's White Feather City. Your Highness, further ahead is the Blue Lotus Pond. Why don't we rest at the White Feather City to recuperate? Long Jianfei suggested as he looked at the sky. It was the middle of the night. It is said that it's better to enter the Blue Lotus Pond during the day because at night, the entire Blue Lotus Pond would be covered by a terrifying black fog that deters even Dao venerable experts. Duanfeng went on. This black fog causes hallucination even in Dao venerable experts, and damages the Dao soul to a certain extent. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in agreement. Might as well rest for the night in the city. We'll head to the Blue Lotus Pond tomorrow. Having decided to spend the night at White Feather City, the Qilin chariot pulled to a stop at one of the big inns, and Huang Xiaolong's group rented a large courtyard for themselves. The White Feather City was livelier than usual. It was possibly because of the news of Yu Yu's impending arrival at the Blue Lotus Pond that various sacred lands and creed's disciples had all rushed over to catch a glimpse of her. The three of them entered the inn's restaurant and ordered some dishes. After having their meal, they took a look around the city. I've been to this city before. They were walking along a street when Long Jianfei suddenly said in a melancholic tone, I was here with my master. He had been to the White Feather City in the past with Qian Shi more than once. Oh, your master has been here for the Blue Lotus? Huang Xiaolong asked. Long Jianfei's smile swept away the sadness from his face. Yeah, many times, but each time, he returned without success. Moreover, it is not easy to purchase Blue Lotus from the market, yet my master wanted to refine pills with a Blue Lotus. Therefore, he could only come over and try his luck. He shook his head as he added, but it's too difficult to find. Duanfeng nodded in agreement to that. The Blue Lotus Pond has existed for countless 100 millions of years. Yet the number of people who have successfully picked Blue Lotuses until now does not exceed 100. On top of that, there are only 7 or 8 people who have been able to find Blue Lotus twice, and we've never heard anyone succeed for the 3rd time. Some lucky people obtained a Blue Lotus the first time they entered the Blue Lotus Pond, but they weren't so lucky the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th time. Being able to obtain a Blue Lotus twice was rare. In so many years, there were no more than 7 or 8 people who had succeeded twice. One could see the success rate of finding Blue Lotus just from this number of people. Long Jianfei nodded. Yes, moreover, no one has been able to obtain more than 3 Blue Lotuses each time, and there were only 2 people who got 2 Blue Lotuses one time. Oh, who are they? Huang Xiaolong's interest rose. One is the mystical pavilion master, and the other is the Red Fox Dao Venerable. Long Jianfei answered. Mystical pavilion master. He was the person everyone acknowledged to be the strongest person. He was also the most powerful and mysterious expert. The mystical pavilion master had once obtained 2 blue lotuses, and Huang Xiaolong wasn't very surprised about it. But what surprised him was that the Red Fox Dao Venerable also has such luck. Red Fox Dao Venerable? Huang Xiaolong repeated, feeling strange. According to my master, the Red Fox Dao Venerable is the first ever red fox who successfully cultivated and got recognized by the Dao, and he is the only red fox in the universe, said Long Jianfei. The Red Fox Dao Venerable obtained a powerful treasure in a Dao adventure, and he managed to get 2 blue lotuses by relying on this very treasure. As for what treasure it was, my master doesn't know about it. Red Fox Dao Venerable's treasure has never been revealed to the public eye. Huang Xiaolong nodded. The 3 continued conversing as they walked, when they noticed the commotion up ahead. Duan Feng was quick enough to grab a passerby, who was a certain sacred lands expert, and inquired about what was happening up ahead. The expert looked at Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng, and perhaps after seeing their extraordinary bearings, he answered, "There's a madman in front, killing people indiscriminately. He has already killed many sacred lands experts." The 3 of them felt intrigued upon hearing this, and they approached the crowd to take a look. They saw a disheveled middle-aged man with manic bloodshot eyes, and this was the madman, who was injuring and killing people, issuing warning bestial growls from his throat. "Duan Zhang!" Duan Feng suddenly shouted in joy when he saw the crazy middle-aged man. Huang Xiaolong and Long Jianfei were stunned for a second. Duan Feng know this madman? Duan Zhang? Someone from the Duan family? Although Duan Feng was a Divination Creed's inner disciple, like Long Jianfei, before he was a member of the Divination Creed, he was part of a family. Duan Feng came from the Divination Heavenly Cave's Duan family. The Duan family was a big family in the Divination Heavenly Cave. On top of that, the Duan family was bigger and more powerful than the Long family. Duan Feng was still caught in pleasant surprise when Duan Zhang abruptly turned to Duan Feng and began attacking madly. Huang Xiaolong frowned as it was clear to him that this person named Duan Zhang was poisoned with a certain kind of poison that was very powerful, causing his mind to fall into a confused state. At this moment, Duan Zhang did not recognize Duan Feng at all. After looking at the maniacal Duan Zhang rushing toward them, Duan Feng was stupefied for a second. When his senses recovered, Duan Zhang's attack had caught up with him. Duan Feng's face tightened as it was already too late for him to parry the attack. But in a split second, the maniacal Duan Zhang suddenly froze on the spot, and Duan Feng blanked. His mind is deeply clouded by absolute poison, so he can't recognize you at all. Huang Xiaolong's voice sounded in his ears, and the person who had stopped Duan Zhang's attack was Huang Xiaolong. Duan Zhang was an early 8th resurrection primal ancestor expert. Duan Feng couldn't see that Duan Zhang's Dao soul was deeply poisoned, but Huang Xiaolong could. Both Duan Feng and Long Jianfei were taken aback by the news, and then Duan Feng's face darkened. Absolute poison? Absolute poison was the most terrifying poison of its kind in the world, just like Huang Xiaolong's absolute frost and absolute flame powers. Your Highness? Duan Feng looked imploringly at Huang Xiaolong. Don't worry. Huang Xiaolong calmed Duan Feng and nodded at him. He could guess what Duan Feng was worrying about. Although Duan Zhang was poisoned by absolute poison, Huang Xiaolong was quite confident that he could expel the poison out. He did not have this confidence in the past, but now, with the power of absolute blaze, the ultimate fire power, he could expel any kind of poison or frigidine energies. After hearing that, Duan Feng's highly strung nerves relaxed. However, just as the 3 of them were about to take Duan Zhang away, someone shouted from behind them, "Not so fast!" A group of experts were approaching from the opposite end of the street. It's the 10 Swords Creed's inner disciples. That seems to be the 10 Swords Creed's Zhou Hong. So he's Zhou Hong. I've heard about him. He's the chosen person for the 10 Swords Creed's Ink Sword, a true peerless genius. Rumors say he has already condensed sword spirit. Upon recognizing Zhou Hong, the crowd stirred. Huang Xiaolong, Long Jianfei, and Duan Feng were a little surprised. 10 Swords Creed? There were 12 creeds within the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, and the Ten Swords Creed was where many sword cultivators gathered, ranking right below the Blue Lotus Creed at 7th place. Legend had it that the Ten Swords Creed possessed 10 grand Dao sword artifacts. These 10 Dao swords were born from the world, and they had later on fallen into the hands of the Ten Swords Creed's founder, becoming the Ten Swords Creed's guardian Dao artifact. 10 Dao swords, each had its own spirituality. Disciples chosen by these 10 Dao swords were naturally highly talented and possessed high comprehension in the way of the sword. Huang Xiaolong looked at the person at the frontmost of the group. He was none other than Zhou Hong, who was chosen by the Ink Sword. Senior brother Zhou Hong, that's him. He injured our junior brother Lin. A Ten Swords Creed disciple behind Zhou Hong yelled angrily and pointed at Duan Zhang, who was beside Duan Feng. Huang Xiaolong's brows creased slightly. Zhou Hong's gaze swept past Huang Xiaolong, Duan Feng, and Long Jianfei, and he stated, "Are you planning to pat your butt and leave like nothing happened after injuring innocent people?" Duan Feng looked at the injured Ten Swords Creed disciple surnamed Lin, and although the injuries seemed heavy, he merely needed to buy a holy pill to recover fully in a few days' time. After some thought, Duan Feng took out 100,000 Tuashan holy coins for the other side and apologized. "It is my brother's fault for injuring your junior brother Lin, but it's only because my brother is poisoned, and his mind isn't sober. These 100,000 Tuashan coins are enough to buy a holy pill to heal your junior brother Lin. 100,000 Tuashan holy coins could buy a few holy pills for the disciple surnamed Lin to recover several times." As Huang Xiaolong's group turned to leave for a second time, Zhou Hong's lazy voice sounded, "Don't go yet. Who allowed you to leave?" His tone was inviolable, as if no one would dare to defy his words. He strode forward and stood in front of Huang Xiaolong's group, and then pointed a finger at Duan Zhang. "He injured a disciple of my Ten Swords Creed, and you want to leave after compensating with a mere 100,000 Tuashan holy coins? Brat, is your head broken or something? But looking at the sake of the 100,000 Tuashan holy coins, leave this person here, and the three of you can leave." His tone sounded as inviolable as ever. Huang Xiaolong naturally caught the overbearingness in Zhou Hong's voice, and a sneer rose up the corners of his mouth. It looked like this was the way Zhou Hong spoke to those Ten Swords Creed's disciples, and even other Sacred Lands disciples. "If we refuse to leave this person here?" Huang Xiaolong responded tepidly. Zhou Hong was stunned for a split second, then erupted into laughter. "Brat, if you don't leave this person here, then all of you will need to stay. All of you will stay." Immediately, other Ten Swords Creed disciples spread out and encircled Huang Xiaolong's group. Huang Xiaolong showed no panic on his face, being surrounded by the dozens of Ten Swords Creed's disciples. To him, these disciples were as strong as tender sprouts, and they had no damage power. Even the 8th Resurrection primal ancestor Zhou Hong was an ant in his eyes. In terms of strength, Zhou Hong was a little lacking compared to the peak late 9th Resurrection Saint Devil Prince. "What do you want?" Duan Feng's face darkened as he demanded, staring at the other side. Zhou Hong flashed a brilliant smile as he said, "We don't want much. It's very simple. Since your people injured my people, you need to apologize and compensate." Duan Feng frowned. "Didn't I already apologize and compensate earlier?" Zhou Hong smiled, shaking his head. "It was merely an apology from the mouth." "Is that really an apology? Are 100,000 Tuashan holy coins considered as compensation?" He pointed at a Ten Swords Creed's disciple. "Junior brother Chun, tell them how the Grand Elder of Dark Shadow Sacred Land apologized when he unintentionally injured our Ten Swords Creed's disciple." The said junior brother Chen grinned and said to Huang Xiaolong, Duan Feng, and Long Jianfei, "That Dark Shadow Sacred Land's Grand Elder, who unintentionally injured a disciple of our Ten Swords Creed, knelt in front of our Ten Swords Creed's main entrance for an entire year, regardless of wind or rain, and the Dark Shadow Sacred Land compensated us with 10 million Tuashan holy coins." The surrounding experts ashened. Knelt in front of the Ten Swords Creed's main entrance for an entire year regardless of wind or rain. On top of that, they had to pay 10 million Tuashan holy coins as compensation. Even these experts felt that these conditions were too much. Immediately, some experts in the crowd clamored, I've heard about the Dark Shadow's sacred land. In the end, that Dark Shadow's sacred land's Grand Elder had his hands chopped off by the Ten Swords Creed before pardoning them. Some say that the Dark Shadow's sacred land's Grand Elder was blind when the incident happened, and he couldn't even recognize the empty tie in front of him to actually injure a Ten Swords Creed. I've heard that Ten Swords Creed still punished him even if it was only an outer disciple who was injured. I'm afraid that if it were an inner disciple, it wouldn't have only been his hands they would have chopped off in addition to 1 year of kneeling and 10 million Tuashan holy coins. It looks like this group's going to suffer. Amongst those spectating, some gloated while others shook their heads in pity. The disciple surnamed Chun laughed at Huang Xiaolong and agreed. They're right. After having his hands chopped off, that Dark Shadow's sacred land's Grand Elder kowtowed and thanked us instead of feeling any resentment towards us. Zhou Hong took over. How about this? Since he committed fault because of poisoning, we won't ask you to kneel for a year. Just kneel for 1 day, and then compensate with 1 million Tuashan holy coins. However, he's bound to leave behind his hands. When Zhou Hong finished, he signaled Junior Brother Chun with a look, and Junior Brother Chun responded. He walked towards Duanzhang with his long sword drawn out. Clearly, he was going to cut off Duanzhang's hands. At the same time, Zhou Hong looked at Huang Xiaolong, Duan Feng, and Long Jianfei. I gave you the chance to leave, but you chose to stay. Now get on your knees and kneel here for a day, and we'll spare you. Remember that even if there is 1 minute or 1 second less, all of you will have to kneel here for a year. On top of that, you can't move even an inch even if someone spits on your face. Remember that well. Zhou Hong still spoke with the same granted and inviolable tone. He was so condescending and domineering that it felt as if no one was qualified to question him. At the same time, Junior Brother Chan raised his sword and slashed down, intending to cut off Duanzhang's hands. However, just as his sword went down, Duanfeng blocked it with 1 finger. The force from Duanfeng's finger shook the sword off. Everyone was stupefied. Zhou Hong's gaze turned icy as it fixed on Duanfeng. It seems like you prefer to kneel for a year instead of a day. Huang Xiaolong looked at him like he was looking at a monkey performing tricks, and a soft snicker escaped his mouth. Do you ever feel that you're like a monkey, speaking and acting all on your own to entertain the crowd? The surrounding experts nearly choked on their tongues in shock. Monkey? Never in their wildest imaginations. Huang Xiaolong would have dared to liken Zhou Hong to a monkey performing to entertain the crowd. This included Zhou Hong himself and the rest of the Ten Swords Creed's disciples. Zhou Hong suddenly started laughing. He laughed because a few insignificant ants had provoked fury just like a mighty lion's inside him. He was a younger generation of peerless sword cultivator genius of the Ten Swords Creed, the person chosen by the Ink Sword. He had already cultivated sword spirit, and he was a disciple greatly treasured by the Ten Swords Creed's upper echelons that they gave him whatever cultivation resources he wanted. However, today, he was being called a monkey by an ant that had crawled out from some unknown sacred land. Monkey! Zhou Hong's eyes were extremely cold. An ant like you calls me a monkey? Everyone felt the violent killing intent seeping out from Zhou Hong's body. Who is that kid? Thumbs up to him for having the guts to provoke Zhou Hong's ire. In the whole Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, there aren't many people who dare to provoke Zhou Hong, and even many Blue Lotus Creed's inner disciples do not date to offend Zhou Hong. Yes, after all, Zhou Hong is the person chosen by the Ink Sword. He's also the Ten Swords Creed Patriarch's personal disciple. Even the Ten Swords Creed's founder dotes on him. Words of experts in the crowd buzzed like a swarm of bees. Huang Xiaolong faced Zhou Hong as if he was oblivious to his thick, murderous aura and said, "Calling you a monkey is like actually putting you on a pedestal. In my eyes, you can't even compare to an ant. At most, you're only half of it, not even half of an ant." At this moment, everyone was flabbergasted. Can't even compare to an ant. This disciple, who has crawled out from a god knows which sacred land, actually said that Zhou Hong is less than an ant. No, less than half an ant. Zhou Hong's stiff face showed how dumbfounded he was. It had never crossed his mind that there would be someone who had the guts to say he was less than half an ant right to his face. Someone actually dares. Punk, who are you to insult and disrespect senior brother Zhou Hong? Junior brother Chen bellowed, and his sword slashed towards Huang Xiaolong. Kneel and accept your death. Junior brother Chen's strength wasn't weak at peak late 5th resurrection primal ancestor realm, and the world shook under his sword slash of fury. However, Huang Xiaolong merely raised a hand, and he clipped and stopped the sword in midair between his fingers. Everyone was shocked watching Huang Xiaolong simply move his fingers and successfully clip the 10 Swords Creed disciples' angry attack. Some high-level primal ancestors felt especially shocked. At their level, they could see that Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was merely at early 5th resurrection primal ancestor realm, yet he stopped the sword of a 10 Swords Creed's peak late 5th resurrection primal ancestor disciple without any effort at all. Probably only a few Dragon Fish Creed's inner disciples could do this. The disciple surnamed Chun was clad in the 10 Swords Creed's inner disciple robe, clearly indicating that he was an inner disciple of the 10 Swords Creed, and that he had both talent and excellent combat prowess. Zhou Hong had not expected that as well. Then again, he was merely a little surprised. He looked at Huang Xiaolong and snorted coldly. Looks like your talent is not bad. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, don't assume that by relying on your little bit of talent, you're number one and invincible, because it will only take one slash for me to kill you. Junior brother Chun wanted to pull his sword out of Huang Xiaolong's grip, but he soon realized that no matter how hard he struggled to pull it out, he couldn't, and his face flushed from fury and embarrassment. Punk! Let go this instant. Huang Xiaolong exerted force, and with a finger flick, he sent junior brother Chun staggering back and tumbling to the street. On top of that, his sword disappeared into the air. Wave your sword around again, and I'll waste you. Huang Xiaolong's icy voice rang. Waste you. Huang Xiaolong's strong words hammered into everyone's heart, startling many of the spectating experts. Good, very good. Zhou Hong once again laughed out in anger. You dare to say that you will waste a 10 Swords Creed's disciple? That's some courage. He clasped his hands behind him as he approached Huang Xiaolong. As long as you can withstand one sword strike from me, I will spare your life. But if you fail to do so, all 4 of you will die very miserably here. Sword chi condensed around Zhou Hong, and the overwhelming sword chi that appeared was almost solid, taking various forms and sizes as it circled around him. Each sword chi was powerful enough to split the sun, shatter the moon, and pulverize the starry space. Of course, I will suppress my strength down to early 5th resurrection primal ancestor realm when attacking you. I don't want someone claiming that I'm bullying the weak, Zhou Hong said coldly. By the end of his sentence, Zhou Hong pushed his sword chi to the fullest, and it bloomed around him like a peacock fanning its tail feathers on full display, looking gorgeous and brilliant. The sharp sword chi sent the crowd backing away in a fluster as they were afraid of getting implicated in some way. What a terrifying sword chi! A few years back, there was a rumor saying that Zhou Hong had once killed a half-step Dao Venerable. It looks like it's true, a peak late 9th resurrection primal ancestor exclaimed. A few years ago, Zhou Hong had fought a half-step Dao Venerable expert. When news of it had spread, it had caused quite a stir through the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, mainly because Zhou Hong was still a mid-8th resurrection primal ancestor at that time, and having killed a half-step Dao Venerable expert at that strength naturally shocked many. It is said that Zhou Hong never fails if he decides to take action. His sword chi will only disappear after drawing blood. Even if he suppresses his cultivation down to early 5th resurrection primal ancestor realm, killing that young man won't be an issue. Forget about the actual attack. That young man will probably fail to even withstand Zhou Hong's sword chi. Some high-level primal ancestor experts analyzed. Among same realm cultivators, there aren't many that can withstand Zhou Hong's sword chi. It's a pity that we won't have the chance to see Zhou Hong's sword spirit. I've heard that even Dao Venerables have to retreat when the sword spirit appears. Various conversations entered Huang Xiaolong's ears. Are you ready? Zhou Hong asked Huang Xiaolong provocatively. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. You'd better not suppress your strength. Come at me at your full strength, because this little sword chi can't even scratch an itch for me. The moment Huang Xiaolong's words left his lips, Every single person present stared at Huang Xiaolong like they were looking at a fool. They were stupefied by Huang Xiaolong's words. Zhou Hong's sword qi isn't enough to scratch an itch for him. He wants Zhou Hong to go all out without suppressing his cultivation realm. Zhou Hong let out a cold harumph as he was truly enraged by Huang Xiaolong. He was not expecting this ant, that he could kill with one sword even when he was suppressing his cultivation realm, to actually advise him not to suppress his strength. Say what? My sword qi isn't enough to even scratch his itch. This is naked contempt. No, it's utter disregard. Disregard towards me, Zhou Hong. The sharp gleam in Zhou Hong's eyes intensified as he let out an angry, cold sneer, and the air around him screamed, affected by his murderous aura. Punk, you can be proud of yourself if you can withstand one sword strike from me at 5th Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm Strength. On the other hand, if you fail, be prepared to be torn to shreds by my sword qi, and not even your Tao soul would escape being pulverized by my sword qi. While he spoke, as if sensing Zhou Hong's raging killing intent, the rays of sword qi around him hummed loudly in resonance, crisscrossing majestically across the sky. These rays of sword qi pierced through the clouds above White Feather City and churned the entire city's airflow. All the experts within White Feather City raised their heads and looked towards the sky almost simultaneously. Such a startling sword qi. It should be disciples from the 10 Swords Creed. Who provoked the ire of 10 Swords Creed's disciples? Experts around the city exclaimed. Inside a certain residence, 2 beautiful young women also saw the startling sword qi in the sky. The beauty clad in moonlight white brocade robe could take one's breath away with one look. Her faint smile, a slightly raised eyebrow, and her every movement could make one infatuated. Young lady, this sword qi, could it be the 10 Swords Creed Zhou Hong's sword qi? The young woman clad in dark purple dress asked in astonishment as she stood behind the moonlight white brocade-robed young lady. The young lady in moonlight white brocade robe nodded. There is the ink sword's darkness energy within the sword qi. So it is Zhou Hong for sure. But who is he fighting? There were many sword-cultivating geniuses within the 10 Swords Creed, but only a few were worthy of her attention, and Zhou Hong was considered as one of them. The purple-dressed young woman said, amongst the same generation, there aren't many people that are a match against Zhou Hong. The other nodded her head in agreement and ordered, send people to check who Zhou Hong is fighting with. The purple-dressed woman went out to execute the order. The moonlight white brocade-robed young lady's beautiful eyes glimmered as she looked at the flying rays of sword qi in the sky. She knew why Zhou Hong would appear in the White Feather City. When the news of her coming to the Blue Lotus Creed for the Blue Lotus Pond had spread, like other numerous geniuses, Zhou Hong had also come for her. Pity. Although Zhou Hong's talent wasn't bad, it was far from the requirement she had set in her head. Moreover, Zhou Hong was complacent and arrogant, which made her dislike Zhou Hong even more. In the past, she, Yin and Feng Yu had made a vow that they would only become Tao companions with someone who had more than 10 high-order Saint Fates just to block these admirers from countless creeds. Any time the 3 of them appear, it would cause a storm of admirers running after them, annoying them to death. Hence, they made a vow and announced their Tao companions must be someone with 11 or more high-order Saint Fates. But they were surprised that the vow had not extinguished these disciples' fervent pursuit at all, as disciples from numerous creeds and sacred lands continued to court them like an obsession. It was mainly because these disciples believed that no one with 11 high-order Saint Fates or above existed in this world. Therefore, Zhou Hong and everyone else felt that there was still a chance. Perhaps, there really isn't anyone with 11 high-order Saint Fates in the world, she mumbled to herself, shaking her head. After all, even the son of creation Huang Shui merely had 10 high-order Saint Fates. Therefore, could someone with a talent higher than the son of creation Huang Shui even exist in this world? Such a person couldn't possibly exist. Zhou Hong's sky-soaring sword qi gathered and separated, as if it was dancing among the howling winds and rolling clouds. Moments later, a huge vortex appeared above White Feather City. Ink sword, swirling sky slash, Zhou Hong said with a cold face, and his icy voice resounded through the White Feather City. As the person chosen by the ink sword, comprehending the ink sword's sword intent. Zhou Hong had learned 10 styles, and each move contained heaven-shattering power. The swirling sky slash was the first style. Die! Zhou Hong's terrifying sword chi slashed down. To everyone's astonishment, the sky-covering sword chi spiraled down, affecting the immediate surroundings' airflow and expanding the vortex. The people below retreated to a safe distance and brought out either Dao artifacts or Saint artifacts to protect themselves. The terrifying sword chi reached Huang Xiaolong in a split second. When the terrifying sword chi was right about to fall on Huang Xiaolong's head, he merely raised his gaze slightly and lightly poked it with his finger, just like how one would poke at bubbles. After seeing that Huang Xiaolong was overconfident to this degree, a certain Sacred Land's 9th Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm Eminent Elder couldn't help scoffing. This brat is taking Zhou Hong's sword chi as bubbles? He is really brainless. Even if he lives, he'd be crippled. It was as if the speaker could already see Huang Xiaolong's miserable ending. Pong! Right at this time, when Zhou Hong's terrifying sword chi came in contact with Huang Xiaolong's finger force, it exploded like the most dazzling fireworks of sword chi and then disappeared without a trace. That particular Sacred Land's 9th Resurrection Primal Ancestor Eminent Elder's mouth was agape, and his eyes were wide with shock. Every expert on site was flabbergasted, while Huang Xiaolong's finger force shot towards Zhou Hong after scattering Zhou Hong's attack. Zhou Hong's smug expression changed. He wanted to dodge only to discover that he couldn't dodge it. He raised his arm in a fluster and slashed out. Ink sword, sky hacking style. As the sword drew an arch across the sky, there was a visible sword slash across space. But it was futile. Huang Xiaolong's finger force easily dissipated Zhou Hong's attack, and it reached Zhou Hong in an instant. Zhou Hong was sent tumbling in the air like he had been whipped by a bolt of lightning, and he crashed through rows of buildings and finally got buried under thick rubbles. The entire scene became deathly silent. Everyone was as still as statues with their line of sight fixed on the rubbles where Zhou Hong was buried under, and they were unable to react for a long time, including the present Ten Swords Creed's junior brother Chun, junior brother Lin, and others. A dozen seconds later, the rubbles exploded as Zhou Hong broke free from under it. His face was distorted with fury, killing intent, humiliation, and disbelief. Right at this time, on a certain residence's balcony, the purple-dressed young woman was reporting to the moonlight-white brocade-robed young lady after inquiring information. The young lady was astonished after hearing the report. Zhou Hong was sent flying with one finger, and that person is only an early 5th Resurrection Primal Ancestor. The purple-dressed young woman nodded. Yes, young lady. But when they were fighting, Zhou Hong had suppressed his strength down to early 5th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm. So, it's like that, but even so, capable of defeating Zhou Hong with one finger is a testament of his combat power. The moonlight-white brocade-robed young lady then asked, "Have you found out the identity of Zhou Hong's opponent?" Being able to send Zhou Hong flying with one finger, when at the same cultivation level, roused her curiosity a little bit. There weren't many people at the same level who could defeat Zhou Hong in that manner. The purple-dressed woman shook her head. "We still haven't found out who he is. He has 2 followers by his side, and one of them is the previous Dragonfish Creed Mission Hall Vice Hall Master Chan Shi's personal disciple called Long Jianfei. The other one seems to be the Divination Heavenly Caves Duan family member." She then added, "Although that person sent Zhou Hong flying with one finger, it was still because of Zhou Hong's carelessness. Otherwise, even if Zhou Hong had suppressed his cultivation realm down to early 5th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm, he couldn't have been a match against Zhou Hong." The moonlight-white brocade-robed young lady nodded in agreement. Although Zhou Hong was careless, he still couldn't have pushed Zhou Hong back with one finger. It shows that this person is not ordinary. After all, Zhou Hong was the Ten Swords Creed's most outstanding disciple, and he was also the Ten Swords Creed Patriarch's personal disciple. Even if Zhou Hong was careless for a moment, not any person could send him flying. This person has a Dragonfish Creed's inner disciple and Divination Creed's Duan family disciple following him. Therefore, his identity must be extraordinary. Her voice grew serious as she went on. "You go to the scene personally, and if Zhou Hong is going to kill this person, You rescue him. The way she saw it, a fifth resurrection primal ancestor was definitely not enough of an opponent for Zhou Hong, and based on Zhou Hong's temper, he would kill that young man after being humiliated to this extent. A sentence from others might not be able to rescue that young man, but Zhou Hong would grant her request. The purple-dressed young woman responded, "In my opinion, young lady, you don't need to interfere in this matter. Too many incidents like this happen regularly. The number of geniuses being killed every day is too many to count, and you can't save them all." The moonlight white brocade-robed young lady shook her head. "Since we've encountered this matter, it is not much trouble extending a helping hand. The enemy of our holy world are demons. Therefore, we shouldn't be killing each other. Young lady, you're just too kind," the purple-dressed young woman summarized in one concise sentence. At this time on the scene, Zhou Hong stared at Huang Xiaolong with bloodshot eyes as he approached Huang Xiaolong step by step. With each step, the light shining off his body grew stronger, and he shook off the dust and dirt covering his body. "You are very good. You've successfully angered me." Zhou Hong bit on each word as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. Yet Huang Xiaolong was indifferent. "So, you weren't angry earlier?" Zhou Hong's face flushed with an unnatural red color. "Punk! Don't get complacent," the Ten Swords Creed's junior brother Chen shouted from the distance, pointing at Huang Xiaolong angrily. "You merely succeeded in pushing back senior brother Zhou Hong in one attack because senior brother Zhou Hong was careless. Senior brother Zhou Hong can kill you with merely one move even after suppressing his strength to a fifth resurrection primal ancestor. That's right. In a little bit, you'll be tortured to death by senior brother Zhou Hong's ink sword chi. Don't go crying and begging later." The Ten Swords Creed's outer disciples raged at Huang Xiaolong. In the far distance, Duan Feng and Long Jianfei sneered, hearing the Ten Swords Creed's clamors. The Blue Heaven Creed's four great Tao venerables being beaten miserably by Huang Xiaolong was still freshly vivid in Duan Feng and Long Jianfei's minds. They probably wouldn't forget it for a lifetime. The horror of witnessing a primal ancestor having his fun toying with four Tao venerables was indescribable. Then again, what had happened in the Blue Heaven Creed had been placed on the complete ban by the Blue Heaven Creed Patriarch. Hence, not a word of it had leaked out. Otherwise, the event would have turned the divine Tua holy world upside down. Of course, having the news banned was also Huang Xiaolong's intention. It was Huang Xiaolong who had ordered Yi Beixing to completely contain the whole matter. After listening to the Ten Swords Creed's disciples clamoring for him not to cry and beg for mercy later, Huang Xiaolong merely smiled indifferently, and he couldn't be bothered to respond. Zhou Hong once again stood in front of Huang Xiaolong with vigorous sword chi surging around him like a rampaging angry tempest. At the same time, between Zhou Hong's sword chi were ink-colored rays, flickering brightly. These ink-colored rays exuded a frigid coldness that seeped deep into the bones. It looks like Zhou Hong is really angry now, as this is the genuine ink sword chi. The sword chi he displayed earlier was merely his normal sword chi. The moment this ink sword chi appears, it can freeze a person's Tao soul. Some Sacred Land's ninth resurrection primal ancestor expert sighed in admiration. Generally, Zhou Hong rarely uses his ink sword chi when battling. It has been many years since Zhou Hong has used his ink sword chi. This time, even if I can't catch a glimpse of young lady Yu, seeing Zhou Hong's ink sword makes it a worthwhile trip. That's right, the ink sword. One of the Ten Swords Creed's 10 Tao artifacts. Moreover, the ink sword ranked in the top 3. Some experts in the crowd voiced their admiration to their companions. The ink-colored rays of sword chi around Zhou Hong became stronger as time passed, alerting even more experts in every corner of White Feather City. Many experts weren't very concerned in the beginning, but after sensing Zhou Hong's ink sword chi, they hurried to the site to see who has run into such bad luck, provoking Zhou Hong to use his ink sword chi. Thus, more and more experts gathered to spectate. These newly arrived experts began inquiring about Huang Xiaolong's identity when they saw him. After all, he had forced Zhou Hong to use his ink sword chi, but he was an unknown young man. "Are you ready to die?" Zhou Hong stared at Huang Xiaolong frostily. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "I don't think there's a need for me to get ready to die. So to speak, it's merely your pitiful ink sword chi. Even if it's 100 times more powerful, it won't be able to shave off a hair on me. Even ink sword chi 100 times more powerful won't be able to shave off a hair on him. Everyone was bowled over by Huang Xiaolong's description. A few female disciples in the crowd failed to stop the laughter bubbling up and let out a giggle. Zhou Hong burned with anger and his face was exceptionally red. You! Go die! Sword descending on the world. Zhou Hong bellowed as he urged his entire body's ink sword chi and made a slash in the air. It was akin to something lethal suddenly descending rapidly from the sky, catching everyone off guard. The entire White Feather City was shaking even before the ink sword chi that came smashing down arrived. It was as if the city's foundation could not withstand the terrifying ink sword chi. Some experts already noticed that cracks were opening across the ground outside the city perimeter. After seeing that the ink sword chi was about to reap Huang Xiaolong's life in the next moment, Huang Xiaolong suddenly raised his hand and poked forward with a finger. The ink sword chi that was as vast as the sea stopped abruptly in the air right above his head. Everyone's eyes almost fell out of their sockets as they stared at Zhou Hong's ink sword chi storm that was pinned in the air. It was actually stopped by Huang Xiaolong's finger. One finger. The ink sword chi resembled a heaven-propping, ink-colored pillar, and the pillar was actually supported by a finger. This sight seemed to imprint itself in the flow of time, and it would be hard for the present people to forget this sight. Things like sword chi had no real form, yet Huang Xiaolong had pinned this formless sword chi in the air with his finger, like a solid matter. How is he doing that? Experts in the crowd muttered dazedly as their eyes were locked on the shocking sight before them. None of them could figure out how Huang Xiaolong did it. This is absolute power. A kind of absolute power. It's Sword Dao. His comprehension in Sword Dao is higher than Zhou Hong. A lot higher. Someone guessed in astonishment. Huang Xiaolong lightly flicked his fingers, and the heaven-propping, ink-colored sword chi pillar shot out like a streak of light, flying back towards Zhou Hong at a faster speed, and an even more powerful sword chi. Horror took over Zhou Hong's face as he roared and sword chi galloped out from his body, as he attempted to block the ink sword chi that was flying back towards him. But he soon realized that the destructive power within the ink sword chi flying back at him had greatly exceeded his estimation. Boom! Zhou Hong was sent flying again. This time Zhou Hong was sent flying further than the last time, turning countless buildings into rubbles until he was almost out of sight before he finally lost momentum. A streak of purple light flickered as the purple-dressed young woman arrived at the scene right at this time. This sight completely blew her mind, making her forget her purpose in rushing over there. The purple-dressed young woman was Misty Rain Creed's inner disciple, named Tan Mei Qin. Tan Mei Qin was the Misty Rain Creed's Yu's main maid, and she was here under the order of young lady Yu. Originally, her purpose was to save Huang Xiaolong, but just as she arrived, she witnessed the astounding sight of Huang Xiaolong sending away Zhou Hong's ink sword chi pillar with a flick of his fingers. Tan Mei Qin was completely stupefied. She had originally thought that it was because of Zhou Hong's carelessness that this young man had managed to force Zhou Hong back the first time. But this time around, it was clear that Zhou Hong wasn't careless. Zhou Hong had even displayed his ink sword chi. Tan Mei Qin was dazed, and so were the present experts. The various forces experts, who had rushed over at the very end after hearing about the battle, couldn't remember where they were for a moment after seeing Zhou Hong fall. Their eyeballs protruded in shock, and their focus was on Huang Xiaolong. Zhou Hong used his ink sword chi, but he was actually defeated. He was sent flying by a finger flick. Who is he? Which creed's disciple is he? Maybe he's some creed's young patriarch? This degree of combat power and talent were usually seen on a creed's young patriarch. There was a little apprehension in the voice of Ten Swords Creed's disciple, surnamed Chun, when he looked at Huang Xiaolong now. Although Zhou Hong was suppressing his cultivation realm at early 5th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm, Huang Xiaolong had still defeated him, even after he had employed his ink sword chi. This was enough to shock the younger generation of Dragonfish Creed. While everyone was still immersed in soul-gripping shock, Zhou Hong once again shot into the sky from under the rubbles. His body flickered into a blur and reappeared before everyone again. However, the Ten Swords Creed's disciple brocade robe on his body was dirty, ripped and torn all over. His earlier noble and elegant aura had gone with the wind. Zhou Hong's eyes were crimson like blood, and he was enraged like a severely wounded beast. His gaze locked onto Huang Xiaolong, full of ferocious bloodthirst that sent chills down one's spine. His killing intent was thicker than before. There had never been a time he wanted to kill someone so much. "I don't care who you are, but you'll die today." Zhou Hong spat through gritted teeth. "No one would be able to save you today. Whoever will dare to save you today will become my enemy, and also the Ten Swords Creed's enemy." His voice sounded like a roar from the depths of hell, making more than a few experts shiver after hearing it. Zhou Hong was warning those around that none of them should try to stop him from killing Huang Xiaolong today. Huang Xiaolong had sent him flying not once but twice, that too in front of so many people. If he didn't kill Huang Xiaolong, then how was he going to vent the burning anger rampaging in his chest? The humiliation he had suffered won't wash away as long as Huang Xiaolong lived. The aura of Zhou Hong's strength was fully released, and the momentum of a mid-8th resurrection primal ancestor sent tremors through the world. It suppressed the sun and the moon, and space fissures appeared in high air, shredded by the swirling rays of ink sword chi. When Zhou Hong had killed the half-step Dao venerable expert, how strong was his ink sword chi after fully releasing it? Experts watching from all around were astounded as they retreated further away in a hurry. Even 9th resurrection primal ancestor experts exercised caution in this situation, retreating into a safe zone, afraid to be innocently injured by Zhou Hong's ink sword chi. It was an open secret now that even half-step Dao venerable had died by Zhou Hong's ink sword chi, and this was no joke at all. When Zhou Hong had suppressed his cultivation, the ink sword chi's power was weakened because of that, but now Zhou Hong's momentum was at his peak, and his ink sword chi could easily cut a 9th resurrection primal ancestor's grand Dao physique. So strong. This is Zhou Hong's real strength. He is too powerful. A peak late 9th resurrection primal ancestor expert exclaimed in shock. He had a feeling that Zhou Hong's ink sword chi could split him into two halves with ease, and probably even his Dao soul. As expected of the Ten Swords Creed's most outstanding disciple, Zhou Hong is still a mid-8th resurrection primal ancestor. Once he breaks through to 9th resurrection primal ancestor realm, how strong would he be? At that time, he's likely to enter the Dao rankings list. As they watched from a far and safe distance, experts' discussions could be heard. The Dao rankings list was a ranking list in the Divine Tua Holy World for cultivators below Dao Venerable Realm. All disciples placed on the Dao rankings list had the strongest combat power below Dao Venerable Realm. More importantly, there were only 100 places on the Dao rankings list. Currently at the top of the Dao rankings list was naturally the son of creation, Huang Shui. But earlier, Zhou Hong said that as long as the young man took one sword from him, he would let them go. However, Zhou Hong has been attacking time and again. Isn't he breaking his promise? Moreover, Zhou Hong also said that he's going to suppress his cultivation realm to early 5th resurrection primal ancestor realm, but now he's going all out. A disciple pointed out the injustice of the situation. Although Zhou Hong's strength astounded them, there were still many people that disdained Zhou Hong for breaking his promise repeatedly. But, the moment that disciple spoke out, a ray of ink sword chi shot towards the disciple, and he exploded into blood mist in the next second. After seeing this, other disciples pointing out the same thing shut up immediately, and a few even fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Zhou Hong ignored these disciples begging for mercy on their knees, and he fixed a deathly stare on Huang Xiaolong. With a jerk of his palm, a long ink-colored sword appeared in his hand. "It's your honor to die under my ink sword." Zhou Hong no longer held back his strength, as he even summoned his ink sword out. The crowd's heart skipped a beat, seeing Zhou Hong summon out the ink sword. The instant the ink sword appeared in view, its immediate airspace turned ink black, with indistinguishable ink sword chi flying around. "This is the ink sword's sword boundary," an expert exclaimed. Huang Xiaolong, too, was slightly surprised after seeing the ink sword's sword boundary. The ink sword actually could form a sword boundary. No wonder it was called the Ten Swords Creed's guardian artifact. Even the immemorial Tao Venerable's immemorial sword could not form its own sword boundary. As he noticed that Huang Xiaolong was staring at the ink sword's sword boundary, Zhou Hong snickered coldly. "What, are you afraid now? It's already too late for you to kneel and beg for your life now." He was absolutely determined to kill Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong chuckled upon hearing that. "Kneel and beg for mercy? Even if you release one sword with the full strength of your mid-8th resurrection primal ancestor realm, you won't be able to make a scratch on my skin. If you kneel and beg for your life now, I can save you some face and let you scram." Everyone was dumbfounded. The Misty Rain Creed's Tan Mei Qing was just as dumbfounded. "That kid is too arrogant. I can't help but feel an admiration for him from the bottom of my heart. Even a half-step Tao Venerable has died at Zhou Hong's hands, and he's saying that Zhou Hong's full-force attack won't even break his skin. Does he think his Tao physique is actually a Tao Venerable's cosmos artifact? Though his combat power is amazing, don't forget that Zhou Hong is no longer suppressing his cultivation realm. It would be shocking if he blocks Zhou Hong's sword once again. He must be dreaming to think he can make Zhou Hong beg for his life on his knees." Some experts couldn't stand Huang Xiaolong's arrogance and started mocking him. Zhou Hong chuckled coldly in anger. "Very good. Then, I shall test the strength of your Tao physique. Let's see if my full-force attack can break your skin." As he spoke, an ink-black light flashed over his body, and an ink-black sword, that resembled the ink sword, flew out from his body. Yet, there was a difference between the two swords. "It's the sword spirit." Zhou Hong called out his sword spirit. Looks like this kid really infuriated Zhou Hong that he's using his sword spirit. All eyes were on Zhou Hong's sword spirit, with their nerves stretched taut in tension. When the sword spirit appears, heaven and earth trembles, ghosts and evil cry. Zhou Hong even summoned his sword spirit. The Misty Rain Creed's Tan Mei Qin faltered a little. The young man definitely won't be able to take on Zhou Hong's attack. Should I speak up now to save his life? While Tan Mei Qin was debating inwardly about whether to take action or not, Zhou Hong's bellow thundered through the city as his sword slashed out. Hearts trembled watching the mighty sword slash. There were no words to describe the feeling that sword slash gave him. This slash showed the absolute power of a sword. This slash contained the lethal grand Tao of sword. This slash triggered a resonance with other grand Taos between heaven and earth. When this slash descended, even those half-step Tao Venerables watching from the dark felt flustered. If the sword fell on them, there was no doubt that they would be reduced to dust. This was a sword that slaughtered all beings. The sky above them had unknowingly turned ink black. Wherever the ink sword chi passed, it assimilated a piece of heaven and earth into its own sword boundary. Within the ink sword's sword boundary, everything had turned surreal except for the crisscrossing ink sword chi, and ink sword chi was the only real entity inside the boundary. In this moment, there was only a single thought in everyone's mind. Terrifying. As she looked at the descending sword slash, Tan Mei Qin's delicate face ashened. It was already too late for her to save Huang Xiaolong if she took action now, as she didn't have the confidence to parry Zhou Hong's full-force sword slash while saving the young man. What a pity. Tan Mei Qin sighed inwardly. She could already imagine the miserable bloody scene after Zhou Hong's sword attack had done its work on the young man. She shook her head. She judged that from the young man's combat power so far, once he had grown up, he would be even more amazing than Zhou Hong. But now this young man was going to die here. Zhou Hong's facial expression warped as he watched with anticipation. When everyone was certain that Huang Xiaolong was going to die, Huang Xiaolong stood calmly and swung out his fist unhurriedly. One punch. Everyone saw Zhou Hong's terrifying ink sword's sword boundary shatter like fragile glass. And at the same time, there was a loud clanking noise of something else shattering. After Zhou Hong's ink sword's sword boundary shattered into pieces, his sword spirit fragmented and scattered like sand blown by the wind. Zhou Hong himself was knocked back mercilessly by a great impact, and he flew out of the White Feather City perimeter. Dong! Zhou Hong crashed to the ground like a meteor into an open space outside the White Feather City. A bird flew over the uninhibited sky. There was nothing above the White Feather City's airspace, and Zhou Hong had been knocked out of the city. What? Many experts nearly tumbled from high air seeing this result. This can't be real. A ninth resurrection primal ancestor expert stuttered dazedly as he couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. This seems to be real. Real. Tan Meichin's agape cherry-colored lips could stuff in an egg, and her eyebrows almost disappeared into her forehead as disbelief was written so obviously in her wide eyes. Even though Zhou Hong had used his mid-8th resurrection primal ancestor's full force attack, with his Dao artifact ink sword, paired up with his sword spirit, he was still. Moreover, Zhou Hong had lost badly this time. He was knocked out of the White Feather City. No one moved. One could only wonder if they were horrified by what they saw or terrorized by Huang Xiaolong till they didn't dare to move. Even those half-step Dao venerables remained stiffly in the same posture for a long time. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his right hand and stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back as if he had not punched out with his fist just now. He looked like he had merely loosened his muscles a little. In truth, Huang Xiaolong had merely loosened his muscles just now. He hadn't even used his 3 Dao Souls power, Saint Fates, inextinguishable Dao Heart, or Cosmos Energy while punching out just now. It was purely his physical strength. Honestly, Huang Xiaolong himself couldn't say for certain how strong his current physique was, and that punch was only a test. Then again, that punch was only 70% of his strength. Huang Xiaolong initially wanted to use 90% of his physical strength, but on second thought, he had reduced it to 70%. At the end of the day, Zhou Hong was the 10 Swords Creed Patriarch's personal disciple, the person chosen by the Ink Sword. Huang Xiaolong was worried that 90% strength would directly blast Zhou Hong's body to nothingness. Huang Xiaolong spared a cold glance at Zhou Hong, who was sprawled on the ground outside the White Feather City. 70% of his physical strength was enough to give Zhou Hong a beating he'd remember for a lifetime. It would take a good while for Zhou Hong to recover, even with the help of a Dao Venerable expert. "Let's go," Huang Xiaolong said to Duan Feng and Long Jianfei. Both respectfully complied, and the three left the scene behind as they took Duan Zhang with them. Neither of them were shocked that Huang Xiaolong had sent Zhou Hong flying out of the White Feather City with one punch. After all, even the Blue Heaven Creed Patriarch hadn't been able to take on Huang Xiaolong's one punch. Then who was Zhou Hong in comparison to him? When Huang Xiaolong was leaving, the crowd in his path opened up a wide berth as people retreated hastily in a fluster. But when Huang Xiaolong was passing before the 10 Swords Creed's disciples, particularly junior brother Chan, he said coldly, "Carry your senior brother Zhou Hong back, and if anyone from the 10 Swords Creed comes looking to cause trouble for me in the future, it won't end merely with being blasted away. I will destroy their body and abolish them completely and utterly." Huang Xiaolong's harsh tone rumbled in the 10 Swords Creed's disciples' ears, and their faces turned unsightly, feeling humiliated. Even so, no one dared to make a sound. Tan Meichin watched Huang Xiaolong and his group leave with a complicated gaze. Though it was surprising when Huang Xiaolong had defeated Zhou Hong at the same cultivation realm, it was merely that surprising. But when an early 5th resurrection primal ancestor defeated Zhou Hong's full force attack, that was startling. Tan Meichi was struck with great waves of shock as she turned around and left swiftly. I wonder how the young lady would react after learning this result? She thought inwardly. Before long, the news that Zhou Hong was sent flying out of White Feather City with a punch spread through the city at a shocking speed, and soon, it reached the sacred lands closest to the Blue Lotus Pond, and spread to all the cities in these neighboring sacred lands. The news passed through the cities like a great earthquake, astounding the many sacred lands experts. Defeating Zhou Hong was nothing, but when the feat was done by an early 5th resurrection primal ancestor with just one punch, this was simply mind-blowing. Zhou Hong is the 10 Swords Creed's most outstanding genius, but that young man was able to defeat Zhou Hong while still being an early 5th resurrection primal ancestor. This kind of combat prowess and talent is only below the 1 dragon, 2 tigers, and 3 moons. Maybe they are at the same level. Where did that young man jump out from? It is said that Zhou Hong even summoned his ink sword and sword spirit, but he was defeated by the opponent just the same. There were similar discussions everywhere. In a certain city, the dragonfish creeds Yuzhou, Wang Xian, and others also heard the news. Yuzhou, Wang Xian, and the rest couldn't help but be astonished. It looks like we've underestimated that brat. Yuzhou's eyes narrowed, veiling the sharp light within. I didn't expect Zhou Hong to lose to that brat. Still shocked, Wang Xian spoke solemnly. Those three people really appeared here. It seems like they are also here for young lady Yu, are they? In this case, they will definitely go to the Blue Lotus Pond. But another dragonfish creed's disciple scoffed with contempt. They also want to court young lady Yu? It's like a toad lusting after a swan's meat. What makes them think they're qualified? Do they think that by relying on their little bit of talent, they would be able to garner young lady Yu's favor? Other dragonfish creed's disciples ridiculed Huang Xiaolong in droves. Wang Xian looked at Yuzhou. Senior brother Yuzhou, if they are really going to the Blue Lotus Pond, then we kill. Killing intent burst out from Yuzhou's eyes. Although Zhou Hong was surprised that the young man had defeated Zhou Hong, he was confident that he could completely eradicate the three of them. Zhou Hong was a mid-8th resurrection primal ancestor, while he, on the other hand, was a peak late 9th resurrection primal ancestor. Huang Xiaolong ignored the disturbance taking place outside. Inside the rented courtyard, he was attempting to dispel the absolute poison in Duan Zheng's Dao soul with the cosmos energy of his small worlds. Then again, Huang Xiaolong did not waste the absolute poison plaguing Duan Zheng's Dao soul, and he absorbed and refined it into his body as he extracted it out of Duan Zheng's Dao soul. Others couldn't absorb or refine the absolute poison's power, but Huang Xiaolong, with his god of creation Huang Long bloodline, could turn it into his own use. If he successfully refined this absolute poison, Huang Xiaolong would add another absolute power, the power of absolute poison on top of his power of nirvana, absolute frost and absolute blaze. 4 kinds of absolute powers. Since Huang Xiaolong absorbed and refined the absolute poison while he expelled it out of Duan Zheng's body, it slowed down his detoxification speed. With one night's effort, he only removed 10% of poison from Duan Zheng's body. The process went on for 5 consecutive days. By the end of the 5th day, Huang Xiaolong successfully swept clean the poison from Duan Zheng's Dao soul. Naturally, during the process, Huang Xiaolong continued to absorb and refine the power of absolute poison from Duan Zheng's Dao soul. With a wave of his hand, terrifying black gas condensed in the air, and this black gas was darker than any black color in the world. It was even darker than Zhou Hong's ink sword. Just looking at the black gas could give one a hair-raising creepy feeling. This was the power of absolute poison. Pity though, the amount is a little worse. Huang Xiaolong judged as he looked at the black gas in front of him. The amount of absolute poison in Duan Zheng's Dao soul wasn't much. Thus, even though Huang Xiaolong had absorbed the poison from Duan Zheng, the power of absolute poison was a little weak for Huang Xiaolong's liking. Especially when compared to the power of nirvana, absolute blaze, and absolute frost, the power of absolute poison was definitely the weakest one. This amount of absolute poison could deal with those below Dao Venerable realm, but against Dao Venerable experts, expelling this poison was not a big problem for them. Half a day later, when Huang Xiaolong stepped out from the room, he saw Duan Zhang standing respectfully in the yard with Duan Feng and Long Jianfei. It was clear that Duan Zhang was sober now, and Duan Feng had recounted what had happened to him, as well as told him about Huang Xiaolong's identity. Duan Zhang is grateful for your highness' saving grace. When he saw Huang Xiaolong coming out from the room, Duan Zhang hurriedly fell to his knees and respectfully kowtowed to Huang Xiaolong. Duan Feng also knelt and bowed to Huang Xiaolong. Duan Zhang was a member of his Duan family, and on top of that, Duan Zhang was his sibling, his second brother. Huang Xiaolong had them rise from the ground, and then he asked Duan Zheng how he had got intoxicated by absolute poison. A few months ago, Duan Zheng's good friend had found him and revealed to him that he had found a certain Dao Venerable expert's hidden treasury. The friend had proposed a cooperation to explore the Dao Venerable's hidden treasury, but they were poisoned just as they had entered the Dao Venerable's immortal cave. The Tao Venerable Expert's Immortal Cave was in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave. After hearing that Tao Venerable Expert's Immortal Cave was within the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, excitement rose to Duan Feng and Long Jianfei's faces. Others were afraid of this absolute poison, but His Highness wasn't one of them. "What about your friend?" Duan Feng asked. Duan Zhang looked indignant. "I entered the Immortal Cave ahead of him, and after seeing that I was poisoned by absolute poison, he abandoned me and fled. And his good friend was a Chao family's disciple from the Scarlet Blood Heavenly Cave." The Scarlet Blood Heavenly Cave was adjacent to the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, and the Chao family was one of the Scarlet Blood Heavenly Cave's top powerhouses. Duan Feng too was indignant upon hearing that. Huang Xiaolong asked about the Immortal Cave's location, and he learned that it was within the Boundary Emperor Creed's territory. The Boundary Emperor Creed was one of the 12 creeds in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, and it was quite a far distance away from the Blue Lotus Creed. From the Blue Lotus Creed, they need to traverse through another creed's territory to reach the Boundary Emperor Creed. In a short moment, thoughts raced through Huang Xiaolong's mind, and he swiftly decided to go to the said Immortal Cave after coming out from the Blue Lotus Pond. Regardless of whether there were any Grand Dao pills or Grand Dao herbs inside that Immortal Cave, Huang Xiaolong was bound to make the trip just for the absolute poison. According to Duan Zhang, every corner of the Immortal Cave was layered with absolute poison. If he could absorb and refine all of the absolute poison, his power of absolute poison would not be weaker than the power of absolute frost and absolute blaze. At that time, even Tao Venerables won't be able to cure themselves easily after being exposed to his absolute poison. Although Huang Xiaolong was interested in that Immortal Cave's absolute poison, he wasn't overly concerned about it. The more important matter was the Huang Long armor. It remained a question, when exactly would Huang Shui advance to Tao Venerable Realm? Before that, he was unable to enter the Dragonfish Creed. He couldn't really be waiting until Huang Shui advanced to Tao Venerable Realm before he could go looking for the Huang Long armor, right? However, Huang Xiaolong couldn't think of any method to enter. Breaking in by force would only end up in failure. Forget his current strength, even if he was a 9th Resurrection Primal Ancestor, he still wouldn't be able to break into the Dragonfish Creed. He would need to advance to Tao Venerable Realm, and he might have a little bit of a chance to succeed. After all, the Dragonfish Creed was not some ordinary small creed. Forget it. Let's focus on the Blue Lotus Pond first, Huang Xiaolong muttered, shaking his head as if trying to shake away non-urgent things. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong's group of 4 made their way to the Blue Lotus Pond. When Huang Xiaolong appeared, many people instantly recognized him. Surprise and astonishment rippled through the crowd. "He's that young man who sent Zhou Hong flying out of White Feather City with one punch. What? Is it him? It's really an early 5th Resurrection Primal Ancestor, as they said, but is his combat prowess that shocking? Maybe it's only a rumor that people exaggerated." "It's no exaggeration. I was on scene at that time. You really can't imagine that sight. It's soul-shocking. He simply punched out one time, one punch, and he sent Zhou Hong flying out of the White Feather City. At that time, Zhou Hong summoned his ink sword and sword spirit. But I've heard that after the 10 Swords Creed's Chun Dingtian heard this news, he left for the Blue Lotus Pond right away. He has sworn to kill this person to avenge his junior brother Zhou Hong suffered." "What? Chun Dingtian is on his way here?" "Chun Dingtian is a half-step Dao Venerable. He's the person chosen by the 10 Swords Blood Sword, a Dao rankings list expert. If Chun Dingtian is really coming here, this young man's dead for sure. If I were him, I would be running for my life now." "Run? Where can he run to? With the 10 Swords Creed's power, who can run? Unless the Dragonfish Creed is willing to step out and protect him, this young man's bound to fall." Discussions of the surrounding experts were caught by Huang Xiaolong's ears. "The Blood Sword's chosen one, Chun Dingtian, is coming here?" Long Jianfei scoffed coldly. "Looks like they didn't put what your highness said to heart." Huang Xiaolong had previously warned the 10 Swords Creed's disciples that he would destroy the Dao physique and completely abolish the cultivation of anyone pursuing him. However, Chun Dingtian was rushing over. Clearly, they had chosen to disregard Huang Xiaolong's warning. "Your Highness, if Qindingtian's really here for you?" Then, Duanfeng asked. "Destroy." Huang Xiaolong spoke the words unhurriedly, looking indifferent. Since the Ten Swords Creed took his words as a passing breeze, he would make them remember that his words were never a bluff. It is said that Qindingtian has entered half-step Dao Venerable for many years, and he has completely merged into one with the blood sword. He is a very powerful person. Hearsay is that the average first esteem Dao Venerables can't even take one sword from him. Duanzheng shared what he knew. Although he had some understanding of Huang Xiaolong's strength from Duanfeng, Duanzheng didn't know how strong Huang Xiaolong really was. Hence, he couldn't help but worry when he heard Qindingtian was coming for them. Upon noticing Duanzheng's worried expression, Duanfeng chuckled and reassured, "Second brother, not to mention Qindingtian, but even if all of the Ten Swords Creed's 10 swords are here, none of them can take a second punch from His Highness. Therefore, you don't need to worry at all." Duanzheng couldn't hide his shock, hearing Duanfeng's words. Even if all of the 10 Swords Creed's 10 swords come, none of them can take a second punch from His Highness. Although Qindingtian was the blood sword's chosen one at half-step Dao Venerable realm, his strength wasn't the strongest among the 10 swords chosen disciples. The leader of the 10 swords, wielder of the dragon sword Yong Luosheng, had already broken through to Dao Venerable realm. It was said that Yong Luosheng was a mid-first esteem Dao Venerable. Furthermore, Yong Luosheng also had amazing combat prowess, and there were many rumors claiming he had defeated many early second esteem Dao Venerable experts. According to his younger third brother, even if Yong Luosheng and Qindingtian combined their strengths, they wouldn't be able to survive one move from Huang Xiaolong. "Third brother, you've been away from the divine to a holy world for too long, so you aren't clear about the Ten Swords Creed situation. The Ten Swords leader Yong Luosheng has already entered the Dao Venerable realm. Moreover, he's a mid-first esteem Dao Venerable expert." Duanzheng couldn't help explaining. In Duanzheng's opinion, Duanfeng didn't have a grasp of Ten Swords Creed disciples' latest information that he dared to say so. Duanfeng merely smiled silently at his brother's words, and he said nothing to retort. It was inconvenient for him to say too clearly on certain things. No matter how he explained it to his second brother now, he wouldn't believe him. After all, no one in their right mind would believe that an early fifth resurrection primal ancestor could defeat a mid-first esteem Dao Venerable expert. He would leave his second brother to witness that scene with his own eyes. The four of them headed straight to the Blue Lotus Pond, showing no reaction to the crowd. The Blue Lotus Pond was only a stone's throw distance from White Feather City. Hence Huang Xiaolong sent the Qilin chariot back into the immemorial Immortal cave, and flew across the sky speedily. Young Lady Yu Yu has entered the Blue Lotus Pond. She's already looking to collect the Blue Lotus. With young Lady Yu Yu's talent, she can definitely find a stalk of Blue Lotus, maybe even two. Some are saying that the Dragon Fish Creed's Yu Zhou has also entered the Blue Lotus Pond. With his talent, even though he might not find a Blue Lotus, he can be lucky enough to come across some Blue Lotus nectar. The Blue Lotus Creed's Xianxia also entered the Blue Lotus Pond. Don't forget, there's also the Tempest Lightning Creed's Su Xiaofeng. Along the way, conversations of various sacred lands disciples could be heard. "Your Highness, I didn't expect Yu Zhou to be here as well." Long Jianfei couldn't help speaking when he heard that the Yu family's Yu Zhou had come to the Blue Lotus Pond. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He had not expected Yu Zhou to come here as well. Surprisingly, there seemed to be quite a few Creed's core disciples coming to the Blue Lotus Pond during this time frame, which said a lot about Yu Yu's charm. Yu Zhou was the Dragon Fish Creed Enforcement Hall Master Zhu Hui's personal disciple, whereas Yang Jia was the Blue Lotus Creed Patriarch Lin Rui's personal disciple and the eldest disciple. As for Su Xiaofeng, Huang Xiaolong had heard of him. Su Xiaofeng was the Tempest Lightning Creed's sole Dao Venerable Ancestor's personal disciple, and he was the Ancestor's only personal disciple. Then again, the list of various creeds and sacred lands genius disciples that came to the Blue Lotus Pond because of Yu Yu was more than these few names. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong's group heard numerous conversations mentioning the names of sacred lands, creeds, or ancient families' young patriarchs, entering the Blue Lotus Pond. The 10 Swords Creed's Chan Dingtian will reach the Blue Lotus Pond tomorrow. I heard that his main purpose is to avenge his junior brother Zhou Hong. He wants to kill that young man personally. Does that mean that young man is heading to the Blue Lotus Pond? That seems to be the case. There are people who have seen him heading in the Blue Lotus Pond's direction since leaving the White Feather City. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong's group finally arrived at the Blue Lotus Pond. Standing on the edge of the Blue Lotus Pond, Huang Xiaolong looked into the horizon, yet he couldn't see the other end of the pond. Although there was a pond in the Blue Lotus Pond's name, it was much bigger in reality. Its surface was bigger than any of the neighboring sacred lands. Emerald ripples ran across the Blue Lotus Pond's surface, and occasionally, wisps of silvery golden vapors floated up. This silvery golden vapor was spiritual energy unique to the Blue Lotus Pond, and people called it the Blue Lotus Golden Silver Qi. A mortal taking a whiff of this qi could expel the impurities and strengthen his body, and even delay aging. Living past 100 or even 200 years of age would be easily achievable. By the time Huang Xiaolong's group arrived, the Blue Lotus Pond's area was crowded with disciples. These disciples did not enter the Blue Lotus Pond because there was a water-attributed Grand Tao restriction around the pond, and not everyone could enter it. Without a certain degree of comprehension in water-attributed energy, one couldn't even take a step onto the Blue Lotus Pond's outer region. Therefore, the majority of disciples here were waiting to see young lady Yu Yu's splendor. These disciples were waiting eagerly to catch a glimpse of Yu Yu's slender figure to appear before their eyes. The young man who defeated Zhou Hong is here. Suddenly a shout ruffled the crowd. Just as Huang Xiaolong wanted to enter the Blue Lotus Pond, the shout rang, and it immediately drew everyone's attention to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's reputation had grown loud ever since he had defeated Zhou Hong with one punch. He was, at least, famous in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave and nearby Heavenly Caves. He has the guts to appear here? Doesn't he know that the 10 Swords Creed's Chan Dingtian is coming for him? Not only Chan Dingtian, the Dragonfish Creed's Yu Zhou also released a word that he's going to make that kid die miserably. It really makes me wonder, how did that kid offended Yu Zhou? They say that a few years ago, he stripped Yu Zhou's junior brother Wang Xian naked at the Blue Lotus Creed's trading market, and forced Wang Xian to say he's an idiot 100 times. What? There's someone who dares to offend the Dragonfish Creed? That's literally seeking death. Not many people had heard about what had happened at the Blue Lotus Creed's trading market. At least, it had made a much smaller splash than Zhou Hong's defeat. Now, many people were shocked after learning what had happened. Then again, everyone agreed that Huang Xiaolong was tired of living, since he had dared to humiliate a Dragonfish Creed's disciple like that. Even though Wang Xian was not one of the disciples the Dragonfish Creed had focused on cultivating, he was still an inner disciple. Moreover, he was the Dragonfish Creed Enforcement Hall Master Zhu Hui's named disciple, and Huang Xiaolong's action was akin to slapping Zhu Hui's face, along with taunting the Dragonfish Creed. Between heaven and earth, who dared to provoke the Dragonfish Creed? Even if someone dared to do it, that wouldn't be a primal ancestor youngster like Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's indifferent gaze swept over the people around him, and then he passed through the Blue Lotus Pond's barrier with Long Jianfei, Duan Feng, and Duan Zheng. The moment Huang Xiaolong passed through, he immediately felt the dense water-attributed energy around him. Before entering the Blue Lotus Pond, one had no idea how rich the water-attributed energy was, and the pressure it had on the body. Then again, this degree of pressure was negligible for Huang Xiaolong. Without using the power of his Tao souls, he dissipated the water-attributed pressure around him, and strung the three behind him as he headed further in by merely relying on his physical body. Not long after Huang Xiaolong's group entered the Blue Lotus Pond, a startling streak of blood-colored light rushed over from the horizon. Blood-red light seemed to roll like clouds, alerting many experts. It's the 10 Swords Creed's Blood Sword Chan Dingtian. He's here. Outside the Blue Lotus Pond, all the gathered 10 Swords Creed's disciples were overjoyed by Chan Dingtian's arrival, and they rushed forward to welcome him. Greetings, senior brother Chan Dingtian. Even other sacred lands, as well as Creed's disciples, went up to greet Chun Dingtian. "Where's that punk?" Chun Dingtian asked the present Ten Swords Creed's disciples icily. The Ten Swords Creed's disciple surnamed Chan quickly answered, "Knowing senior brother Chan is coming, that punk went hiding inside the Blue Lotus Pond." Chan Dingtian's gaze turned colder still as he spoke. "Does he think he can hide inside the Blue Lotus Pond for a lifetime? Never mind. I'll wait for him outside the Blue Lotus Pond, and he can live for a few more days inside." The pressure within the Blue Lotus Pond rapidly consumed everyone's Grand Tao energy. Even a ninth resurrection primal ancestor wouldn't last more than 10 days in that kind of environment. Therefore, Chun Dingtian wasn't worried that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't come out. Thus, Chun Dingtian sat cross-legged in the air, closed his eyes, and entered meditation as he waited for Huang Xiaolong to come out. The blood sword floated in front of him in the air, glowing in blood-red luster. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong, Duanfeng, Long Jianfei, and Duanzhang continued to head into the deeper region. As they got deeper, the pressure of water energy pressing against them had increased greatly. At Duanfeng, Duanzhang, and Long Jianfei's current strengths, every step was a strenuous effort that Huang Xiaolong had to help dissipate the pressure around them. "Your Highness, it would be better if you go ahead alone. We can wait for you here," Long Jianfei suggested. At this rate, they would only be dragging Huang Xiaolong back. "All right," Huang Xiaolong agreed after some thought, but considering Duanfeng, Long Jianfei, and Duanzhang's safety, Huang Xiaolong left the immemorial ice and fire Qilins with the three of them. With the pair of Qilins around, even if the three of them couldn't find any Blue Lotus, there was a chance of finding Blue Lotus nectar. From there on, Huang Xiaolong separated from Duanfeng and the others. Without Duanfeng and the others, Huang Xiaolong moved twice as fast. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong stopped abruptly. A short distance in front of him, right above the water surface, was a drop of silvery golden liquid suspended in midair, and it was extremely agile as if it was a living entity. It emitted a golden-silver halo, and it looked gentle and comforting. Seemingly, this drop of liquid was the concentration of the world's most captivating lights. Blue Lotus Nectar. Huang Xiaolong beamed with joy. There were two kinds of treasures to be found in the Blue Lotus Pond. One was the Blue Lotus, and the other was Blue Lotus Nectar. Although Blue Lotus Nectar was far from a Blue Lotus, it beat most of high-grade holy pills. Moreover, Blue Lotus Nectar also contained a trace of creation qi, and it was beneficial for Huang Xiaolong's cultivation. However, just as Huang Xiaolong extended his palm to suck the drop of Blue Lotus Nectar over, the Blue Lotus Nectar turned into a streak of light and escaped, disappearing from Huang Xiaolong's sight. Huang Xiaolong was dumbfounded. Despite Huang Xiaolong's speed, under the hindrance of Blue Lotus Pond's environment pressure, he couldn't catch up to the fleeing Blue Lotus Nectar. After momentary dazedness, Huang Xiaolong smacked his forehead in absolute regret. Long Jianfei had already told him that similar to the Blue Lotus Nectar also had its own awareness. It would flee if it was not contained before trying to acquire it. He had forgotten Long Jianfei's caution due to the excitement that rushed to his head. He should have blocked the area with his Huang Long bloodline's aura. Huang Xiaolong soon calmed down and continued deeper in. Soon, Huang Xiaolong came across his second drop of Blue Lotus Nectar. Having learned his lesson from earlier, Huang Xiaolong carefully spread out his Huang Long bloodline aura, encircling the Blue Lotus Nectar. Huang Xiaolong tried moving forward a little, and as expected, the drop of Blue Lotus Nectar did not flee like the previous one. It suspended silently at the same place. Not only that, it actually flew towards Huang Xiaolong a second later, emitting rings of bright light as if it was extremely happy. Huang Xiaolong was thrilled. The drop of Blue Lotus Nectar fell into Huang Xiaolong's palm without suspense. As he looked at the nectar droplet suspended above his palm, Huang Xiaolong chuckled, "Good little guy. This time, you can't escape." With his Huang Long bloodline, wouldn't the Blue Lotus and Blue Lotus Nectar in this Blue Lotus Pond be his to take? Naturally, there were distinctions between Blue Lotuses as well. Low-grade Blue Lotus had only one lotus seed, whereas high-grade blue lotus could have as many as 9 lotus seeds, or even 10. Even a 9th esteemed Dao venerable expert would go crazy to snatch a 9-seeded blue lotus. Huang Xiaolong proceeded further in. Before long, Huang Xiaolong collected his 2nd drop of blue lotus nectar, followed by the 3rd drop, then the 4th, and so on. A little over an hour later, Huang Xiaolong had collected 6 drops. For other disciples who had entered the blue lotus pond, the heavens would have heard their prayers if they managed to get even 2 or 3 drops of blue lotus nectar, and it would make them forget their own names. But Huang Xiaolong had found 6 drops in a little over an hour. At this rate, by the time I go out, I should be able to collect 1,000 drops of blue lotus nectar. Huang Xiaolong estimated happily. In one day, he could roughly collect 100 drops. With his strength, Huang Xiaolong was certain that he could stay inside there for 10 days or more. Therefore, he was very confident that he would be able to collect more than 1,000 drops. Of course, that was a safe estimation, and there was a possibility of him finding 2,000 drops. At the thought of this number, Huang Xiaolong even frightened himself. Over 1,000 drops of blue lotus nectar. At some top-tier creeds auctions which occasionally auction blue lotus nectar, 1 drop could fetch 100,000 Tuashan Dao coins. If he took out everything he had collected to auction, wouldn't that be several 100 million Tuashan Dao coins? Thinking of this, Huang Xiaolong's heartbeat quickened. Several 100 million Tuashan Dao coins. Not merely Tuashan holy coins. The amount of Tuashan Dao coins inside a creed like the Blue Heaven Creed's treasury merely came up to 10 million or so. Even many creeds that were bigger than the Blue Heaven Creed would be hard-pressed to take out several 100 million Tuashan Dao coins. A while later, Huang Xiaolong adjusted his excited heart and increased his speed. The first day passed quickly. After looking at the 120-plus drops of blue lotus nectar suspended before him, Huang Xiaolong felt happy. This was his harvest on the first day. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th day. As the days passed, the amount of blue lotus nectar Huang Xiaolong obtained increased steadily. While Huang Xiaolong was busy collecting blue lotus nectar, news traveled from disciples who had entered the blue lotus pond. Dragonfish Creed's Yu Zhou got a drop of blue lotus nectar. Blue Lotus Creed's Xianxia found a blue lotus leaf. As more news was brought out of the blue lotus pond, the disciples waiting outside were amazed and envious at the same time. Blue lotus leaves fell off when blue lotuses grew. Although their efficacy was less than a blue lotus, it was in the same grade as the blue lotus nectar. The 10th day passed. Young lady Yu Yu has got her first blue lotus. Moreover, it's a 3-seed blue lotus. When the news spread out, the crowd of disciples around the blue lotus pond was in a furor. The blue lotus pond had existed for billions of years, and only 100 people or so had managed to pick blue lotuses, and every one of these 100+ was a supreme existence and an outstanding genius. Every time someone successfully picked a blue lotus, the news would shake the divine Tua holy world. Now, one of the 3 moons, Yu Yu had successfully picked a blue lotus. Didn't I say it early on that young lady Yu Yu would definitely find a blue lotus? A 3-seed blue lotus was rare even in the past. While the numerous sacred lands and creeds disciples were excited and happy because Yu Yu obtained a 3-seeded blue lotus, somewhere deep inside the blue lotus pond, Huang Xiaolong looked disappointedly at the blue lotus in his left hand. The stalk of blue lotus in his hand had 4 lotus seeds. There were 4 shiny, golden lotus seeds brimming with energy. This is a 4-seeded blue lotus. More accurately speaking, this was the 8th blue lotus he had found since entering the blue lotus pond 10 days ago. Pity, none of them has 7 seeds and above. Huang Xiaolong shook his head in disappointment. If the disciples waiting outside knew Huang Xiaolong's thought, they would probably hammer their chests in depression. Yu Yu finding a stalk of 3-seeded blue lotus had sent the numerous forces disciples, waiting outside, in a frenzy of excitement. Whereas Huang Xiaolong was dejected while holding a 4-seeded blue lotus in his hand. With a trace of mild disdain, Huang Xiaolong put away the 4-seeded blue lotus and ventured deeper inside. In these 10 days, apart from getting 8 stalks of blue lotus, Huang Xiaolong also found 1,100+ blue lotus nectar. If someone else were to obtain so many blue lotuses, and more than 1,000 drops of blue lotus nectar, their hearts would probably stop from overexcitement. Yet, Huang Xiaolong was clearly dissatisfied. Because the grades of these 8 stalks of blue lotuses weren't high, the best of the bunch was only a 5-seeded blue lotus. There were a total of 1 stalk of 5-seeded blue lotus, 2 stalks of 4-seeded blue lotus, and the rest were 3-seeded, 2-seeded, and 1-seeded blue lotuses. These blue lotus nectar and blue lotuses should be enough for me to advance to the late 5th resurrection primal ancestor realm. Huang Xiaolong pondered inwardly. Whereas for other cultivators, they could raise their cultivation to late 9th primal ancestor realm with this amount of resources, or maybe even to perfection half-step Dao Venerable. But Huang Xiaolong was different. He had 3 Dao souls, 12 high-order Saint Fates, and 3 small worlds inside his body. Therefore, the amount of grand Dao energy and spiritual energy he needed for each advancement was simply ginormous. However, if there was a stalk of blue lotus with 7 seeds or more, then it would have been a different game altogether. With a 7-seeded blue lotus, he would have a good chance of breaking through to 6th resurrection primal ancestor in one go. The efficacy of a 7-seeded blue lotus was many times better and higher than a 5-seeded blue lotus and below. According to what he knew, the mystical pavilion and Red Fox Dao Venerable had gotten a stalk of 7-seeded blue lotus. Another 5 days went by. Still a bit lacking. 5 days later, somewhere in the blue lotus pond, Huang Xiaolong seemed depressed looking at the blue lotus in front of him. The blue lotus in front of him was a 6-seeded blue lotus. A 6-seeded blue lotus that had almost condensed the 7th lotus seed. This was why Huang Xiaolong felt depressed. Although a 6-seeded blue lotus was better than a 5-seeded blue lotus, the same could be said between 6-seeded and 7-seeded blue lotuses. Huang Xiaolong put away the 6-seeded blue lotus and looked towards the horizon. If he couldn't find a 7-seeded blue lotus in the next 2 weeks, he could only turn around and go back. There were many restrictions in the blue lotus pond area, and people who went inside felt the suppression of these restrictions at all times. One could only withstand these suppressive powers by consuming Grand Dao energy and Cosmos energy. But the downside was that the consumed Grand Dao energy and Cosmos energy couldn't recover while still inside, regardless of the methods used. No matter what kind of pills one consumed or techniques one used to recover their depleted energy, they would be unable to recover while still within the blue lotus pond area. And Huang Xiaolong was no exception to this rule, even with his Huanglong bloodline. His Grand Dao energy and Cosmos energy could only support him for another half a month in this blue lotus pond at most. Half a month later, Huang Xiaolong would have to leave whether he was willing or not. When half a month had passed since Huang Xiaolong had entered the blue lotus pond, a piece of news shook numerous creeds. Young Lady Yu Yu has gotten a 2nd stalk of blue lotus. The 2nd stalk is a 4-seeded blue lotus. The blue lotus pond area was boiling when the news reached outside. For billions of years, only the mystical pavilion master and Red Fox Dao Venerable have ever obtained 2 blue lotuses at the same time. And now, young Lady Yu Yu has joined that list. Young Lady Yu Yu is an unparalleled talent. The one and only talent. Some sacred lands and creeds male disciples were beyond excited, and many of them were jumping and cheering mindlessly. The next day after the news spread, Yu Yu exited the blue lotus pond. Immediately, geniuses from various creeds gathered around her. Congratulations, young Lady Yu Yu. We sincerely admire young Lady Yu Yu's talent. Yu Zhou smiled brightly at Yu Yu. He had come out a few days earlier than Yu Yu. It went without saying that he hadn't found any blue lotus, and his harvest was only 2 drops of blue lotus nectar. His luck was quite good. Blue lotus creeds Xianxia and Tempest Lightning creeds Su Xiaofeng, and even the 10 Swords creeds Blood Sword Chun Dingtian all competed to congratulate Yu Yu. Yu Yu smiled sweetly. It's merely good luck, but thank you for everyone's wishes. Luck is important, but talent is just as crucial to be able to find a blue lotus. Young Lady Yu Yu is able to get 2 stalks of blue lotus, 1 3-seeded and 1 4-seeded, respectively. It is a testament to young Lady Yu Yu's peerless talent. The likes of us will never be able to catch up. Blood Sword Chin Dingtian flattered seamlessly. Yu Zhou, Xianxia, and Su Xiaofeng enthusiastically agreed. Yu Yu's smile deepened as she was quite surprised herself that she was able to find 2 blue lotuses. Originally, she hadn't held any hope of finding a second stalk of blue lotus, but she somehow had got a second blue lotus before coming out. Young lady, that person also went inside. For some reason, Tan Mei-chin suddenly said such a sentence to Yu Yu. Oh, Yu Yu knew Tan Mei-chin was referring to the young man who had defeated Zhou Hong, but she was baffled for a moment as to why Tan Mei-chin would suddenly mention that young man in this situation. Then, she heard Tan Mei-chin continue. He entered 2 days after young lady, and he still hasn't come out. What? Are you saying that he's been inside for 15 days? Yu Yu was genuinely shocked when she heard that. There were many peak late 9th resurrection primal ancestor experts who couldn't stay inside for 15 days. Huang Xiaolong was merely an early 5th resurrection primal ancestor. He is an early 5th resurrection primal ancestor. How can he stay for 15 days long inside the Blue Lotus Pond? I think that brat's long dead inside. Wang Xing, who was standing behind Yu Zhou, interjected with an obvious gloating expression on his face. It was impossible for a 5th resurrection primal ancestor to stay for 15 days inside the Blue Lotus Pond. Therefore, there could only be one conclusion: Huang Xiaolong was long dead inside. In fact, over the years, many primal ancestor experts had lost their lives in the Blue Lotus Pond due to the many restrictions. That kid's got a bargain losing his life inside. Blood Sword Chun Dingtian snorted coldly. He seemed absolutely certain that Huang Xiaolong was dead inside. Right at this time, light suddenly glimmered from the pond's surface as the immemorial ice and fire Qilin came out together with Duan Feng, Long Jianfei, and Duan Zhang. Everyone was stunned. Long Jianfei, Wang Xian, as well as Blue Lotus Creed's Xianxia blurted out when they saw Long Jianfei. What? Long Jianfei? Yu Zhou and many disciples all turned and fixed their gazes on Long Jianfei's group. Without a word, the Dragonfish Creed and 10 Swords Creed's disciples spread out and encircled Long Jianfei and the others. Half a month later, the Blue Lotus Pond. The figure stepped out across space, and who could this be but Huang Xiaolong? As Yu Yu, Yu Zhou, Chun Dingtian, and others had left, most of the disciples had left as well. Outside the Blue Lotus Pond, there were only a few scattered figures. Yu Zhou, Chun Dingtian. Huang Xiaolong spoke the names with a frosty glint in his eyes. He had already learned about what had happened on the edge of Blue Lotus Pond half a month ago. Half a month ago, the Dragonfish Creed's and 10 Swords Creed's disciples had besieged Long Jianfei's group that had just come out from the Blue Lotus Pond. Luckily, with the immemorial ice and fire Qilin around, Long Jianfei, Duan Feng, and Duan Zhang were able to break out from the encirclement. However, in the last half a month, Dragonfish Creed's and 10 Swords Creed's disciples had persistently hunted Long Jianfei, Duan Feng, and Duan Zhang. At the moment, Dragonfish Creed's Yu Zhou and 10 Swords Creed's Chun Dingtian had Long Jianfei, Duan Feng, and others trapped in an uninhabited land, somewhere in the Blue Lotus Creed. As more and more Dragonfish Creed's and 10 Swords Creed's experts subsequently joined the hunt, even though the immemorial ice and fire Qilins were 2 strong perfection half-Dao venerables, they couldn't repeatedly break out from being besieged. At the moment, the immemorial ice and fire Qilins, Duan Feng, Long Jianfei, and the others were bitterly hanging on, fighting a desperate and bloody battle. Killing intent roiled in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he sped away, leaving a streak of light across the sky. As Huang Xiaolong sped away, exuding a suffocating murderous aura, the turbulent air current raised high waves from the Blue Lotus Pond's surface. The disciples around the Blue Lotus Pond were startled. Who is that? Such a frightening aura. Is he a perfection half-step Dao venerable? He looks like the young man who defeated Zhou Hong. Him? Can't possibly be, right? Didn't Yu Zhou and Chun Dingtian say that he died inside the Blue Lotus Pond? Moreover, if we count the number of days he stayed inside for 1 month, that's absolutely impossible. Even second esteemed Dao venerable experts can't last that long inside. You might be right. It is said that the young man is only a 5th resurrection primal ancestor. So that person might be someone else. Then, which Dao venerable expert is that? Various guesses galloped through these disciples' minds. Huang Xiaolong rushed over at his fastest speed based on his connection with the two Qilins. Faster, faster, and even faster, in order to reach Long Jianfei and the others as fast as he could. He pushed his 3 Dao Soul's energy and his small world's cosmos energy to the limit. His speed was so fast that most low-level Dao venerables merely saw a blurry image, and not his face. 3 days. There was no temperature in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and they were akin to a merciless demonic king of purgatory. It would take him 3 days to reach where the immemorial ice and fire Qilin and the others were trapped, even if he used his small world's cosmos energy. 3 days. Huang Xiaolong prayed they would stay safe for these 3 days. Or else, the more Huang Xiaolong thought about it, the stronger his killing intent became. Soon, 3 days passed. Somewhere in an uninhabited land in the Blue Lotus Creed, violent energy fluctuations spread from various directions, and terrifying destructive energies covered the entire land. Yu Zhou and Chen Dingtian watched Long Jianfei, Duan Feng, and the others struggling desperately with a cold eye. Although there were the immemorial ice and fire Qilins helping them, Long Jianfei, Duan Feng, and Duan Zhang still suffered many injuries, especially Long Jianfei. His injuries were the heaviest. There was blood all over his body, and his Dao physique's foundation was greatly damaged. Even if he was rescued now, it would take a precious grand Dao pill for him to recover fully without any repercussions. Long Jianfei, I advise you to surrender. That way, I can give you a quick death, Yu Zhou sneered. Upon hearing that, Long Jianfei's face warped with satirical laughter. Want us to surrender? Dream on. Yu Zhou, you little brat, even if we die, His Highness will avenge us, and he will destroy you and the Yu family till there's no one left in the family. You will regret this. Yu Zhou and Chen Dingtian laughed loudly upon hearing that. At this juncture, you're still harboring hope for your dogshit highness to come and save you? He's long dead inside the Blue Lotus Pond. Otherwise, how come he didn't come out after so many days? Yu Zhou mocked. Duan Zhang glared at the opposite side ferociously as he roared. My third brother is a Divination Creed's inner disciple. How dare you try to kill my third brother? Aren't you afraid that the Divination Creed will come asking for an explanation? Yu Zhou frowned, and then snickered. Merely Divination Creed's common inner disciple. Even if the Divination Creed comes asking for an explanation, my master will handle it. Had this been this in the past, he would have had scruples about Duan Feng's identity, but his master had given the kill order for these people. Hence, he needn't worry about the consequences. Greed flashed in Yu Zhou and Chen Dingtian's eyes whenever their gazes fell on the immemorial ice and fire Qilin. At the moment, both Qilins were being besieged by a dozen of Dragonfish Creeds and 10 Swords Creed's half-step Dao Venerables. I am surprised that that punk actually has immemorial ice and fire Qilin as mounts. But now, these 2 Qilins will belong to the Dragonfish Creed and 10 Swords Creed. Chen Dingtian laughed. Yu Zhou grinned. After capturing these 2 immemorial ice and fire Qilin, who knows, maybe the 10 Swords Creed Patriarch would bestow the immemorial Qilin to brother Chen Dingtian as his mount. The two had come to an agreement that the immemorial fire Qilin would go to the Dragonfish Creed and the immemorial ice Qilin would go to the 10 Swords Creed. Naturally, this was also the meaning of both creeds' upper echelons. Chen Dingtian's laughter deepened. I'll accept brother Yu Zhou's good wishes. With his talent and his credit of capturing the immemorial ice Qilin, the 10 Swords Creed might really bestow the Qilin to him as his mount. Duan Feng interrupted Yu Zhou and Chen Dingtian's jolly conversation icily. You all will regret this. With his highness identity, not to mention all of you, but even your patriarchs will have to prostrate for forgiveness before him. Yu Zhou was a little stunned by Duan Feng's words, but then, he chortled, Ooh, I am so scared after listening to your words. I might even misunderstand your words and think that that punk is the son of creation. Yu Zhou and Chen Dingtian laughed mockingly. Clearly, neither of them paid any attention to Duan Feng's words. Have the Dragonfish Creed Patriarch kneel in sin? In this time and era, other than the son of creation, who else is qualified to have the Dragonfish Creed Patriarch to kneel in sin? However, who in the divine Tua holy world didn't know that the son of creation was His Highness Huang Shui. Therefore, both Yuzhou and Chen Dingtian treated Duanfeng's words as a fart. You guys didn't eat? Attack at full force and quickly deal with the three of them. Yuzhou snapped at the Dragonfish Creed's disciples to besiege Long Jianfei, Duanfeng, and Duanzhang. The Dragonfish Creed's disciples intensified their attacks, and Duanfeng, Long Jianfei, and Duanzhang were immediately overwhelmed. At this rate, the three of them probably wouldn't last long. Roar! The immemorial ice and fire Qilins roared in a fury, seeing the three of them in dire straits. No matter how powerful the two Qilins were, they were merely perfection half-step Dao venerables. In a short time, the two Qilins were unable to break free from the Dragonfish Creeds and 10 Swords Creeds dozen half-step Dao venerables to rescue Long Jianfei and the others. The Qilins watched their injuries get worse by the moment. Anxiously, Wang Xian had been fervently attacking Long Jianfei, seeing that Long Jianfei was at the end of his strength. He gathered energy in his long sword as he intended to cut off Long Jianfei's head in one slash. Killing intent burst from his eyes as he bellowed, "Die for me!" After seeing that Wang Xian's sword was about to cut off Long Jianfei's head, Duanfeng and Duanzhang ashened, but they couldn't extricate themselves from their attackers at the moment. "Jianfei!" Duanfeng roared. He and Long Jianfei had followed Huang Xiaolong for many years, and although they were not real brothers, their relationship was as good as real brothers. Long Jianfei looked at the long sword that was slashing at him, and closed his eyes. But seconds passed and nothing happened. So, he opened his eyes again and saw that there was someone standing beside him. After seeing the familiar figure, tears flowed down the corners of Long Jianfei's eyes, and his voice choked with emotions. "Your Highness, you're here." The person who had appeared was naturally Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong clipped Wang Xian's long sword between two fingers. After looking at Long Jianfei, Duanfeng, and Duanzhang's bloody and tragic conditions, Huang Xiaolong's voice was low and glum. "I'm here." Yuzhou, Chang Dingtian, and the others were shocked and startled by Huang Xiaolong's sudden appearance. "Your Highness!" Huang Xiaolong didn't die in the Blue Lotus Pond. After being caught off guard for a second, Yuzhou sneered coldly. "So, you didn't die inside the Blue Lotus Pond. Your life is quite resilient to have survived for 15 days inside the Blue Lotus Pond. You probably have some kind of Dao artifact on you for protection." Yuzhou subconsciously assumed that Huang Xiaolong had merely stayed 15 days inside the Blue Lotus Pond. A cold gleam flickered in the depths of Chen Dingtian's eyes. He spoke to Huang Xiaolong for the first time. "Are you that shameless brat who used despicable tricks to defeat junior brother Zhouhong? It's good that you're alive because I'll let you die under my blood sword today. Quickly release my junior brother, and then get on your knees to die." Yuzhou barked at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong shot a cold glance at Yuzhou and Chen Dingtian. "Release? Of course I will." Yuzhou smiled. "At least you've got some brain." Wang Xian chuckled complacently. Huang Xiaolong lightly flicked away Wang Xian's long sword, and the long sword turned into a streak of light, slashing across Wang Xian's neck. Wang Xian's body stood stiffly on the spot. His eyes were wide with shock looking at the long sword in his left hand, and blood spurted from his neck as his neck rolled off his shoulders. Yuzhou, Chen Dingtian, and the others were stupefied. "Junior brother Wang!" Yuzhou bellowed in anger, and his bellow shook the world. Other Dragonfish Creed's disciples were also enraged by Huang Xiaolong's action. Wang Xian's headless body tumbled to the ground, raising a curtain of dust. These disciples' enraged shouts were ignored by Huang Xiaolong. He walked towards Long Jianfei and opened his palm. There was a silvery golden drop of liquid suspended above his palm, exuding a soft, captivating glow. Blue lotus nectar." Chen Dingtian exclaimed in surprise. "This brat actually obtained blue lotus nectar inside the Blue Lotus Pond? Open your mouth and swallow this." Huang Xiaolong ordered Long Jianfei. Blue lotus nectar was not only useful for one's cultivation, but also a panacea for injuries. It worked better than the highest grade healing holy pills. Long Jianfei opened his mouth to refuse, because something like the blue lotus nectar was too precious, and he couldn't accept it. But, just as he opened his mouth to speak, Huang Xiaolong had already flicked the drop of blue lotus nectar into his mouth. The moment the blue lotus nectar entered Long Jianfei's mouth, it turned into a source of vigorous water-attributed energy. In the blink of an eye, Long Jianfei was enshrouded in a cocoon of flickering blue light. Every time the blue light flickered, 1/10 of Long Jianfei's injuries would heal, and in a few seconds, his strength had recovered by about 30 to 40%. Long Jianfei's injuries were the heaviest amongst the three, and many parts of his body had been pierced through by swords that one could catch glimpses of his internal organs as he moved. But now, these bloody sword holes had mended and scabbed. Some ruddiness returned to Long Jianfei's pale face. "You guys open your mouths." Huang Xiaolong extended his palm as he ordered Duanfeng and Duanzheng. When he opened his palm, there were another 2 drops of blue lotus nectar suspended in the air. "What? Yu Zhou, Chen Dingtian," and the others were astonished when they saw Huang Xiaolong take out another 2 drops of blue lotus nectar. What was more surprising to them was that Huang Xiaolong was willing to give these blue lotus nectar to Long Jianfei, Duanfeng, and Duanzhang to heal their injuries. "These are blue lotus nectar. It could be used in pill refining, healing injuries, enhancing cultivation, and it had many other uses. The rarer the item, the more valuable it was, and 1 drop of blue lotus nectar could sometimes fetch as high as 100,000 Tuashan Dao coins at an auction. 100,000 Tuashan Dao coins, not holy coins. Yet Huang Xiaolong simply had his subordinates swallow the very precious blue lotus nectar, that 2-3 drops of them. In the meantime, Huang Xiaolong had sent the 2 drops of blue lotus nectar into Duanfeng and Duanzheng's mouths, respectively, and their injuries healed at speed visible to the naked eye like Long Jianfei's. Similarly, Huang Xiaolong also sent 1 drop each to the immemorial ice and fire Qilin to heal their injuries. Seeing this, Yu Zhou, Chen Dingtian, and the others felt as if someone had pricked their hearts with a needle. "My heart is aching." Anyone could see that the immemorial ice and fire Qilin's injuries weren't very severe. A common top-grade holy pill was sufficient to heal their injuries. Yet, Huang Xiaolong still gave the 2 immemorial ice and fire Qilins a drop of blue lotus nectar each. Those were 200,000 Tuashan Dao coins right there. 200,000 Tuashan Dao coins could buy a luxurious mansion in any of the Dragon Fish Creed's main cities. 200,000 Tuashan Dao coins could buy a Grand Dao-level flying ship, powerful bloodline divine beast mounts, and many, many things. Perhaps witnessing Huang Xiaolong's wasteful behavior with 5 drops of blue lotus nectar was so shocking that Yu Zhou and Chen Dingtian forgot to attack for a moment. After seeing that Long Jianfei, Duanfeng, and the others' injuries were taken care of for now, Huang Xiaolong turned and looked at Yu Zhou, Chen Dingtian, and their groups. "It seems like you didn't put my words to heart," Huang Xiaolong stated coldly, and his words were directed at Chen Dingtian. Chen Dingtian looked confused, as if he didn't understand what Huang Xiaolong meant. "At White Feather City, I had said that if anyone from 10 Swords Creed comes looking to cause trouble for me, I will destroy that person's Dao physique and completely abolish him." Huang Xiaolong repeated icily. "Punk, what did you say?" The present 10 Swords Creed's disciples shouted angrily, pointing their swords at Huang Xiaolong. Chen Dingtian pressed his hand in the air to calm the 10 Swords Creed's disciples, and then threw his head back and laughed sonorously. "According to your words, you're going to destroy my Dao physique now, are you? Completely abolish me?" His face was full of mockery as he looked at Huang Xiaolong condescendingly. "Punk, you defeated junior brother Zhouhong, so I admit you have some ability. However, your little bit of strength is no different than an ant's in my eyes. I, Chen Dingtian, am a half-step Dao Venerable, and I have defeated a mid-first esteem Dao Venerable expert in the past." Defeated mid-first esteem Dao Venerable. This was Chen Dingtian's proudest feat in his life so far. Then again, defeating a mid-first esteem Dao Venerable expert with the strength of a half-step Dao Venerable was indeed something to be proud of. Huang Xiaolong chuckled nonchalantly after hearing that. Merely a mid-first esteem Dao Venerable. Many years ago, I abused a second esteem Dao Venerable like a dog. Immediately after the words left Hunag Xiaolong's lips, it was met with whoops of laughter. Yu Zhou clutched his stomach with one hand and pointed at Huang Xiaolong with the other. Many years ago, you abused a second esteem Dao venerable like a dog? Why don't you say that you've been killing third esteem Dao venerables like killing ants? The Dragonfish Creed and Ten Swords Creed's experts were all laughing till their faces turned red. Sounds of laughter reverberated in the air for a long time. Huang Xiaolong stood with his hands clasped behind him, watching these people laugh uncontrollably. Duan Feng and Long Jianfei glared ferociously at Yu Zhou for mocking Huang Xiaolong. When Yu Zhou, Chen Dingtian, and the rest had finally laughed their fill, Huang Xiaolong's indifferent gaze was fixed on Yu Zhou. Let's start with you. Start with me? Yu Zhou repeated inwardly in confusion. Huang Xiaolong disappeared into a flicker and arrived in front of Yu Zhou almost instantaneously and punched out with his fist. Boom! Huang Xiaolong's punch landed hard and accurately. Crackling and popping noises sounded from Yu Zhou's body. The famous dragonfish brocade robe Yu Zhou wore, and whatever inner armor and sturdy outer armor, all of them shattered simultaneously with Huang Xiaolong's punch. Huang Xiaolong's fist smashed into Yu Zhou's chest and came out of his back. Yu Zhou's inextinguishable Dao heart was hammered out of his back by Huang Xiaolong's punch. Next, everyone saw Yu Zhou's inextinguishable Dao heart explode into pieces in midair, just like his creed robe and armors. Yu Zhou's body stiffened, staring fixedly at Huang Xiaolong as his lips moved, wanting to say something. But there wasn't a shred of strength left in his body, and he couldn't even muster a sound. You! A long time later, Yu Zhou finally mustered a hoarse growl. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent. His arm shook slightly, and Yu Zhou was sent tumbling in the air like a broken kite being swept away by strong winds, and he crashed into the horizon. What? Shrieks echoed in the air. Chun Dingtian was one of them. Naturally, the Dragonfish Creeds and Ten Swords Creed's dozen of half-step Dao venerables that were besieging the immemorial ice and fire Qilin froze stupidly on the spot. Duanzheng had one of the most wonderful expressions around. The wind was howling in their ears. The half-step Dao venerables attacking the two Qilins had stopped attacking, and like Chun Dingtian and the rest of both Creed's disciples, all of them stared stupidly at the horizon, as well as Huang Xiaolong. Yu Zhou, a peak late 9th resurrection primal ancestor, who wore both inner and outer armor, had his chest punched through by Huang Xiaolong's fist. Even Yu Zhou's inextinguishable Dao heart was forced out of his body. Then it exploded in the air. Chun Dingtian just stared at Huang Xiaolong as a tsunami of shock hit his heart again and again. It was because he knew that he himself wouldn't be able to make a hole through the peak late 9th resurrection primal ancestor realm Yu Zhou in a single punch. Zhou Hui was the enforcement hall master Zhu Hui's personal disciple, and he possessed 7 high-order Saint Fates and supreme bloodline. Hence, Yu Zhou's combat strength was higher than most half-step Dao venerables. While Chen Dingtian and the others were still in shock, Huang Xiaolong leisurely walked towards Chun Dingtian without showing much emotion on his face. Chun Dingtian, it's your turn now. Chun Dingtian reacted when he sensed that Huang Xiaolong was approaching him. He panicked and took several steps back. He was the Ten Swords Creed's blood sword, a half-step Dao venerable with a record of defeating a mid-first esteem Dao venerable expert, but he was actually panicking when facing the early 5th resurrection primal ancestor realm Huang Xiaolong and feeling fearful. You, who are you really? What do you want to do? Chen Dingtian shouted in panic, but the quiver in his voice was clear to others. What do I want to do? Huang Xiaolong let out a derisive snort. I have already said before that if anyone from the Ten Swords Creed causes trouble for me, I will destroy his Dao physique and completely abolish him. Since you took my words lightly, what else can I do but destroy your Dao physique? Chun Dingtian's expression was ugly to the extreme. Suddenly, the blood sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed towards Huang Xiaolong with a twisted expression. I don't believe an early 5th resurrection primal ancestor like you is more powerful than a mid-first esteem Dao venerable. Die for me! My blood sword has experienced more than 10,000 bloody battles, and it has never been defeated. I don't believe I will lose to a mere 5th resurrection primal ancestor like you. Chun Dingtian bellowed. A streak of blood-red light from the blood sword turned into a sea of blood. The dragonfish creed's half-step Dao venerables were terrified by Chun Dingtian's blood sea sword light, and they hurriedly backed away. Huang Xiaolong continued to approach Chun Dingtian with a cold face. When facing Chun Dingtian's attack, he didn't take out his immemorial sword, but merely flicked his fingers, sending a horrifying force out. The blood sea sword light stopped advancing as if it was grabbed by an invisible giant hand, and then it was forcefully torn apart. The blood sea sword light shattered into fragments like a piece of glass. Before Chun Dingtian realized what was happening, he felt terrifying energy roiling back towards him, sending him reeling on his feet, and his blood surged violently. Right at this time, Huang Xiaolong moved in a flicker, arriving within meters of Chun Dingtian almost instantaneously. Pow! Huang Xiaolong's fist punched through Chun Dingtian's chest, just like how his fist had gone through Yu Zhou's chest. Everyone saw that Chun Dingtian's inextinguishable Dao heart was knocked out of his body, and it burst into pieces. Senior brother Chun Dingtian, disciples of Ten Swords Creed cried out in horror. Don't be insolent! The Ten Swords Creed's half-step Dao venerables roared furiously, waving their swords at Huang Xiaolong, brimming with a murderous aura. Huang Xiaolong snorted coldly and didn't even bother to look at them as his other fist punched towards his back. The 7 Ten Swords Creed's half-step Dao venerables were simultaneously knocked backwards into the air, like withered leaves carried by the storm, and they finally crashed into the mountains in the distance. The ground shook and mountains rumbled. Damn! Both Dragonfish Creeds and Ten Swords Creed's remaining experts were agape with disbelief. He sent 7 half-step Dao venerables flying with one punch. Chun Dingtian quivered from head to toe and frigid coldness slithered up and spread through his whole being after he saw his own inextinguishable Dao heart bursting into pieces before his eyes. Huang Xiaolong looked at the bloodlessly pale Chun Dingtian and smiled suddenly. His smile was a little wicked as his palm struck out. Chun Dingtian could see that when Huang Xiaolong's palm struck out, startling icy blue light burst forward, condensing a curtain of ice-blue pillars around Huang Xiaolong. Chun Dingtian's eyes widened in shock, and his mind was buzzing. Could this be? In this brief moment, Huang Xiaolong's palm landed accurately on Chun Dingtian's torso, sending him crashing into the mountain behind him. The remaining experts from both creeds saw that Chun Dingtian had turned into an icy blue statue when his body was embedded into the mountain. A moment passed, and the frozen Chun Dingtian disintegrated into icy blue speckles, scattering into the world. After seeing Chun Dingtian's grand Dao physique being destroyed, a Dragonfish Creed's half-step Dao venerable expert said quiveringly, "Absolute frost power." The common Dragonfish Creed's disciples were probably unable to recognize the absolute frost power, but as part of the Dragonfish Creed's older half-step Dao venerable experts, how could they not recognize the power of absolute frost? What? Absolute frost power. When other Dragonfish Creed's and Ten Swords Creed's disciples heard that, their already pale faces turned a shade whiter, and more than half of their reason was taken over by fear. After Chun Dingtian's Dao physique turned into an ice statue and disintegrated into speckles, his godhead, Dao soul, and saint fates that tried to escape were caught by Huang Xiaolong and thrown into the immemorial Immortal cave. The 7 half-step Dao venerables, who were knocked away with a punch, struggled to their feet, just in time to witness Huang Xiaolong destroy Chun Dingtian's body and capture his Dao soul. All of them were shocked and enraged at the same time. You release Grand Elder Chun Dingtian's Dao soul immediately, or else our Ten Swords Creed will surely raze your sect to the ground. One of the half-step Dao venerable bellowed. Huang Xiaolong reached out and grabbed that half-step Dao venerable from across space, dragging him up to him. He said to him with a cutting gaze and cold voice, "It looks like you are still not taking my words seriously." His fist had already punched out before he finished. When Huang Xiaolong's fist punched out, the others saw a glaring blaze shooting across space. It looked striking and brilliant as it enveloped the Ten Swords Creed's half-step Dao venerable expert. The half-step Dao venerable let out heart-wrenching screams while his body was incinerated part by part. Absolute blaze! Absolute blaze! The Dragonfish Creed's several half-step Tao Venerables cried out in shock once again. Absolute blaze. Something exploded in the minds of Dragonfish Creed's and Ten Swords Creed's experts as they looked at Huang Xiaolong. Only shock was left on their faces. Huang Xiaolong possessed the power of Absolute Frost and Absolute Blaze at the same time. They had yet to hear of anyone possessing Absolute Frost and Absolute Blaze powers simultaneously in the Divine Tuo Holy World. As a matter of fact, not one amongst the many ninth esteemed Tao Venerables had two absolute powers. Being able to comprehend one kind of absolute power was rare in the world. A ninth esteemed Tao Venerable expert needed to spend a lifetime to comprehend one kind of absolute power. But Huang Xiaolong, a mere fifth resurrection primal ancestor realm, had comprehended two kinds of absolute powers. Moreover, Absolute Frost and Absolute Blaze were contradictory powers that couldn't merge together. Suddenly, an uncontrollable fear came from the depths of their souls. It was unadulterated fear. Huang Xiaolong ignored these fearful gazes. After incinerating the half-step Tao Venerable's Tao physique, Huang Xiaolong captured his Tao soul like he had done with the others, and threw it into the immemorial Immortal cave. Now it's your turn. Huang Xiaolong turned around, looking at the remaining Ten Swords Creed's several half-step Tao Venerable experts and Primal Ancestor Realm disciples. The Ten Swords Creed's remaining half-step Tao Venerables and Primal Ancestor disciples all turned deathly pale. You really want to make an enemy out of the Ten Swords Creed? One of the Ten Swords Creed's half-step Tao Venerable's heart tightened in fear as he spoke. Your combat power might be amazing, but you're only still a primal ancestor. If you release Grand Elder Chun Dingtian and the others' Tao souls, we will plead to the Creed Patriarch on your behalf to exempt your punishment upon our return. Huang Xiaolong snorted unapologetically at their words. Plead to your Patriarch to exempt my punishment? You're saying that I've done wrong? Huang Xiaolong questioned the other side icily. He was the son of creation, and a small creed had the cheek to say that they would exempt his punishment. Catching the ridicule in Huang Xiaolong's words, the Ten Swords Creed's half-step Tao Venerable's face turned sullen. You! The Ten Swords Creed's half-step Tao Venerable wanted to say more, but Huang Xiaolong made his move. In a flicker, he was right in front of the half-step Tao Venerable and said, I've already said that if anyone from the Ten Swords Creed troubles me, I will destroy his Tao physique and abolish him. Boom! Huang Xiaolong's absolute blaze power struck the Ten Swords Creed's half-step Tao Venerable, who had spoken. His body blurred into a flicker as he zigzagged through the remaining disciples. With every flash of a shadow, one of them would be either incinerated by fire or get frozen into a statue. In less than 10 breaths, no one from the Ten Swords Creed was still standing. Huang Xiaolong collected their Tao souls into the immemorial Immortal cave. After that, he turned and looked at the Dragonfish Creed's disciples with a chillingly indifferent gaze. The Dragonfish Creed's disciples had seized the chance to rescue Yu Zhou while Huang Xiaolong was dealing with the Ten Swords Creed's disciples. The pale-faced Yu Zhou stood amidst the Dragonfish Creed's disciples, and fear was clearly written in his 4 crimson pupils, intermingled with complex emotions of doubt, shock, fury, killing intent, and disbelief. I can't understand how Huang Xiaolong could master 2 contradicting absolute powers. Huang Xiaolong is merely a puny 5th resurrection primal ancestor. How can this ant-like existence possess this terrifyingly powerful combat prowess? Even the 1 dragon, 2 tigers, and 3 moons geniuses with 10 high-order Saint Fates couldn't possibly have such terrifying combat prowess. None of these geniuses could defeat so many half-step Tao Venerables at one time while only a 5th resurrection primal ancestor. In this world, how could there be anyone with higher combat prowess than the 1 dragon, 2 tigers, and 3 moons? He didn't believe it. He was unable to believe that this was real. If you leave Yu Zhou here, I will let others leave, Huang Xiaolong stated. The faces of Dragonfish Creed's experts turned unsightly. Leave Yu Zhou here. Yu Zhou was the Enforcement Hall Master Zhu Hui's personal disciple. His status and identity were the highest ones amongst them. Grand Elder Yu Zhou is our Dragonfish Creed Enforcement Hall's Grand Elder, and he is also Hall Master Zhu Hui's personal disciple. Are you sure you want to do this? One of the Dragonfish Creed's half-step Dao Venerable warned sullenly, and he even added, "Your action will only make an enemy out of the Dragonfish Creed, and when that happens, no one in the entire Divine to a Holy World would dare to protect you, not even the Divination Creed." But just as he finished his words, a force shot out from Huang Xiaolong's finger and pierced through the half-step Dao Venerable's forehead. A ray of icy blue power spread, starting from the half-step Dao Venerable's forehead to his whole body, and then he disintegrated into ice dust, drifting away. All the Dragonfish Creed's experts were enraged to the extreme. "If you leave now, you can still leave alive. I will give you 3 breaths time. 3 breaths later, if you're still here, then there will be no need to leave anymore." Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over the remaining Dragonfish Creed's disciples. "When you go back, tell Zhu Hui and the Dragonfish Creed's higher echelons that if you come provoking me again, I'll destroy as many as Dragonfish Creed's disciples that come looking for me. I'll destroy as many as they come." Huang Xiaolong's sharp voice seemed to come from the deepest of hell. The faces of these remaining Dragonfish Creed's experts turned uglier still. Is he threatening the Dragonfish Creed? There had never been anyone with the guts to threaten the Dragonfish Creed. Not to mention, the one threatening the Dragonfish Creed was only a 5th resurrection primal ancestor. In the end, a half-step Dao Venerable whistled away, choosing to leave. This half-step Dao Venerable expert was a Dragonfish Creed Foreign Affairs Hall's Grand Elder. Seeing this, several other experts also sped away. After all, no one was willing to die. Although after going back, they would be punished by the Dragonfish Creed and Zhu Hui, they would take their chances, rather than having their bodies destroyed and Dao souls imprisoned by Huang Xiaolong here and now. "You, all of you, come back here for me." After watching the Dragonfish Creed's experts leaving one after another, Yu Zhou, berated in fear and despair, crept up his face. As Yu Zhou was screaming madly, violent Grand Dao energy surged from his body, and his body rapidly blurring into a streak of light as he tore a hole in space in an attempt to escape into the void. However, his feet barely left the ground when an overwhelming force slammed into him, knocking him out. Huang Xiaolong's cold sneer sounded behind him, and in the next second, a force dragged him towards Huang Xiaolong. "Why, you cannot destroy my body, you cannot!" Yu Zhou shrieked, intelligible, petrified as he came face to face with Huang Xiaolong. "I am the Dragonfish Creed." But Huang Xiaolong cut him off before he could finish. I know. You are Zhu Hui's personal disciple, and also a Grand Elder of the Dragonfish Creed's Enforcement Hall. Today, even if you were Huang Shui, your ending would be the same." With that said, a dark green flame flowed out from Huang Xiaolong's palm. It was the power of Nirvana. The power of Nirvana enveloped Yu Zhou, and his eyes protruded in excruciating pain. Blood-curdling screams echoed still long after everything ended. A few days later, news spread throughout the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave that Huang Xiaolong had killed Yu Zhou, Chun Dingtian, 7 Ten Swords Creed's half-step Dao Venerables, and 1 Dragonfish Creed's expert with his early 5th resurrection primal ancestor realm strength. The Dragonfish Heavenly Cave was shaken from top to bottom. The news soon shook the neighboring Heavenly Caves as well. When Yu heard the news on her way back to the Misty Rain Heavenly Cave, it rendered her dazed for a long time before shock took over her delicate face. He, alone, destroyed Yu Zhou, Chun Dingtian, 7 Ten Swords Creed's half-step Dao Venerables, and 1 Dragonfish Creed's half-step Dao Venerable? Yu was still in disbelief as she uttered the question. "Young lady, it is said that he possesses the power of absolute frost and absolute blaze." Tan Meichin's expression of disbelief mirrored her young lady's. No one would believe such a tall tale. Yet this news was brought back by those Dragonfish Creed's disciples, who had escaped. With this one battle, Huang Xiaolong's reputation rang through the entire Divine Tua Holy World, and this battle attracted the attention of many Divine Tua Holy World's top-tier creeds. The Dragonfish Creed headquarters main hall. At this moment, many experts were gathered here. Naturally, the Enforcement Hall Master Zhu Hui was amongst those gathered in the hall. As a matter of fact, all Dragonfish Creed's experts holding Hall Master positions and above were there. In other words, 90% of Dragonfish Creed's Dao Venerable experts were present. So many of Dragonfish Creed's Dao Venerables had gathered in one place for only a handful of times in the past. Every time it was because of a great event that could have affected the Dragonfish Creed. Clad in a long bright crimson dress, exuding an alluring charm from head to toe, was the Dragonfish Creed's Grand Hall Master, Li Shui. She stood at the head of the main hall, and her beautiful eyes swept over the people in front of her with a little temperamental coldness. No one dared to look directly at her. Any progress in investigating that young man's identity? Li Shui's cherry lips moved, and her question cut across the heavy atmosphere in the hall. No, at the moment we only know that he and Xianxia's disciple, Long Jianfei, has a master-subordinate relationship. Long Jianfei is his subordinate, and there is another subordinate named Duan Feng, a divination creed's inner disciple. Both address that young man as His Highness. The Foreign Affairs Hall Master Wang Cuyang quickly answered what he knew. Li Shui's icy gaze shifted to Zhu Hui. Zhu Hui, since your personal disciple's body got destroyed, don't you have anything to explain to everyone here? After hearing Li Shui's obviously displeased cold voice, Zhu Hui's heart tightened nervously, and he lowered his head as he explained in a hurry. This person is arrogant and presumptuous. A few years ago, at the Blue Lotus Creed's trading market, that person humiliated my named disciple Wang Xian in public by disrobing him and forcing him to say he's an idiot 100 times. He disregarded the Dragonfish Creed, challenged our Dragonfish Creed's prestige, and provoked the might of Dragonfish Creed. So I tasked my disciple Yu Zhou to kill this person. No one expected this person to be so strong, and Yu Zhou was implicated instead. Zhu Hui showed a pained expression as he went on. Yu Zhou is half a son to me. Therefore, I beg Grand Hall Master to issue the order for this brazen criminal's capture to be killed. My disciple and Li Qi need to be avenged. Li Qi was the Dragonfish Creed's half-step Dao Venerable, whom Huang Xiaolong killed in the end. I implore Grand Hall Master Li Shui to give the order, and offer a bounty for this criminal's capture, to avenge my disciple. The Enforcement Vice Hall Master Gu Wen stepped out at this time and implored with a grievous face. Li Qi was one of Gu Wen's personal disciples. Revenge! Li Shui scoffed sarcastically, and went on looking at Zhu Hui's pained face. Zhu Hui, according to my investigation, the incident at the Blue Lotus Creed's trading market stemmed from the bet your named disciple Wang Xian and that man made. The losing side had to strip and shout, he's an idiot 100 times. And you, as your disciple's master, actually issued an order to capture and kill that person and Xianxia's disciple Long Jianfei, including that divination creed's inner disciple Duan Feng. Zhu Hui wanted to deny this claim. Enough, you don't need to explain. When the Lord Patriarch comes out, you can explain to the Lord Patriarch himself, Li Shui stated coldly. Zhu Hui's face looked worse than before. Ordering his disciple Yu Zhou to capture Huang Xiaolong's group of 3 was initially a small matter. But who'd have thought that the matter would turn into a slap in his face, and the whole world would know about. Not only did all the top-tier creeds in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave knew about it, but the matter had even reached Li Shui's ears. Now, he couldn't press the matter down even if he wanted to. The Enforcement Vice Hall Master Gu Wen took another step forward, wanting to struggle a little more, but he was stopped by Li Shui's impatient wave of hand. Go back first, we'll talk about your disciple's matter later. Gu Wen did not dare to insist on the matter and retreated to the side. What is everyone's opinion about the young man? Li Shui asked, looking at the other hall masters, vice hall masters, and eminent elders present. Covert glances were exchanged in silence. Grand Hall Master, that young man, does he really possess absolute frost power and absolute blaze power? That's simply incredible. The Foreign Affairs Hall Master Wang Cuyang was the first to speak of the subject. Could those disciples have seen wrongly? I too feel that this is not possible. Not even our patriarch can wield absolute frost and absolute blaze power, much less that young man, who is a mere primal ancestor realm junior. How could he have comprehended 2 kinds of absolute powers? The Foreign Affairs Vice Hall Master Chen Yu spoke up. I also think it's impossible. Another Vice Hall Master chimed in, shaking his head, and he said, For so many years in the divine Tua holy world, there has never been anyone who is able to wield two kinds of absolute power. The hall immediately became noisy, but almost everyone adamantly believed that Huang Xiaolong could not possibly wield the power of absolute frost and absolute blaze, as they decided that those Dragon Fish Creed's disciples were mistaken, more or less. According to them, what Huang Xiaolong had shown had to be something closely resembling absolute frost power and absolute blaze power. Li Shui's willowy brows wrinkled. Honestly, she too doesn't believe that young man could wield two kinds of absolute power, but why then, the disciples present at that time claimed that it was absolute frost and absolute blaze power. Then again, even if the power he has is not the absolute frost and absolute blaze, his combat prowess is frightening. Even when His Highness Huang Shui's cultivation was at the 5th resurrection primal ancestor realm, he couldn't defeat Yuzhou, Chan Dingtian, and 8 half-step Dao venerables. The Foreign Affairs Hall Master Wang Zuyang spoke in a solemn voice. According to the disciples present at that time, Chan Dingtian and Yuzhou were powerless to resist in front of that young man. He destroyed Chan Dingtian and Yuzhou's Dao physiques merely with one punch and one strike. Wang Zuyang hesitated briefly before his next sentence. Do you all think that he might have 11 high-order Saint Fates? Gasps and sounds of inhaling sounded the instant Wang Zuyang voiced his question. 11 high-order Saint Fates? Zhu Hui blurted without a thought. That is impossible, but his voice faltered a little at the end. My opinion is the same. How could that kid have 11 high-order Saint Fates? Another Dao Venerable Realm Eminent Elder said, shaking his head. His Highness Huang Shui is the son of creation. Therefore, he naturally stands at the pinnacle in this world. There cannot be anyone that can surpass His Highness Huang Shui. That's right. Even His Highness Huang Shui only has 10 high-order Saint Fates. It is absolutely impossible for any existence to have 11 high-order Saint Fates in this world. I think his high combat strength is mainly due to his Dao soul and bloodline. Dragon Fish Creed's Dao Venerables discussed the possible reasons, one after another. Silver Shadow Heavenly Cave. Inside the Silver Shadow Creed, a slender figure clad in silver brocade robe looked at the communication talisman in her left hand. On her indescribably beautiful face was obvious astonishment and disbelief. An early 5th resurrection primal ancestor destroyed the Dao body of Dragonfish Creed's Yuzhou and 10 Swords Creed's Chan Dingtian? She muttered dazedly, how is that possible? Young lady, this news is 110% true, and it has already spread through the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave and its neighboring places. Now all the Creed forces are looking for that person. It is said that he used the power of absolute frost and absolute blaze to destroy Yuzhou and Chan Dingtian's Grand Dao physique. A pretty female disciple beside her said. Also, many people are saying that this person might have 11 high-order Saint Fates. The pretty female disciple stole a furtive look at the young lady. Her young lady had once sworn that she would be a Dao companion to the person with 11 high-order Saint Fates. Initially, everyone was certain that such a person did not exist. But now, someone that was suspected to have 11 high-order Saint Fates has appeared. Wouldn't it mean that her young lady would have to? Go prepare. We're going to the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave. The slender figure clad in a silver brocade robe suddenly turned around and ordered. Young lady, you want to go to the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave? The pretty female disciple was clearly surprised upon hearing that. Although some people are making guesses about that person having 11 high-order Saint Fates, it's merely a guess. Moreover, that person destroyed Yuzhou and Chan Dingtian's Dao physiques. Therefore, the Dragonfish Creed and 10 Swords Creed will definitely order for his capture. Young lady better not yet go there. At the moment, the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave is not a safe place to be. The pretty female disciple dissuaded. The silver brocade-robed young lady's eyes exuded a cold light. This is my order. Go make preparations. Tomorrow, no, 1 hour later, we'll set off to Dragonfish Heavenly Cave. Yes, young lady. There were a dozen people following around the chariot, and all of them were Dao venerable experts. There isn't any more news from the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave side? Suddenly, The beautiful young lady inside the chariot asked in her soft and charming voice, like an oriole singing. Young lady, a message just came from the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave. The Ten Swords Creed has put out 1,000,000 Tuashan Dao coins bounty for that young man's capture. An old woman outside the chariot swiftly replied. This old woman was a 7th esteemed Dao venerable expert. Inside the chariot, the beautiful young lady's brows wrinkled. What about the Dragonfish Creed? Did they issue any order? The old woman shook her head. The Dragonfish Creed did not issue any order. Probably it is because the Dragonfish Creed's patriarch is busy helping His Highness Huang Shui advance to Dao Venerable Realm and unable to extricate himself to handle the matter. On the other hand, Lord Li Shui cannot decide the exact course of action. Hence the Dragonfish Creed hasn't shown any official response to this matter. Continue to have people investigate that young man's identity. Yes, young lady. Similar conversations took place in numerous Heavenly Caves forces. Countless Creed's experts were rushing to the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave after hearing the news. In an instant, the Dragonfish Creed became the place to be in. Huang Xiaolong, the source of all the commotion, was currently deep in the void above Blue Lotus Creed's uninhabited land. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged inside the Qilin chariot and took out all the blue lotuses he had picked from the Blue Lotus Creed. These blue lotuses were suspended in the air around Huang Xiaolong, exuding a mesmerizing glow. If someone saw the number of blue lotuses around Huang Xiaolong at this moment, their jaws would drop to the ground. Putting aside the number of lotus seeds these blue lotuses had, there were 18 stalks of blue lotuses. 18 blue lotuses. Huang Xiaolong had collected 18 blue lotuses the first time he had entered the Blue Lotus Pond. If this matter leaked out, the surging situation outside would become even more chaotic. Don't forget that the Blue Lotus Pond had existed for billions of years, and never before had anyone collected more than 2 stalks of blue lotuses in one trip. 2 was the highest number in history. But Huang Xiaolong had gotten 18 blue lotuses. Looking at the most dazzling blue lotus of the bunch, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help feeling happy and satisfied. In the end, he still got his wish and found a 7-seeded blue lotus. Although it was only 1 stalk of 7-seeded blue lotus, it was enough to raise Huang Xiaolong's strength by a large margin. These 18 blue lotuses should be able to support my advancement to mid-6th, or maybe even to late 6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm. Earlier, Huang Xiaolong had been worried whether he could soon break through to 6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm, but now he was considering if he could break through to late 6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor Realm. Amongst these 18 stalks of blue lotuses, there was 1 7-seeded blue lotus, 3 6-seeded blue lotuses, 3 5-seeded blue lotuses, 5 4-seeded blue lotuses, and the rest were 3-seeded, 2-seeded, and 1-seeded blue lotuses. One must know that a 1-seeded blue lotus was comparable to the lowest rank of low-grade Grand Dao pill, and the efficacy of a 7-seeded blue lotus was unimaginable. Huang Xiaolong pondered his options and finally chose to start refining a 3-seeded blue lotus. As for the 4 stalks of 2-seeded and 1-seeded blue lotuses, if he lacked Tuashan Dao coins in the future, he would take them out for auction. 1-seeded and 2-seeded blue lotuses weren't of much use to him, but if taken out for auction, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Without delay, Huang Xiaolong began refining his first 3-seeded blue lotus. The heart of the blue lotus turned into streams of vigorous energy, containing Grand Dao energy and Grand Dao law, filling every fiber of Huang Xiaolong's body. To Huang Xiaolong's delight, in the streams of vigorous energy, there was a trace of creation qi. The moment the creation qi entered Huang Xiaolong's body, his Huang Long bloodline cheered, emitting a resplendent light as it quickly swallowed the trace of creation qi. Sonorous roar of a dragon rumbled through heaven and earth. The 3 small worlds inside Huang Xiaolong's body emitted ripples of bright lights as they greedily inhaled the energy provided by the blue lotus. Cosmos energy within Huang Xiaolong's first small world multiplied rapidly, enriching the world from the inside out. Heaven's law multiplied and became more complete, giving birth to spiritual energy that bore a resemblance to the creation qi. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong's second and third worlds grew bigger, and their foundations became more solid than ever. While numerous creeds and experts were searching for Huang Xiaolong in a frenzy, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation rose higher every day as he refined the blue lotuses. Half a year went by in the blink of an eye. On this day, the void of blue lotus creeds suddenly quaked. Although this abrupt quaking was extremely weak, some Tao venerables still sensed the abnormal movement. What's going on? Maybe there's a Tao venerable facing world-destroying tribulation? Which Tao venerable is that? The average Tao venerable's tribulation can't possibly cause the blue lotus creed space to quake. The abnormal movement of blue lotus creed space sent many Tao venerables into a series of wild guesses. The quaking continued for several days before stopping completely. During this time, Tao venerable experts each used their own grand Tao art as they tried to find the source of the quakes. Several years passed. Somewhere in the blue lotus creed, an exquisite beauty, clad in a silver cloak, stared silently at the water surface, still as a rock. One could only wonder what she was thinking about. Young lady, it has been more than a decade. That young man must have left the dragonfish heavenly cave long ago. Why don't we return to the silver shadow creed? Behind her, a pretty female disciple persuaded. More than a decade had passed since they had rushed to the dragonfish heavenly cave from the silver shadow heavenly cave. That young man, who had destroyed Yu Zhou and Chun Dingtian's Tao physiques, had not appeared once, as if he had completely disappeared from the world. This had prompted many forces to think that the young man had left the dragonfish heavenly cave. The silver-cloaked young lady shook her head in refusal and said, I have a feeling that he has not left the dragonfish heavenly cave, and he's somewhere here, right in Blue Lotus Creed. That's impossible, right? In this past decade, the Blue Lotus Creed patriarch and all the experts have practically flipped the Blue Lotus Creed upside down several times. If he was still here, wouldn't they have found him by now? Said the female disciple. Yet the silver-cloaked young lady shook her head, saying nothing. Young lady, the Ten Swords Creed's young Lord Yong Luosheng is outside seeking an audience. Do you think? The female disciple then said, I don't want to see him. The silver-cloaked young lady refused. The pretty female disciple sighed inwardly. In these 10 years, countless genius disciples had come to see the young lady, but her young lady had refused to see all of them. Then I'll decline him. The female disciple complied. The silver-cloaked young lady nodded, and her eyes returned to the horizon as she muttered under her breath. Where are you? In truth, she wanted to meet that young man not only because of the vow she made. The female disciple went out and saw a stalwart young man with extraordinary bearing waiting outside in the yard, and the dragon's sword hung from his waist. As he saw the female disciple come out, the young man's eyes lit up, and he took a few hurried steps forward. Junior sister Li Nan, is young lady Inu willing to? The female disciple shook her head, looking a little embarrassed. Young Lord Yong Luosheng, my young lady doesn't want to see anyone during this period. I hope young Lord Yong Luosheng won't mind. The young man was none other than the Ten Swords Creed's leader, the Dragon Sword's chosen person, Yong Luosheng. The smile on Yong Luosheng's face stiffened when he heard the reply, but he still forcefully maintained his smile. It's all right. In that case, I will pay young lady Inu a visit another day. The female disciple Li Nan nodded and uttered another word of apology before turning around and returning inside. Yong Luosheng watched Li Nan as she returned, and the amiable smile on his face gradually vanished into a thin line. Eldest senior brother. Isn't young lady Inu putting herself on a pedestal too high? Even though eldest senior brother came to see her from far away, she couldn't even be bothered to spare some time to see eldest senior brother. She didn't even let eldest senior brother enter the courtyard. A Ten Swords Creed's disciple behind Yong Luosheng fumed. Although the Three Moons were famous and belonged to the younger generation of outstanding talent, however, Yong Luosheng was the leader of the Ten Swords, was stopped at the door. They didn't even get a cup of tea. This made the Ten Swords Creed's disciples seethe with anger. Let's go. Yong Luosheng's face sank as he turned around to leave decisively. The disciples quickly followed after him. Senior brother, I've heard rumors that young lady Inu is here specifically to look for that young man. Another disciple mentioned. Yong Luosheng's face turned gloomier upon hearing that. That young man was the sinner, who had defeated his junior brother Zhou Hong and destroyed junior brother Chan Dingtian's Dao physique. He had already put out the word that he was going to kill that young man personally. But now, the person of his heart had traveled millions of miles to the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave to search for that young man and just to see that young man. Yong Luoxing's killing intent roiled violently at this thought. Young Lady Yin Yu is not the only one, but young Lady Yu Yu and Feng Yu have also been at the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave for more than a decade. It is said that both of them are waiting to see that young man. Another disciple chimed in a jealous tone. The 3 moons were the divine Tua Holy World's 3 most beautiful women, and they had been prolonging their stay at the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, waiting for the same man. Anyone would be jealous and madly envious of this. These were the 3 moons, not to mention just their beauty, but each of them was also highly talented. Each one of them had 10 high-order Saint Fates, and they were personal disciples of their respective creeds' patriarchs. It also meant that they held the position of young patriarch in their respective creeds. Marrying any one of these women would make everyone in the divine Tua Holy World envy them to death. Before, no one man had garnered this level of attention from the 3 moons. And now, the 3 moons had stayed for more than a decade in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave for a man. As expected, when Yong Luosheng heard what the disciple said, his killing intent almost ran amok. I, Yong Luosheng, vow that if I don't cut that punk into 1,000,000 pieces, I am not a man. Yong Luosheng gnashed through every word with hatred. Then, eldest senior brother, where are we going now? One of the disciples asked. Should we search for that punk? Then again, that punk can really hide well, as no one has been able to find him even after so long. It won't be easy to dig him out in the vast divine Tua Holy World. A brutal cold light gleamed in Yong Luosheng's eyes as an idea came to him. We're going to the Monarch Yu Sacred Land's Dragon Emperor Continent. Dragon Emperor Continent? No one reacted for a moment. Yong Luosheng elaborated simply. Long Jianfei is a member of Long family. Therefore, that punk and Long Jianfei will surely return to the Dragon Emperor Continent's Long family. We just need to wait for the prey there. My gut tells me that the punk is still here in the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave, and as long as that kid dares to return to the Long family with Long Jianfei, killing intent threatened to spill out from Yong Luosheng's eyes as he continued. I'll make sure he dies under my dragon sword, to avenge junior brother Zhou Hong and junior brother Chan Dingtian. With a goal in mind, Yong Luosheng led the group of 10 Swords Creed's disciples and set off to the Monarch Yu Sacred Land. The reason why Yong Luosheng was so certain that Huang Xiaolong and Long Jianfei would still return to the Long family was because the result of his investigation had showed that Huang Xiaolong had hidden the Long family somewhere in the Dragon Emperor Continent. Hence, Huang Xiaolong and Long Jianfei would definitely return to the Dragon Emperor Continent. Deep in the Blue Lotus Creed's void, where boundless turbulent chaos energy surged, the void around the Qilin chariot suddenly emitted a blinding light, spreading outwards rapidly. If a Dao Venerable Realm expert were to see this sight, he would be able to see an amazing energy gushing out around the Qilin chariot. This energy actually pushed out the surrounding chaotic turbulence. And under the Qilin chariot's formation space, a dark green light flowed out of Huang Xiaolong's body. There was also an icy blue light, a blazing crimson light, and an ink-black light. A giant golden dragon hovered behind Huang Xiaolong, exuding the boundless might of the Huang Long Dragon. In the past, the Huang Long Dragon was merely a vague shadow, but now, as Huang Xiaolong's strength rose over the years and advanced through the cultivation realms, it was no different than an actual dragon. A 10,000 zhang giant golden dragon hovered behind Huang Xiaolong, covering the sky as it overlooked the world below. Those enormous dragon eyes glimmered with the mysterious gleam of profound grand Dao laws, as if the eyes were 2 small worlds. Terrifying primal ancestors might filled the entire space. Half a day later, the multicolored lights around Huang Xiaolong dissipated as he slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the seemingly inexhaustible energy running through his body, Huang Xiaolong exhaled a long breath, and the space rumbled as he exhaled. This time around, he had been in seclusion for 40 years, and he had refined all blue lotuses that were three-seated and above. He advanced to the 6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm 6 years ago, and now he was already a peak mid-6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor. Unfortunately, still lacking a bit, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Just a bit more and he could have entered the late 6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm. Looking at the remaining 4 blue lotuses for a good while, he finally decided against refining them. Although his cultivation would improve a bit by refining these 4 blue lotuses, he wouldn't necessarily enter the late 6th Resurrection Primal Ancestor realm. In that case, it would be better to keep them to be auctioned in exchange for some Tuashan Dao coins, Grand Dao pills, or Dao spiritual veins. Huang Xiaolong stood up. What's the latest situation outside? Although he had been cultivating in seclusion all this time in the Qilin chariot, he could imagine the situation outside more or less. The 10 Swords Creed has probably issued a kill bounty for his head, right? The Dragonfish Creed might have issued the same order. Huang Xiaolong's eyes turned cold as he thought of it. At this time, Long Jianfei, Duan Feng, and Duan Zheng were flying over from the distance. Congratulations, Your Highness! The 3 stood in front of Huang Xiaolong, bowing respectfully as they congratulated him. Huang Xiaolong nodded and smiled at the 3 of them, telling them to rise. Half an hour later, a grand chariot appeared above the Blue Lotus Creed. When the Qilin chariot appeared, some experts noticed it immediately, and the word spread from 1 to 2 to 100, and in less than a day's time, the entire Dragonfish Heavenly Cave knew about it. What? That young man has appeared. He really did not flee out of the Dragonfish Heavenly Cave. He might not be able to flee even if he wanted to. After hiding for several decades, he finally couldn't hide anymore.